Chapter 207. When the great Zhou's commoners sang praises for Zhou Xuanji again, he was still traveling around the border of Great Zhou. Sitting on Ada's back, he cultivated quietly. The battle half a month ago made him more compatible with the Xianxia map. The speed at which the Xianxia map absorbed spiritual qi and provided him with spiritual power became faster. Sure enough, only by facing the limit could one have a big breakthrough. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood, and he began to understand the wonders of the Xianxia map more and more. Jianghu, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly turned around and asked, "Xuanji, if you were to establish a sword sect sacred ground in the future, where would you like it to be?" The world was vast, and the mountains and rivers were connected. Choosing a place with good feng shui required a lot of time and a certain amount of insight. The great Zhou imperial city was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Spiritual qi gathered from all directions, as if the stars were surrounding the moon. The other dynasties had similar considerations. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "If it were me, I would definitely choose the highest place. I would stand at the very top and look down on all the other mountains." Not far away, Northern Sword Valiant immediately turned around and said excitedly, "I agree with this. The sight of it is daunting." The others also began to discuss. Back then, the 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge was formed by the convergence of countless tall mountains. It was majestic, and even the hegemon Sword Emperor went to the 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge to study. "Why don't we go to the desolate God Mountain in the south? It's said to be 10,000 feet tall. I might as well go to the Astral Essence World, which is above the Cloud Sea." TSK, you've already started planning? Will our sword sect take in demons in the future? Many of us demons also like to practice the sword. Hearing everyone's excited discussion, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He said, "The sword sect isn't just about practicing the sword. The sword is their main profession. You can also teach them some things." Even if his future disciples were not omnipotent, they would at least have some other skills. Daoist old man chuckled and said, "It's not that easy to build a sect. Of course, it's not difficult to occupy a mountain and become the king." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After this is over, we will find a place to stay and cultivate for a few decades. When your cultivation increases, we will establish our own sect and occupy a sanctum. After 1,000 years, we will ascend together." Everyone laughed. Even Jianghu smiled. This girl had been depressed for half a month, and her mood had finally cleared up. "I've already sensed the crazy old woman's aura. We should be able to find her in half a day." Daoist old man said, changing the topic. Huang Lianxin asked, "Is Jianghu by her side?" Daoist old man shook his head and said, "No, but," he had a strange expression on his face as if he wanted to say something. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and scolded, "Say it." The others tensed up. Could it be that something happened to the crazy old lady? There's demonic energy around her. Daoist old man said solemnly. Everyone was moved. Could it be that the crazy old woman had fallen into the hands of a demonic cultivator? Faster! Zhou Xuanji instructed with a deep voice, and the others immediately sped up. 6 hours later. Everyone came to a barren desert. Mountains rose and fell in front of them. Vegetation was sparse, and under the light of dusk, everything turned scarlet red. Zhou Xuanji said to everyone, "You all stay here for now, I'll go take a look. You all wait for orders." Behind him, where heaven and earth intersected, demonic qi soared into the sky. It was like a demonic nest, and waves of bone-piercing cold wind wreaked havoc on the earth. No one had any objections. After all, Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful person in the group and was trustworthy. Jianghu held Zhou Xuanji's hand and reminded him, "You must be careful. If the situation is special, come back first." Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, "Don't worry. If I want to leave, who can stop me?" After that, he dashed toward the place where the demonic chi was gathering with the 8-step sword lunge. He did not fly on his sword to avoid alerting the enemy. Daoist old man said to the group, "Cultivate quickly. I'll keep a lookout for all of you. See how powerful Zhou Xuanji is now. Don't be a burden." The group had no objections and sat down with their legs crossed. The red qilin laid on the ground and stared at the direction where Zhou Xuanji disappeared. It wagged its tail continuously. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji, who was using the qi-obscuring incantation, came to a small mountain. He leaned on the mountain wall and looked out. There was a clearing in front of him, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The light from the fire shone on the mountain walls. Hundreds of demonic cultivators gathered here. They cultivated around the bonfire while chanting scriptures in unison. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. A life of suffering, death is inevitable, ascending to heaven to become an immortal, descending to become a demon. The thoughts of immortals and demons only ask the heart, if I give up my cultivation, what is there to fear? If I slaughter all lives, what is there to regret? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Tanhua sect again. Why is this demonic sect still haunting me? He looked around and saw only an old lady among the hundreds of demonic cultivators. She was wearing a tattered gray robe. Her hair was white, and her face was covered with blood marks. She looked eerie and horrifying. Could she be the crazy old woman? Did she join Tanhua sect? Strands of demonic chi seeped out from the demonic cultivators' heads and formed into a gigantic demonic head between the 3 mountains. The head swayed with the wind, and it was hard to discern its face. The highest cultivation is only at astral projection level 2. There's nothing to fear. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. After that, he took out the dog-culling sword and walked up to the old lady with the 8-step sword lunge. The old lady opened her eyes in fear and cried out, "Enemy attack!" The other demonic cultivators jumped up and surrounded Zhou Xuanji with their enchanted artifacts. Zhou Xuanji stared at the old lady and said, "I'm here for Jianghu. You don't want to see her?" Having heard that, the old lady frowned, and her face looked even more horrifying. "Brat, who are you? Do you want to die?" A muscular man roared furiously. He held an axe in his hand, which was still stained with blood. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. They were just a bunch of ants. "Don't you want to see your granddaughter?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He looked at the old lady with hostility. She abandoned her granddaughter and joined the demonic sect. How heartless. "What's your relationship with Jianghu?" A pleasant voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around to look. A beautiful woman in a black robe walked out. She had a delicate face and looked to be in her early 30s. She had an enchanting figure and emanated a mature charm. "It's none of your business," Zhou Xuanji said bluntly. He was in a bad mood. "I'm Jianghu's grandma." The black-robed woman replied with a complicated look in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He could not wrap his head around it. "Put down your enchanted artifacts. This person has great cultivation and is not someone we can deal with." The black-robed woman waved her hand and said. The other demonic cultivators put down their enchanted artifacts. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Amon?" She stared at Zhou Xuanji and continued to ask. Amon was the old lady's name. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with confusion. Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly and explained to the black-robed woman, "I'm looking for you. I'm here to help Jianghu find her grandma." "Where's the crazy old lady? Why is she so beautiful?" He sized up the black-robed woman. Her eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to Jianghu's. Chapter 208. Is my granddaughter nearby? The black-robed woman, crazy old woman, asked with a frown. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but asked, Jiang Wudi is looking for you everywhere. Are you coming with me to see Jiang Shui? It was the first time he met the crazy old woman, so he did not know her personality. He had to be careful of any ambushes. What's your relationship with her? The black-robed lady asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji looked very young, about the same age as Jiang Shui. She could not help but overthink. I am her fiancé. Zhou Xuanji replied honestly. He couldn't possibly say that he was her friend, right? The black-robed woman frowned and berated, impudent. Did I agree to this marriage? Zhou Xuanji asked, why do I need your permission? He had a belly full of anger towards the crazy old woman, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that this fellow was doing well in the Tanhua sect, he felt indignant for Jiang Shui. To think that Jiang Shui always cared about her. I am her only relative. Her marriage will naturally be decided by me. The black-robed lady said with a deep voice. The more she looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more she disliked him. If not for the fact that she knew that she could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, she would have already attacked. You abandoned her when she was 6 years old, and you still owe a lot of money. People came to collect the money and wanted to sell her to a brothel. Is there a family like you in the world? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, why didn't you listen to your elder's decision in the Jiang clan and marry into a marriage arranged by your family? You can do whatever you want. Why should Jiang Shui listen to you? You, the black-robed woman was so angry that her body trembled. The other demonic cultivators also revealed hostile expressions. Facing Zhou Xuanji's teasing, she could only grit her teeth and say, anyway, I won't allow it. Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. He had never expected the crazy old woman to be such a person. She wanted to cut off his relationship with Jiang Shui when she didn't understand him. Oh, so the descendant of the Jiang clan has joined our Tanhua sect. A cold laugh came from the top of the mountain next to them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Zhong Kuiming stood at the top of the mountain, looking at them with a mocking expression. The demonic cultivators were on high alert. They raised their artifacts again with nervous expressions. Zhong Kuiming withdrew a blood-red command token and cursed. I'm the life-devourer devil chief. All of you want to attack me? A bunch of insolent dogs. The blood-colored token was the size of a palm, and there were strange flowers engraved on it. Wisps of blood chi lingered around it. The expressions of the several hundred demonic cultivators changed drastically as they all knelt down. Even the black-robed woman did the same. Greetings, demon chief. They cried out in unison, their voices filled with apprehension. The life-eater demon chief was an existence that was second only to the sect master. Even if they were killed by Zhong Kuiming for going against him, no one would cry out for them. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was it this guy again? Was he haunting him like a ghost? Zhong Kuiming landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and chuckled, Vice Sect Lord, we meet again. What a coincidence. Vice Sect Leader. The black-robed woman and the hundreds of devil cultivators trembled in fear. Despair and fear surged in their hearts. Not only had they offended the life-devouring demon chief, but they had also offended the vice sect master. Although they had never seen the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader, they had heard of him. The top genius of the northern wilderness region, Zhou Xuanji. Sword God Zhou. The black-robed woman lowered her head, but her expression changed dramatically. Her heart was filled with regret and embarrassment. How could such a man not be worthy of her granddaughter? He was even better than the grandson-in-law she had envisioned. 1,000 times better. Coincidence? Do you think I will believe that? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at Zhong Kuiming and said unpleasantly. This old guy must have been following him. Zhong Kuiming chuckled and said seriously, I received news that Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance are preparing to deal with you. Ta Tianchen has left the mountain and will work together with the evil lord. These two are not simple. Follow me back to Tanhua sect, or else your life will be in danger. Ta Tianchen and the evil lord were not weaker than Lin Guanyu. Not many in the world could defeat the two of them working together. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He had already expected this. I have my ways. Tanhua sect should just give up. He stared at Zhong Kuiming and said seriously. He was going to establish his own sect. How could he join a declining sect? Zhong Kuiming shook his head with a smile and walked up to the black-robed woman. What are you hiding that made Jiang Wudi go through so much trouble to find you? The black-robed woman looked up and said with gritted teeth, a rock. A rock that can freeze all water in the world. No matter where it floats, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters will be frozen. Zhong Kuiming and Zhou Xuanji were both stunned. Was it really worth it for Jiang Wudi to mobilize so many people just for a rock like this? This rock is called the Sea-Freezing Rock. Jiang Wudi wants to use this rock to go overseas and explore a new domain. A woman's voice came suddenly. Zhou Xuanji heard her, and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to turn and leave instinctively. Xian Xianghua. The old demonic woman is here. Just when he turned around, Xian Xianghua appeared in front of him. She looked at him with a faint smile. Sect Lord. Zhong Kuiming knelt down immediately and cried out loudly. The other demonic cultivators were stunned. They followed suit and kowtowed. Although they joined Tanhua sect, it was their first time seeing Xian Xianghua with their own eyes. Xian Xianghua walked past Zhou Xuanji. When she passed by him, she even gave him a charming look. She walked up to the black-robed woman and said, "Give me the sea-freezing rock, and I will make you a branch lord of Tanhua sect." Having heard that, the black-robed woman looked up in surprise. She flipped her right hand, and a blue crystal appeared in her hand. It was as big as a human head. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji left straightaway. Xian Xianghua took the sea-freezing rock and smiled satisfactorily. Jiang Wudi is quite ambitious. What's your name? I admire you for being able to adapt to circumstances. The black-robed woman held back her excitement and said, My name is Jiang Han. If the sect lord wants it, I will give it to you. Lackey. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart just as he leaped up the mountain. Next, he flew toward Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Not long later, Zhou Xuanji returned to the hill where everyone was. He told them about Jiang Han, and everyone was speechless. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. She had imagined many scenarios where they would meet, but she did not expect it to be like this. Daoist old man covered his face and said, Doomed fate. Xuanji, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get rid of Tanhua sect. There were so many evil sects in the world, but she chose to join Tanhua sect. This was fate. If so, let's go. We won't care about her anymore, Jiang Shui snorted. Jiang Shui snorted. When she heard that Jiang Han did not allow her to marry Zhou Xuanji, she was enraged. The last shred of concern she had for Jiang Han was severed. Her grandmother, on the other hand, was living a comfortable life. She even regained her youthful appearance. She did not need to worry about her anymore. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the group flew toward the south. After they left, Xian Xianghua, Zhong Kuiming, and the others did not chase after them. A while later, on the hill where they were, the soil was dug open and a black-robed man jumped out. His eyes were bloodshot as he mumbled with squinted eyes, I've finally found you. Zhou Xuanji, your death is coming. Chapter 209. After the matter with Jiang Han, Zhou Xuanji and the others flew south. According to Daoist old man, most of the mountains in the northern wilderness region were concentrated in the south, and there were many grotto heavens and blessed lands there. Since ancient times, those ascetics loved to go to the south to cultivate. The 7 empires of the human race were all concentrated in the central and northern parts of the northern wilderness region. In the south, the demon race reigned supreme. However, the demon race here was not united, and they kept their distance from each other. It was considered a rare place for cultivation in the world. There was no obstruction along the way. Time passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the others were far away from the great Zhou Empire. On this day, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 23rd birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 23 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Gold, Greedy Ghost Sword, Gold, Burning Fire Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was leaning against Jiang Shui's shoulder, opened his eyes. 3 swords. Not bad, at least there was an amethyst sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have any cultivation techniques. He felt a little regretful. Ever since he perfected the sword Qi Golden Body incantation, his cultivation speed could no longer break through. Although it was already very fast, who wouldn't want to be even faster? At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Heaven's Wrath Sword Grade, Amethyst, description, contains the power of Heaven's Wrath. The greater the enemy's sins, the greater the damage. Sword name, Greedy Spirit Sword Level, Gold, description, a sword forged by millions of greedy evil spirits. It is a ghost sword. Sword name, Burning Fire Sword Level, Gold, description, the blade contains flames that can incinerate everything. It is an extremely powerful fire attribute divine sword. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly but did not take out the 3 legendary swords. Firstly, he was not curious, and secondly, he was too lazy to move them. Jiang Shui's body was so soft that he could lean on it as a pillow. The scenery ahead is beautiful. We can stop and rest for a while. We can't keep on going. Daoist old man's voice came from the front, and the others looked toward Zhou Xuanji. For cultivators like them, the long and arduous journey was rather strenuous. Okay, Zhou Xuanji replied lazily. Jiang Shui's shoulders shook and she said, "Don't rub your saliva on me." He hugged her tightly and said, "I want to rub my saliva on you. Do you want to die? What happened? Do you think I won't knock you down? If I fall to my death, it's my loss." The 2 of them began to bicker, but the others were already used to it. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of a waterfall. This place was a lake that was suffused with mist. The surrounding forest rose and fell, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the air. It was like a paradise on earth. After landing, Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake began to patrol around and investigate the surrounding situation. The others also started to get busy. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake and flipped open his right hand. The Xianxia map appeared in his palm. For the past few days, his right palm had been burning and itching. It was very uncomfortable. He sent his divine sense into the Xianxia map. Then, his consciousness exploded, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, what came into view was a boundless grassland. The sky was so low that it seemed as if he could touch it with his hand. He was stunned and confused. Previously, he had also probed the Xianxia map with his divine sense, but there was no reaction. He subconsciously looked around. There was no one else in sight, not even a rat or rabbit, on the grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The world was vast, but he was the only one. Wherever one looked, one could sense a boundless atmosphere. Zhou Xuanji frowned because he realized that he could not leave the world within the Xianxia map. What's going on? Didn't the Xianxia map recognize an owner? At this moment, he felt his vision darken, and he looked up instinctively. A gigantic painting of mountains and rivers appeared in the sky. The 2 segments stretched to the end of the horizon, and it was immeasurably wide. It was the Xianxia map. Sunlight shone through the Xianxia map, and the world did not fall into darkness. Zhou Xuanji looked at it and saw vivid mountains, lakes, forests, and even waterfalls. He saw the city, the border, and the battlefield. Hold on. The Xianxia map seemed to have recorded everything that should exist in the world. A powerful being stood on top of a mountain and looked up at the sky, as though he was seeking the path of immortals. Zhou Xuanji was lost in the magnificent view, as though he was bathing in the river of history and experiencing an epic. Sometime later, the Xianxia map suddenly pressed down on him, and he closed his eyes in shock. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in reality. He could hear Beishao Wangjian and the little black snake cursing at each other behind him. The Xianxia map in his palm became boiling hot, which made him frown. A wave of memories entered his mind forcefully, which made him shudder and close his eyes. The red Qilin, who was napping beside him, opened its eyes suddenly and jumped up. Woo! It cried softly as though it was facing a powerful enemy. The others did not notice its abnormality. This little guy was getting more and more lively after all, and it often provoked the little black snake, big and small air. It had long abandoned its playmate, the three-eyed drought rodent. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and muttered with a deep frown, "World Buddha art. Such a domineering energy technique." He finally understood why the owner of the Xianxia map could rule the world. The first level, world internalization, could absorb any kind of spirit energy. The second level, world reincarnation. During a battle, any spirit energy that hit the body could be reflected back. The third level, world overlord, could absorb the power of the world directly and become the owner of the world. That was all he knew, and he only obtained the first level of the energy technique. Sword spirit, can I cultivate it? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The world Buddha art was too domineering, and he was moved by it. The world Buddha art is suitable for cultivators of all paths. Of course, the sword owner can cultivate it. Zhou Xuanji was satisfied with the sword spirit's answer. According to the memories given to him by the Xianxia map, every owner of the Xianxia map had cultivated the world Buddha art and obtained different fortunes. Until now, only one had reached the stage of world overlord and unified the world. He broke through the world with his strength, shattered the void, and ascended. As for why he left the Xianxia map behind, Zhou Xuanji had no idea. He immediately began cultivating the first level, world internalization. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered. A violent gale howled across the land, and the trees swayed violently. The weather changed. Not only in the vicinity, but the entire northern wilderness region was in such a state. The mountains shook, the plains trembled, and massive waves surged along the coastline. Everything was like the end of the world. Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others gathered around Zhou Xuanji and cast their spells to conjure a blue barrier to shield them from the wind and rain. Boom! A horrifying bolt of lightning that was 30 meters thick struck down suddenly and landed on a mountain peak far away. The mountain collapsed immediately, and dust billowed in the air. The scene was extremely majestic. Everyone was visibly moved. Daoist old man mumbled, "Such a change in the sky is an ominous sign." He immediately began divining. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in doubt. Could it be because of the world Buddha art? Whoa! The red Qilin lay on the ground and howled softly like a dog. It looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear. Chapter 210. What's wrong with you? Jianghu squatted beside the red Qilin and touched its head as she asked softly. Sensing its gaze, Zhou Xuanji glared at it, which scared it so much that it shrunk its neck and did not dare to look at him. Jianghu rolled her eyes at him and did not think too much about it. Instead, she asked, "The astronomical phenomenon changed too quickly. Do you think a shocking demon will be born?" Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to reply, Daoist old man, who was behind him, coughed up a mouthful of blood and immediately became dispirited. Everyone looked at him in fear. He opened his eyes wide with fear on his face and mumbled, "Natural disaster. Great tribulation." Such a horrifying fluctuation of fate. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked, "What are you talking about? Can you be more specific?" Zhou Xuanji stopped his cultivation with a thought. At this moment, the astronomical phenomenon disappeared. The billowing thunderclouds above dispersed like smoke, and the sun shined down. The sky was clear again. Daoist old man wiped the blood at the corner of his lips and said with gritted teeth, "I'm not sure either, but I've never suffered such a backlash before. It must be a great tribulation." After that, he sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate his spirit energy. After the thunderclouds dispersed, Zhou Xuanji cultivated the world Buddha art again. He realized that it would not cause any astronomical phenomenon, so he began to cultivate boldly. He did not tell them about the world Buddha art. The influence of this divine art was too great, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sometimes, the people around him would reveal it even if they did not want to. Just like his truth sword. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, and the others began to discuss. The astronomical phenomenon just now was too sudden. It made them feel uneasy. Amidst the mountains, Xian Xianghua, Zong Kuiming, and Jiang Han stopped beside a surging river. Jiang Han was still in shock. She swallowed her saliva and asked carefully, "What happened just now?" Just now, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A violent gale blew, and the river surged violently. The world-destroying thunderclouds came extremely quickly. Zong Kuiming was also shocked and could only look at Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's expression was solemn as she looked at the horizon and murmured, "Such a phenomenon, it must be the birth of a supreme treasure or the birth of a supreme technique. I have seen such a phenomenon twice. The first time was when the great accomplishment of the evil king divine technique, and the second time was when the Sunlight Emperor was born. However, it was not as big as this one. I'm afraid the entire northern wilderness region will notice it." Zong Kuiming and Jiang Han were stunned. Even Xian Xianghua was moved. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence had appeared. The northern wilderness region is about to change. Xian Xianghua muttered with a grave expression. It would be even more difficult for the Tanhua sect to rise up. On the peak of the mountain, an old man in a Daoist robe held a compass in his hand. He frowned and his body trembled. Shocking the heavens and earth, causing ghosts and gods to weep, the winds and clouds to change, thunder and lightning to strike. Just what kind of great figure is about to appear? He muttered to himself, and his brows were filled with worry. He suddenly thought of something and his expression changed drastically. He shouted in shock, "Could it be that that person has already obtained the peerless divine skill in the Tianxia map?" The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He immediately flew forward and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, all the factions in the northern wilderness region were shaken. An unprecedented storm was about to sweep across the northern wilderness region. In less than half a month, 2 different rumors had spread throughout the northern wilderness region. A peerless divine technique had appeared. A peerless powerhouse had appeared. By the lake. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked depressed. Isn't the world Buddha art too difficult to cultivate? He had cultivated it for a month, but he was still far from mastering it. If it were an ordinary person, even if he obtained the world Buddha art, he would have to cultivate for thousands of years to become invincible. But it made sense. Xian Xianghua also cultivated for thousands of years to become the top cultivator in the world. After calming himself down, he got up and patted his butt. "Let's go. It's time to move," he said as he stretched. Everyone turned to look at him. "Where are we going?" Beixiao Wangjian asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji smiled, "Let's go to Skyfall." Skyfall was one of the highest peaks in the northern wilderness region. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky. Standing on the peak, One would feel as though the sky was falling, which was how it got its name. Daoist old man opened his eyes wide and asked, I told you so many mountains. Why choose Skyfall? The demons there are very powerful. The others looked at Zhou Xuanji and waited for his answer. Because it has the densest spiritual qi. Zhou Xuanji replied. Mastering world internalization required massive amounts of spiritual qi. To speed up his cultivation, Skyfall was his best choice. As for the danger, were there no powerful demons in the other mountains? Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance are hunting us down. We must become more powerful as soon as possible. Seeing that the gap between them and Zhou Xuanji was growing larger, Xiao Jinghong felt indignant. He did not want to be a burden. Jiang Shui did not object and giggled, that's right. Just like what Xuanji always said, fortune comes from danger. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her. How can you use that phrase? You want to go to Skyfall? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. A cold voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone and causing them to turn their heads to look. Silhouettes leaped out from the forest and levitated above the forest. They wore black robes with python patterns, and each of them was shrouded in demonic qi. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. The leader was a man in a blood-red robe. He had a handsome face and a baleful aura could be sensed from between his brows. His white hair was tied up under a black jade crown. He smiled and stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. Evil Lord, you found us so quickly. Daoist old man said with gritted teeth, his face dark. Haoqi Alliance's Alliance Lord, the Evil Lord. The little black snake heard him and quickly hid behind Chongming Demon Monarch. It crippled the Evil Lord's son, so it was naturally afraid. Zhou Xuanji took out the God Emperor sword and white dragon-bone sword and walked up to Jiang Shui. He stared at the Evil Lord and asked, where's Ta Tianchen? Since Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance worked together, Ta Tianchen must have come as well. Before Ta Tianchen appeared, he did not dare to use the sky-extinguishing sword directly. As long as he swung his sword once, he would lose the ability to fight in a short period of time. The evil prince raised his right hand, and a scarlet long sword appeared in his hand. Wisps of blood qi overflowed from the blade like countless small tentacles. I heard that your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Although I don't specialize in swords, this bloodthirsty sword has sucked the blood of countless people. I wonder how it compares to your divine sword. The evil monarch sneered. While speaking, his men surrounded everyone. There were a total of 300 demonic cultivators, and the weakest was at the nascent soul realm. The situation was not optimistic. Zhou Xuanji took 3 steps forward and flew up again. Xuanji, be careful. Jiang Shui reminded. The others also prepared for battle. Zhou Xuanji flew until he was 30 meters away from the evil lord. He was still vigilant of sky-sinking step. Stop looking. He hasn't found you yet. Can Xinhao sect compare to our Haoqi alliance? Today, I will take your head to strengthen the prestige of Haoqi alliance. The corner of the evil prince's mouth rose, and his eyes were instantly bloodshot, as if 2 red lights were bursting out of his eyes. Chapter 211. In other words, it's only you. Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. This guy's murderous aura was really terrifying. He was even stronger than Lin Guanyu. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless person of the demonic path. Without hesitation, he made the first move. Out of thin air, the windcutter sword appeared under his feet. Stepping on the ground with his right foot, he used the 8-step sword steps to appear behind the evil prince and slashed with both swords. A burst of blood qi erupted from the evil prince's back, like a wall of blood rushing toward him. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he immediately used the Soul Eater slash. Boom! The black sword qi and blood qi exploded, wreaking havoc in the sky above the forest, causing the trees below to sway like green ocean waves. At the same time, the 300 demonic cultivators charged towards Daoist Old Man, Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others. Roar! Chongming Demon Monarch bellowed angrily. His body grew taller, and his horns reached the sky. An exaggeratedly huge saber appeared in his hand, and black armor appeared on his robes. The others took out their magic artifacts and started fighting. They did not split up but fought with their backs against each other. And little air flew through the air as fast as lightning. With a flap of their wings, bolts of lightning struck down, attacking the demonic cultivators. Zhou Xuanji and the evil Lord Prince fought furiously as well. The two flew into the sky and entered the forest. Their attacks were powerful and destructive. Rumble! The evil lord pressed down on Zhou Xuanji as they fell into the forest, knocking down trees one after another and kicking up clouds of dust. It's true that you can fight above your rank, but this little bit of strength is still not enough. Hurry up and take out your heaven-burying dipper extinguishing sword. The evil lord laughed coldly. He swung his right arm forcefully and flung Zhou Xuanji away. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji entered the dual sword-will mode. Sky-dominating divine sword. Soul Eater slash. The godly ghost emperor, who was coiled around the white dragon, shook his arms and exploded the air. The recoil force allowed him to stabilize his body. His eyes were cold and fierce. The dog-culling sword appeared under his feet, and with the 8-step sword lunge, he arrived at the evil prince's head. He rotated his body and raised the divine sword with both hands, turning it into a tornado that cut toward the evil prince. The evil lord smiled disdainfully. He raised his left hand and grabbed at the void. A giant blood-red claw appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Zhou Xuanji before throwing him toward the ground. A loud bang resounded. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere as if it had been blown up by gunpowder. Zhou Xuanji. Is this all you've got? Lin Guanyu was much weaker than him. How did you kill him? Could it be a rumor? The evil prince flew high up in the sky and laughed arrogantly. His blood chi turned into 9 blood-colored flood dragons that coiled around his body and roared at the sky. A powerful pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living things to tremble. As Daoist Old Man fought, he raised his head and looked at him with a serious expression. The others were also very nervous. The little black snake and red Qilin hid behind the crowd, shivering. Shao Jinghong brandished his 2 swords and slashed the demonic cultivators one by one. He glanced at the evil prince and was secretly alarmed. Just how strong was this fellow? The dust was dispersed by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. He shook his head and let go of the 2 legendary swords. Staring at the evil lord, he said, "Since this is the case, I will let you taste terror." The evil prince had always been afraid of his sky-extinguishing sword, so he didn't dare to go all out to avoid following in Lin Guanyu's footsteps. The sky-extinguishing sword appeared in his right palm, and he grasped it. The God Emperor and the white dragon disappeared, and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Zhou Xuanji's rui purple cloud robe fluttered in the powerful gale, and his black hair danced wildly. The evil lord squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze on the sky-extinguishing sword. He was shocked in his heart. Such a domineering legendary sword. Where did this brat get it from? Could it be the inheritance of an ancient sword emperor? In that instant, the evil lord's mind moved like lightning, and his imagination ran wild. Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky with his sword. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him out of nowhere and dashed along with him. Falling Flowers, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Hegemonjio, Great Dream Sword, Evil Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, 10,000 Firewood Sword, Great He Sword, Bayou King Sword, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, Heaven's Wrath Sword, Greedy Ghost Sword, incinerating fire sword. Dozens of legendary swords escorted Zhou Xuanji. The scene was extremely spectacular. The demonic cultivators who were fighting opened their eyes wide. They often heard about Zhou Xuanji's legends, but only when they saw it with their own eyes could they feel the awe. Dozens of legendary swords flew together. Each of them had their own unique phenomenon, which was stimulating to the naked eye. With the sky-extinguishing sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's speed increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he came up to the evil lord. Dozens of legendary swords surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi slashed at the evil lord. The evil lord blocked them with his blood chi, but his eyes were fixed on the sky-extinguishing sword. This sword was the biggest threat to him. "Draw your sword." The evil lord provoked intentionally. He had received intelligence that Zhou Xuanji would run out of spirit energy after swinging the sky-extinguishing sword once. If not for Zhongkuiming, Zhou Xuanji might not have been able to walk out of Great Zhou. Now, he was waiting for Zhou Xuanji to swing his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. "This old thing is really arrogant. Do you think that the sky-extinguishing sword must rely on sword chi to kill enemies?" He entered the sky-dominating divine SwordWill straightaway, and a layer of white flame burned around him. Clang! Zhou Xuanji slashed at him, and the evil lord blocked with the bloodthirsty sword instinctively. The sword broke immediately. The evil lord was greatly shocked and stepped back instinctively. But his chest was still cut by the blade, and blood splattered. Such horrifying power. The evil lord immediately backed off. Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged toward the Wuxia Alliance's evil cultivators. The legendary swords followed suit. Swoosh! 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 The legendary swords danced, and the evil cultivators were beheaded one after another. The other evil cultivators backed off in fear. "You dare!" The evil lord was enraged and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji somersaulted backward and stomped on the chicken-slaying sword with his right leg, which he used to charge toward the evil lord. They were like two meteors crashing into each other. A powerful gale swept across the land. Seeing that they were about to collide, Zhou Xuanji slashed. Sky-dominating divine sword. Sword chi shot out. The evil lord's expression changed slightly. He suddenly split into two duplicates and charged toward Zhou Xuanji from the side. The one in the middle was cut in half by the sword chi. The two duplicates clawed at Zhou Xuanji with their sharp claws and blood-red nails. They looked horrifying. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji used six-path sword shadow and surrounded the evil lord's duplicates. Then, he used the trisource vein-severing sword. His shoulders were pierced by the evil lord's sharp claws. Just as the claws were about to reach his throat, the sword chi exploded and shredded the two duplicates into ashes. Blood splattered across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy was emptied in an instant. He fell from the sky, and the legendary swords flew toward him and stacked together, forming a sword net that caught him. Everyone stopped fighting and turned their heads to look, all of them extremely nervous. The evil lord was dead? Strands of blood chi gathered together and formed into the evil lord. He covered his chest with a pale face, and blood spurted from his mouth uncontrollably. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with hatred in his eyes. This brat's switching speed was too fast, which caught him off guard. Chapter 212. Seeing that the evil lord was only injured but not dead, Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even with the Xianxia map, he needed time to recover his spirit energy. The evil lord looked down at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face. He raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Zhou Xuanji. Numerous blood-colored palms appeared out of nowhere and fell down with an unstoppable force. Mu, a majestic and domineering bull's roar came. Chongming Demon Monarch charged over and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. He used his body to block countless blood-colored palms, which caused his chi and blood to churn. The surface of his body cracked, and blood spurted out. Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenbua, and the others flew over to protect Zhou Xuanji. Chongming Demon Monarch gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I'm not a bad tank." Before anyone could answer him, the evil lord waved his right hand, and a powerful gale sent him flying away. "Today, no one can save you. Even if the great Luo Immortal comes, you will die." The evil lord laughed cruelly. Other than Daoist Old Man, everyone around Zhou Xuanji was like an ant in his eyes. Daoist Old Man put his palms together and prepared to cast a spell. "Martial." At this moment, a loud cry came, and the sky changed color. The evil lord's expression changed drastically. "Retreat!" he cried out immediately. After that, he left first. He transformed into a blood-colored cloud and disappeared into the horizon. Although the other evil cultivators did not understand what happened, they still fled in panic. Everyone was stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. Han Shenbua swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is this a slap in the face?" Zhou Xuanji, who was lying on the net of swords, turned around and saw thunderclouds billowing in the direction of the cry. "Jianghu." Daoist Old Man mumbled to himself. The others came back to their senses. It was him. Jiang Shui flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and carried him before landing on the ground. Shao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian went to check on Chongming Demon Monarch's injuries. The thunderclouds in the distance dispersed. Jianghu appeared behind the group out of nowhere. "Brother Zhou, why are you in such a sorry state?" he asked with a smile. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, and Daoist Old Man looked back at him warily. Although it was thanks to Jianghu's appearance that the evil prince was forced to retreat, they were not familiar with Jianghu and did not know his intentions. "Thank you for your help," Zhou Xuanji said as he opened his eyes. This place was far away from the state of Zhou, so why was Jianghu here? Could it be that they had been following them? Jianghu saw through the doubt in his heart, so he smiled and said, "It's nothing. Even if I don't do it, someone else will." Then, he turned to look in another direction and asked, "Am I right, Sect Leader Xian?" Sect Leader Xian. Everyone was shocked, and they subconsciously turned around to look, but there was no sign of Xian Xianghua in the forest. Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. "Why do they all like to follow me? Just because I'm handsome? Since you knew that I was here, why did you jump out and forcefully do me a favor?" Xian Xianghua's cold voice rang out. Then, a wave of demonic energy descended from the sky and landed behind everyone. The devil qi dispersed, and Xian Xianghua, Zong Kuiming, and Jiang Han appeared. Jiang Han's gaze landed on Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin before locking onto Jiang Shui. She could sense the blood bond between them. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Shui immediately understood. Her expression turned unsightly, and she tilted her head slightly to ignore her. Zong Kuiming chuckled and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Vice Sect Lord, you are so powerful. You can even injure the evil lord." The evil lord was more powerful than Lin Guanyu. He had been in the northern wilderness top 100 for a long time and could be considered an old immortal. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Xian Xianghua, asking, "How long are you going to follow me? I already said that I don't want to join the Tanhua sect." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said in annoyance, "I want to protect you along the way, and you're complaining? If not for me, you might already be dead. Either by the evil lord or by Jianghu." Hearing her, Jianghu opened his eyes wide and said in a low voice, "Nonsense. I admire Brother Zhou so much. Why would I injure him?" Shao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others looked at Jianghu warily. Compared to Jianghu, they naturally trusted Xian Xianghua more. Although Xian Xianghua had always schemed against Zhou Xuanji and wanted to pull him into the sect, she had never harmed him. She had even risked her life to save him. On the other hand, Jianghu was a stranger to her. Xianxia snorted coldly, "Scram. Don't think that I don't know what you want. The sea-freezing stone you are looking for is already in my hands." With these words, Jianghu frowned. He could not help but look at Jiang Han with displeasure in his eyes. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Han was a little afraid and quickly lowered her head. "I don't want to say it again. Jianghu, you should know how powerful I am. Back then, if you were not injured by Yang Di, would you have been third in the world? If you don't back down, I will let you know how powerful the top cultivator is." Xianxia walked toward Jianghu with a condescending look. Back then, during the World Millennium Duel, Jianghu did not even fight with Yang Di and admitted defeat. Having heard this, Jianghu's expression changed drastically. Seeing that Xianxia was about to come up to him, he sighed and cupped his fists at Zhou Xuanji, saying, "Brother Zhou, come to the Jiang clan as a guest in the future." After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. He even pretended to be angry and snorted coldly. Xianxia took 2 steps forward abruptly, and he escaped quickly out of fear. Chongming Demon Monarch, who was covered in blood, could not help but burst out laughing. Shao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Zhao Zongjian, and the others could not help but laugh too. Daoist old man sighed in amazement, "So this is the top cultivator in the world. How domineering. Even the former top cultivator is so majestic." Xianxia heard him and stared at him. "Brat, do you want to die?" she cursed. Daoist old man was so frightened that he immediately shut up. Zhou Xuanji also looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. This old demonic woman was indeed domineering. How powerful was she at her peak? Even the current third in the world was scared off by her. "Vice Sect Lord, don't be fooled by the fact that our sect has fallen apart. We still have countless disciples scattered across the world. When the Sect Lord revives the Diablo and calls for help, the Tanhua sect will surely sweep across the northern wilderness region again. At that time, you will be second only to one." Zong Kuiming came up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly as he rubbed his hands. This brat's talent was just too powerful. Perhaps even the ancient Diablo could not compare to him. Xianxia stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I can teach you my sect's ultimate divine energy, and I can also help you find the recently discovered ultimate divine energy techniques. With these 2 divine energy techniques, you will be able to dominate the world, and what happened today will never happen again. In the future, no matter how many evil lords come, they will not be able to withstand a single strike from you." Zong Kuiming let out a look of surprise. He had not expected the Grandmaster to make such a promise. Could it be that he had other intentions? He looked closely at Zhou Xuanji, then at Xianxia. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. Jiang Shui clenched her fists and bit her lips, but she didn't say anything. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "You want me to lead Tanhua sect to become more powerful? I'm sorry, although I'm not of the orthodox path, I don't like the evil path. Moreover, my heart is devoted to the sword." Chapter 213. Devoted to the sword. What kind of lousy reason was that? Zong Kuiming and Daoist old man rolled their eyes. They had lived for so long, but it was their first time seeing Xianxia treat someone like this, and this person did not appreciate it. Huang Lianxin held Jiang Shui's hand and gave a strange smile. Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake all sighed. They could all see Xianxia's affection. Facing the love of such a powerful beauty, which man could refuse? Shao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian looked at her with admiration. This was a true hero of the sword's way. Devoted to the sword, and devoted to the sword. Beauties, demons, and monsters, all of them can move aside. Xianxia stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I can make you the sect lord. From now on, whether Tanhua sect is good or evil, it will be up to you. The entire sect will listen to you. If you can make the entire sect be good, that will be the fortune of the world. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If I reject you after hearing what you said, wouldn't I be letting down the world? He looked at Xian Xianghua and said seriously, I already have a wife. Xian Xianghua shrugged and said, isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Jiang Shui heard her and stared at her. You are willing to be a concubine? After she said this, the girl's pretty face blushed immediately. Jiang Han looked at them strangely. If Xian Xianghua married Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't she be Xian Xianghua's grandmother? It was a beautiful thought. Xian Xianghua said with disdain, I can be a concubine, but you have to convince me wholeheartedly. What she meant was that you have to be more powerful than me. The atmosphere between the two women became a little awkward. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhou Xuanji quickly said, don't think about it. It's impossible between us. But if Tanhua sect is in trouble in the future, I will help. In the northern wilderness region, the strong ruled. It was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As long as they were powerful enough, women could have male pets. Of course, they would only be criticized. Xian Xianghua frowned and asked, why do you dislike me so much? I've saved you time and time again. Even when I was heavily injured, I stood up for you. I'm vicious to the people of the world. When have I ever hit or scolded you or humiliated you? I don't have any blood feud with you. I don't owe you anything. Everyone became nervous. Was this witch going to fly into a rage out of humiliation? Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, I owe you indeed, but I didn't fall in love with you. I promise you that I will definitely repay your kindness in the future and will not become Tanhua sect's enemy. Xian Xianghua killed the innocent indiscriminately and was domineering. He had killed someone without reason in front of him. Perhaps she fell in love with him now, but who could guarantee the future? What if one day she had a change of heart and forced him to do evil things? What would he do then? He asked himself honestly. Although he was not filled with a heart of justice, he had his own principles. Since he had been reborn, he naturally wanted to live a happy life. How could he not follow his heart? Are you really that heartless? Xian Xianghua asked coldly as she walked up to Zhou Xuanji and looked down at him. A horrifying murderous aura filled the heavens and earth. Even Zhong Kuiming could not help but tremble in fear. Jiang Shui walked over and took out her flaming fan. What do you want? She asked in a low voice. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Should I endure it? Zhou Xuanji hesitated, but his eyes became determined immediately. No. If he gave in now, even if he married this old demonic woman in the future, she would still bully him. In the relationship between a man and a woman, whoever lowered their head first would be lowly for the rest of their lives. Moreover, she was a demonic woman. Who knew if she would treat him like a pig or a dog in the future? It's not that I'm heartless, but the relationship between a man and a woman cannot be forced. Zhou Xuanji said forcefully. His spirit energy had already recovered by more than half, so he could just go all out. Since it's like this, don't blame me for not holding back. Xian Xianghua said coldly. After that, a wave of demonic qi sent Jiang Shui flying, and the others were also sent flying. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to resist, he felt a few pokes on his chest. He could not circulate his spirit energy, and he was swept away by the demonic qi. Humph. 1 year later, I will get married in Tanhua sect. If you can come to Tanhua sect, then come and be my guests. Xian Xianghua's arrogant laughter resounded across the sky. Jiang Shui quickly got up from the ground. Just when she wanted to chase after them, she could no longer track them. Huang Lianxin pulled her back, and the others got up angrily too. Xuanji, Jiang Shui was so anxious that tears flowed down her face. Daoist old man sighed and said, what an ill-fated relationship. Xuanji's son is just like his mother. His looks can bring disaster to a country. Xiao Jinghong threw him a stare and said, "Don't say such sarcastic words. We have to save our revered teacher." Daoist old man glanced at the group and said, "Recover first. Otherwise, are we all going to die?" After that, he walked up to Jiang Shui and waved his hand, gesturing for Huang Lianxin to leave. After Huang Lianxin left, he comforted her softly, "Don't panic. He's not dead yet. He was just taken away. Xian Xianghua loves him so much, she will not hurt him. Don't worry about Xuanji being taken away by her. There's still a year." Jiang Shui's mood turned for the better. She rubbed her red eyes and asked with a choked voice, "Will Xuanji be taken by her?" Daoist old man's face froze. Why did he not think of this? Within the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji stared at Xian Xianghua furiously and cursed, "You want to force me?" His acupoint was sealed, and he could not circulate his spirit energy. He could not move at all and could only speak. Xian Xianghua squatted down in front of him and stared at him with her bewitching eyes. She reached out and lifted his chin, letting him feel the coolness of her hand. "I'm going to force you." "So what?" she said coldly, which infuriated Zhou Xuanji. Zhong Kuiming and Jiang Han stood at the side and did not dare to interrupt. Especially Zhong Kuiming, who looked at Zhou Xuanji enviously. If he were Zhou Xuanji, he would die of happiness. He had such a great beauty as his wife, a peerless divine energy technique, and the top evil sect as his dowry. Damn, the world is so unfair. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua stared at each other, competing with each other. A while later, Xian Xianghua unsealed Zhou Xuanji's acupoint and said, "Don't fight with me. Focus on your cultivation. It doesn't matter whether you want to be the Tanhua sect lord or not. A year later, you have to marry me. After you master the peerless divine energy technique of Tanhua sect, I will help you ascend to the sect lord's throne." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Now that things had come to this, he could only focus on his cultivation. As long as he mastered the third level of the world Buddha art, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Wudi would be nothing to him. A year later, he would surely be more powerful. "You have to bring them along, or else I will kill myself," Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Xiao Jinghong and the others were outside. If they were attacked by Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance, it would be bad. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and instructed, "Zhong Kuiming, bring them to Tanhua sect." Zhong Kuiming nodded and left immediately. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and began cultivating. Xian Xianghua sat beside him and said softly, "In this year, I will revive the ancient Diablo. At that time, the entire Tanhua sect will surely worship the Diablo. Before that, you and I will work together to kill the Diablo. After that, I will announce that the Diablo's soul has dissipated, and he will appoint you as the sect lord." Chapter 214. Kill Evil King? Zhou Xuanji had a strange expression and asked, "He's your father, are you sure?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "What kind of father is he? The reason why the Tanhua sect is so cruel and tyrannical is because of him. I have at least 100 brothers and sisters, and he forced us to kill each other. Until today, I am the only one left. The other 3 demon chiefs and many elders of the Tanhua sect still believe in the evil king and hope that he will make a comeback. If the evil king's soul is really destroyed, then the Tanhua sect will be able to reform. If you want the Tanhua sect to become a righteous sect that does good and accumulates virtue, you have to completely destroy the evil king." The killing intent in her eyes made Zhou Xuanji speechless. He asked, "Only you and I know about this, or?" He glanced at Jiang Han from the corner of his eye. When Jiang Han heard that, her face turned pale and she hurriedly explained, "I absolutely won't say it out." "Absolutely. I swear." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said, "She's your little lover's grandmother. If she tells others and you die, can your little lover live? Moreover, if she dares to spread it, I have countless ways to make her wish for death. After saying that, she looked at Jianghu and chuckled. Have you heard of the 18 levels of hell? I know the punishments of every floor. Jianghu was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She quickly said, I swear that I will be loyal to the sect master and will never betray him. Zhou Xuanji was filled with amazement. Aren't you crazy old woman very arrogant? Why are you acting like a dog in front of Xianxia? It seemed that with Xianxia around, Jianghu would not dare to oppose his marriage with Jianghu. Thinking of this, his mood improved a little. Zhou Xuanji stopped talking and began to focus on cultivation. Although he was disgusted by Xianxia's indiscriminate killing of innocent people, he could truly feel the old witch's affection and believe that she would not harm him. After a while. What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Xianxia asked curiously. She could sense that Zhou Xuanji needed a massive amount of spiritual qi, which was even more profound than the energy technique she cultivated. Could it be? Her beautiful eyes emitted a strange splendor. Her gaze was like a pool of spring water, wanting to drown the man in front of her. None of your business. Zhou Xuanji snorted. Xianxia's eyes widened when she heard that. She reached out as if she was going to hit him, but he still didn't open his eyes, so she could only let out a soft snort. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt that the surrounding spiritual qi had become extremely dense. He opened his eyes and looked and asked, You? Don't be. Xianxia replied indifferently. It was obvious that she was still angry. Zhou of Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes again, and Xianxia glared at him again in anger. Xuanji. She was this kid really impervious to everything? Zhou of Xuanji. Just like that, he would subdue you again and again, and one day, he would turn you into a bootlicker. You. Evil. Xuanji. Zhou of me. Of. Zhou of I. They haven't stopped yet. She, of Jiang of Xiong of. Jiang. She, Zhou. Jiang. Zhou, of. Xiang, and again. Xianxia closed her eyes and replied, At first, I thought you were the 10,000-year prince, so I paid attention to you and wanted to recruit you into the sect. But I found that you are very interesting. You are different from others. Others fear me when they see me and do not even dare to look at me. You are very weak, but your eyes are always filled with dissatisfaction like a resentful wife. So, I followed you and fell in love with you. The stories you tell your little lover are not bad. I like them. You must tell them to me in the future. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and said furiously, You followed me? It was terrifying to think about it. Did she hear his complaints about Xianxia? For example, old demonic woman, is she ugly under the veil? Why can't she get married after 10,000 years? Xianxia glanced at him and said with a faint smile, I will help you understand your doubts about me. The two of them chatted as though no one else was around, which made Jianghu feel awkward. It was tiring to keep her head down. By the way, what is the 10,000-year prince? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had such an identity. The 10,000-year prince is a child of fate that is only born once every 10,000 years. If he does not die prematurely, he will definitely become a great emperor. Once he is born, his cultivation will skyrocket unstoppably. He will not encounter any bottlenecks in cultivation. Isn't that you? Xianxia replied. She looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. My future husband, you must defeat Yang Di and help your wife reclaim the throne of the top cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji ignored her words. He raised his brow. He knew very well why he could cultivate so quickly. Apart from his own talent, the supreme legendary sword system was also very important. Without the legendary sword, how could he overcome all obstacles, kill enemies, and obtain treasures to reach where he was today? Which meant that there might really be a 10,000-year prince in this world. Interesting. He was not afraid but looked forward to it. Just like that, the two of them cultivated and asked questions to understand each other. 3 days later, the demonic chi dissipated, and the three of them landed on the ground. A world of ice and snow was reflected in his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the sky was covered in flying snow, the bone-chilling wind, and numerous icebergs rose and fell one after another. 1,000 meters in front of him was an ice pool with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The edge of the pool was surrounded by mountains, faintly discernible in the flying snow. Could this be the sacred land of the Tanhua sect, the fallen immortal heavenly lake? Jianghu said excitedly. It was obvious that she had been looking forward to meeting him for a long time. Fallen immortal heavenly lake. Zhou Xuanji had heard Daoist old man mention that a long time ago, an immortal had fallen here. After he died, his magic energy dissipated and sealed the heavens and earth in ice, forming the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The surroundings of the fallen immortal heavenly lake were affected by immortal energy, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way here. Follow me. If you get lost, you'll die. Xianxia walked to the front and said casually. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. Just when he was about to stop, a wave of demonic chi pushed him to Xianxia's side. Xianxia grabbed his right arm and said with a smile, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll keep my eyes on you. Don't even think about escaping in this lifetime, unless I die." Zhou Xuanji sighed and could only admit defeat. Jianghu followed closely behind, afraid that she would get lost. Soon, they stepped onto the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The Tanhua sect is at the bottom. This layer of ice is hundreds of feet thick and is made of Xian ice. Even a Mahayana cultivator would find it difficult to force his way through. Xianxia introduced as she walked. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. It seemed like the location of the sect was very important. He wondered if Skyfall also had such a wondrous place. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped. A wave of demonic chi flowed out from her feet and wrapped around Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of weightlessness. Surrounded by demonic chi, they were unable to see their surroundings clearly. After landing on the ground, the demonic energy dissipated. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw that he was in an underground space. Lava flowed on the walls, and fiery light illuminated the spacious underground space. In front of him was a majestic palace. 2 terrifying demon statues that were hundreds of feet tall stood beside them, looking malevolent and terrifying. Chapter 2:15. Zhou Xuanji's gaze fell on the 2 demon images. They had 3 heads and 6 arms, and their upper bodies were bare. Their muscles were exaggerated, and their fangs were exposed. They looked savage and terrifying, like hellish asuras. They were the protectors of the Tanhua sect when it was founded. Qingzhua and Black Grudge died a long time ago. At that time, Tanhua sect relied on Green Scorch and Black Grudge to establish themselves in the chaotic northern wilderness region. Xianxia introduced to Zhou Xuanji with a look of admiration in her eyes. Although she hated the ancient Diablo, she was still very proud of the Tanhua sect's inheritance. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Sounds of something tearing through the air could be heard as dozens of black-robed men appeared in front of them. They knelt on the ground and cupped their fists as they shouted, "Greetings, Sovereign." Their cultivation had all reached leaving Aperture Realm, and there was a faint killing intent emanating from them. Xianxia said indifferently, "Yes." As she spoke, she walked forward. Her right hand still did not let go of Zhou Xuanji's arm. Jianghu followed closely behind. After they walked through the main entrance, the men in black raised their hands. Who's that? To think that the Grand Master would personally pull him along. That's right. This is the first time I've seen one. In the past, the Grand Master would never touch a captive. And that beauty at the back. TSK, she looks very interesting. Shuk, recently, the sect master wants to revive the ancient Diablo. We have to be careful lest we get kicked out of the Tanhua sect. This day has finally come. Once the evil king revives, our Tanhua sect will not be in such a sorry state. The black-clothed people discussed animatedly. At the mention of the ancient Diablo, all of them revealed fervent expressions, as if they were talking about their own beliefs. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji followed behind Xian Xianghua. Along the way, he saw many devil cultivators, both male and female. When the devil cultivators saw Xian Xianghua, they would all kneel down and greet her. The spiritual energy at the bottom of the fallen immortal heavenly lake was extremely rich, and one could see people cultivating everywhere. Zhou Xuanji could not help but wonder if the Tanhua sect had really declined. Why does it feel like it's still thriving? After a while, Zhou Xuanji saw another demon chief, who was called the Fury Wave Demon Chief. He wore a forest green robe and had a black crown made of an eagle's head. He knelt in front of Xian Xianghua and asked excitedly, "Sect Lord, when will the ancient Diablo be revived?" Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and said, "I have my own arrangements. Who are you to speak so much?" The Fury Wave demon head shrank back in fright and hurriedly kowtowed in apology. "Settle her down. She will be the branch leader of the Tanhua sect in the future. Don't neglect her." Hearing this, the Fury Wave demon head raised its head and looked at Jiang Han, its gaze filled with doubt. Who was this woman? Why was she directly appointed as a branch leader? He didn't dare to ask and could only obey. Xian Xianghua continued to pull Zhou Xuanji in. Who is he? The Fury Wave demon chief could not hold back his curiosity and asked Jiang Han. Jiang Han replied, "Zhou Xuanji." Zhou Xuanji? The Fury Wave demon chief frowned. This name sounded very familiar. Wait a minute. Sword God Zhou. The strongest prodigy in the northern wilderness region in the past 10,000 years, the youngest person to enter the northern wilderness top 100 in history, the first person to rank first in the northern wilderness prodigy ranking. Various names that shook the northern wilderness region flashed past in the Fury Wave demon head sea. He could not help but feel excited. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was really going to become the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? If it was anyone else, he might not be convinced, even if they were in the northern wilderness top 100. But Zhou Xuanji was filled with anticipation. Because the entire world thought that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to become the top cultivator in the world. He was only a little over 20 years old. The Fury Wave demon chief thought back to when he was 20 years old and had not yet stepped onto the path of cultivation. Tanhua sect is about to rise up, he muttered to himself. Which made Jiang Han smile proudly. After all, Zhou Xuanji was her grandson-in-law. Boom! A large door was kicked open and Zhou Xuanji was pulled in by Xian Xianghua. He looked around the palace. This palace was very spacious and looked very dazzling. The ground was smooth, and there were many different colored spirit stones embedded into the stone pillars. This is my palace. In the future, you can live here. If you need anything, just give me a shout. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand and the door closed. She giggled and said, "If you want women, there are many in Tanhua sect. You can play with them however you want." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, "Really?" Xian Xianghua moved to his ear and said coldly, "Really?" Killing intent. He was speechless. Just what did she want? Should I play, or not? Following this, Xian Xianghua walked to a pool at the center of the palace. She formed hand seals and started to cast a technique. Zhou Xuanji walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" I'm building a spirit gathering formation for you. This is a spirit pool. You can cultivate in it. Xianxia replied, which made him delighted. He was cultivating the world Buddha art and needed massive amounts of spiritual qi. Oh yeah, you must protect my Jianghu. If anything happens to her, I will not forgive you. If she dies, I will kill myself too, Zhou Xuanji reminded. Zhou Xuanji reminded, which made Xianxia roll her eyes and ignore him. A while later, Xianxia took back her hand and said, "Cultivate first. I still have something to do." With that, she disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji was not worried about any tricks. He took off the Rui purple cloud robe and walked into the spirit pool slowly. Squeak, the three-eyed drought rodent ran out from his arms. When he landed to recuperate, this little thing jumped into his arms and had been lurking ever since. Zhou Xuanji smiled at it before sitting in the spirit pool to cultivate. This spirit pool was 1/2 meter deep and 6 meters wide. With the amplification from the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual qi here was dozens of times denser than outside. And with the Tianxia map, his heart began to beat faster, and he quickly began cultivating the first level of the world Buddha art. While cultivating the mental energy technique, the spiritual qi entered his body and increased his cultivation. However, it was not as much as when he focused on internalizing qi. After cultivating for a while, he was pleasantly surprised. With this speed, he was confident that he could master world internalization within a year. The difficulty of the next 2 levels was 100 times, or even more. At the same time, in another great hall, Xianxia sat on the main seat, and dozens of Tanhua sects higher-ups gathered below. "Sect Lord, I heard from the Fury Wave Demon Chief that you brought Zhou Xuanji back." A blood-haired old man asked excitedly. He was short and wore a yellow robe with leopard patterns. His face looked wretched. He was one of the Tanhua sect's 4 demon chiefs, the Blood-Wing Demon Chief. The other Tanhua sect elders and hall lords looked at Xianxia in anticipation. Xianxia nodded calmly and said, "After reviving the ancient Diablo, I will marry him so that he will never be able to get rid of Tanhua sect." With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. Marry? So ruthless? No one dared to object, and no one was jealous. Even if some people had liked Xianxia before, they had long since been destroyed by her ruthlessness and viciousness. This is doable. We can do our best to nurture him. With his talent, he might be able to fight his way into the top 10 in the next World Millennium Duel. Next time, he might be able to compete with Yang Di. The Fury Wave Demon Chief said, becoming more and more excited. The others all nodded. They were getting tired of hearing about Zhou Xuanji, and even many disciples in the sect were talking about him. Chapter 216. I have my own plans for nurturing them. Tell me how many forces are preparing to invade the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Xianxia supported her cheek with her right hand and said casually. The Tanhua sect's group came back to their senses from Zhou Xuanji's surprise. The Fury Wave Demon Chief cupped his fists and said, "Xuanhe Divine Monk and the 4 divine generals of the Hunyuan Empire are already on their way. The Merciful Melody Cliff, the Red River Valley, the Hegemon Sword Sect, and the Xinhao Sect are all getting restless. If we don't revive the evil king soon, we might not be able to stop them." The others also looked worried. Xianxia was injured, and her strength was not as good as before. Just them alone would not be able to defend against this group of heroes. Chief Monk Xuanhe, this little monk is really annoying. Xianxia's eyes flickered as she said coldly. She had never expected an ordinary little monk to become the Northern Wilderness region's top monk. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Drake King and the demonic sovereign seemed to intend to invade the mainland. They might be our true enemies. The Blood-Wing Demon Chief pondered. The moment he mentioned these 2 supreme experts, the other demonic cultivators couldn't help but be moved. 5th in the world. 2nd in the world. In other words, after this battle, they will take advantage of the situation and enter? If it was a one-on-one battle, she was not afraid. But when these two fellows joined forces, they were really strong. The Fury Wave Demon Chief clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "Humph, these treacherous and despicable people. Back then, they were so lowly when facing our Tanhua sect." The others also felt indignant. Xianxia waved her hand and said, "All right, you guys continue to gather the disciples and wait for my orders. In addition, we still have to pay attention to Sunlight Emperor's movements. Although this guy stands aloof from worldly affairs, as the world's #1, there are not many things that he can pursue. We have to be careful." The two demon chiefs nodded their heads. Then, Xianxia turned into a ball of demonic qi and disappeared. The demonic cultivators began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. TSK, I didn't expect the sect leader to get married. Only a genius like this is worthy of the Grand Master. I heard that Zhou Xuanji did not want to be the vice sect lord at all. He was kidnapped by the sect lord. Ha, this is our sect leader, domineering. Have you seen him? What does he look like? Of course he's a man of striking appearance. Few men in this world can compare to his looks and temperament. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji focused on cultivating, while the three-eyed drought rodent stood by the pool and absorbed spiritual qi together. This little guy had never grown up, but with spiritual energy filling its body, its lifespan was extended. Xianxia suddenly appeared in the hall. She walked to the side of the pool and sat down to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, and neither of them disturbed the other. Time passed like this. 7 days later, Xianxia got up and left, while Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. During these days, he didn't get up. He didn't need to eat, drink, or go to the toilet. He cultivated wholeheartedly. An hour later, Xianxia returned. She still did not disturb him, and he did not open his eyes. Another 10 days passed. Your companions have already arrived at the Tanhua sect. I've sent people to settle them down. You don't have to worry. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "I want to take a look." Xianxia waved her right hand, and a water ball rose from the spiritual pool. The water ball projected images of Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others. They walked into a mansion. There were many courtyards in the mansion. It would not be a problem for hundreds of people to live there. Zhong Kuiming stood in front of the gate and said with a smile, "You guys can stay here during this period of time. I will send people to guard you." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Jianghu looked around anxiously and asked Daoist Old Man, "Can you divine where Zhou Xuanji is?" Daoist Old Man shook his head and said, "I can't. But along the way, we heard the words of those demonic cultivators. Xianxia should not make things difficult for him." The others were also observing the headquarters of the Tanhua sect, which was an eye-opener for them. Chongming Demon Monarch sighed in amazement, "Actually, it's okay to be the sect lord of the Tanhua sect. We can transform the Tanhua sect into a sword sect." The little black snake stared at him and cursed, "What do you know? A man's dignity, do you understand? You're a snake demon, you're not a man either." Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. The two demons began to bicker again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm cultivating in Xianxia's spiritual pool. The spiritual qi here is very dense. You guys can cultivate in peace. I'll come and see you guys later. Jianghu, don't be afraid. I won't leave you behind." His last sentence made Jianghu feel both touched and worried. She held back her urge to cry and nodded. Since things had come to this, she knew that crying was useless. Only by working hard to become more powerful could she snatch Zhou Xuanji back from Xianxia. On the other side. In the palace, Xianxia asked curiously, "Why do you value this girl so much?" Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told her about his past with Jianghu. After hearing it, Xianxia was silent. He could not help but ask, "Are you touched? Do you have the heart to separate us?" Xianxia snorted, "When did I say that I want to separate you two? I don't object to you marrying her. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. You are going to be the sect lord in the future, after all." Zhou Xuanji was utterly defeated. He could only sigh and continue to cultivate. Xianxia looked at his face, and her eyes were filled with resentment. In the spacious palace, the two were silent. A month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 3. He already had a deep understanding of world internalization, but it was a saint energy technique that required a long time to comprehend. Just the trajectory of the qi circulation was already complicated. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been confused. "Brat, what energy technique are you cultivating? Were the changes in the heavens and earth because of you?" Xianxia sensed the ripple of spirit energy from Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously. Could it be a divine energy technique from the Tianxia map? Facing her question, Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while but still nodded. But he did not tell her what energy technique it was. Xianxia came to a sudden realization and sighed in amazement, "With your talent and the Tianxia map, I can't even imagine what heights you can reach in the future." She blinked and stared at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face with a smile in her eyes. After a while, she continued to speak. 3 months later, I will revive the ancient Diablo. At that time, you will come with me. I want you to attack the ancient Diablo first, and I will absorb his cultivation when he is unprepared. I will recover to my peak, or even more powerful. Once I succeed, the following dangers will be nothing. I will make you the most powerful man in the world. Whatever you want, I will help you get it." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at the vicious woman in front of him. No matter how hardened his heart was, he could not help but feel a little touched by her words. He did not say much but only nodded. 3 months was nothing in terms of cultivation. Xianxia would go out occasionally, but Zhou Xuanji had never stepped out of the spirit pool. 3 months later, he broke through to astral projection level 4. The previous chapter was written incorrectly. 3 demon chiefs were written as 4 demon chiefs. It had been changed, but some channels were not changed. This is a reminder. Chapter 217. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the spirit energy in his body, and the Tianxia map appeared faintly in his palm. Despite having achieved a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm 4 Dan, Zhang Xian did not feel excited at all. Instead, he frowned deeply. The world Buddha art was simply too difficult to cultivate. This was only the first level. How heaven-defying would the next 2 levels be? At this moment, he deeply suspected that those experts who went crazy for the Tianxia map went crazy because the world Buddha art was too difficult to cultivate. Xianxia, who was at the side of the pool, opened her eyes and said to him, "Since you've already broken through, we should take action." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and got up slowly. After stepping out of the spirit pool, a wave of hot air evaporated the water on his body. He put on the Rui purple cloud robe, and the 3-eyed drought rodent hopped onto his shoulder. Xianxia stood up and walked to his side, wanting to help him tidy up his robes. He subconsciously retreated, but he was not as fast as her. She grabbed his shoulder and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Why is it that the more I look at you, the more I find you pleasing to the eye? So handsome." Zhou Xuanji had goosebumps all over his body. Was this old demonic woman crazy? The more enthusiastic she was, the more uncomfortable he felt. Because he had yet to accept this favor. The difference of 10,000 years was just too great. After a while, when the two of them walked out of the hall, the 3 demon chiefs were already waiting outside. "Greetings, sect master." The 3 of them knelt on the ground and cupped their fists as they shouted. Their faces were filled with excitement. Xianxia nodded and said, "Let's go to the ancestral hall." With that, she waved her right hand, and demonic energy rose from the ground, sweeping everyone away. After the demonic qi dissipated, a giant bronze gate that was hundreds of meters tall appeared before Zhou Xuanji's eyes. The giant door was engraved with the statues of Green Scorch and Black Grudge, and the sides were the cave walls. "All of you wait outside. The evil king will go berserk very easily. I will bring him in," Xianxia said. The 3 demon chiefs were stunned. They were not going in but were going to let Zhou Xuanji in? The Blood-Winged Demon Chief asked, "Sect Master, Brother Zhou is the hope of our Tanhua sect. Why should we put him in danger?" Although they believed in the evil king, they also knew how dangerous this matter was. Zhong Kuiming nodded as well and said, "If the 3 of us enter, we can help restrain the evil king if he goes berserk." Even though the Fury Wave Demon Chief did not say anything, he nodded towards Zhou Xuanji in a friendly manner. Now, the entire sect had great expectations for Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia said calmly, "You are all devils, so your spiritual power will be absorbed by the evil king. However, he is not afraid. He has the awe-inspiring righteousness, which is the bane of evil devils. Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even I believed him. When the 3 demon chiefs heard this, they could only give up. Xianxia grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder with her right hand and brought him through the massive bronze door. The Fury Wave Demon Chief scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Zhong Kuiming glared at him and said, "Whatever the sect master says goes. Don't forget, it was the sect master who first suggested reviving the evil king, and she was also the one who went to find the soul-nurturing pearl. What are you all worried about?" The Blood-Winged Demon Chief nodded. Xianxia had once led the Tanhua sect to prosperity, but there were too many legends about the Diablo. Furthermore, he had fought with legendary figures, so he was deified in their hearts. They always felt that Xianxia was inferior to the Diablo. Now that the Tanhua sect was in danger, they could only place their hopes on the ancient Diablo. Meanwhile, inside the bronze door, Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground. He looked at Xianxia in shock and asked, "What kind of magic is this?" She could enter without opening the door, and it was completely silent. This kind of teleportation magic was quite amazing. This old demonic woman must have come through many doors. Xianxia did not reply to him and looked ahead. There was an ancient altar in front of her. There were fire platforms around it, and the light from the flames illuminated the cave. On the altar, a black pearl that was as big as a fist floated. Strands of black qi circled around the black pearl. Xianxia waved her right hand, and a man in a gray robe with a white cloth wrapped around his face appeared on the altar. Zhou Xuanji frowned. What the hell? Did this old demonic woman bring a corpse with her? Zhou Xuanji looked at her disdainfully and instinctively moved away from her. He's not completely dead yet. I've nurtured him in an independent space. Don't worry, this person has done many evil things. Even if he's dead, he's doing good for the world. Xianxia glanced at him and coldly harumphed. After that, she raised her hands and began to cast a magic. Boom! 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 Waves of spiritual qi came from the cave walls and poured into the soul-nurturing pearl and the man. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. An indistinct murderous aura began to spread, and the temperature in the ancestral hall dropped gradually. Xianxia raised her arms, and the entire altar began to tremble. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. A life of bitterness, death is inevitable, she began to chant softly, and her voice became extremely bewitching. Ascend to heaven to become an immortal, descend to hell to become a demon. The thoughts of immortals and demons, only ask the heart, if I give up my cultivation, what is there to fear? If I slaughter the world, what is there to regret? Zhou Xuanji's head hurt. Wasn't this the scripture that Jianghu and the other demonic cultivators chanted? What kind of incantation was this? The soul-nurturing pearl emitted countless strands of black qi, which entered the man's body. Boo-hoo! The man struggled violently and wanted to speak, but the white cloth wrapped around his face and blocked his mouth. Seeing that he was in pain, Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. The pain of being possessed was unimaginable to ordinary people. Back then, he was almost possessed by the evil demon in the Xianxia map, which made Zhou Xuanji very disgusted. Of course, he did not blame Wuxia Xianxia because of this. This person had nothing to do with him after all. Ha ha ha, a burst of wild laughter came from the soul-nurturing pearl. Next, the soul-nurturing pearl descended, pierced through the man's chest, and entered his body. The man began to tremble violently. His moans grew louder, and he seemed to be in more pain than before. Get ready. When he stands up, attack. Wuxia Xianxia's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was a telepathic technique. He did not take out his sword immediately but waited for an opportunity. Time ticked by. The man's aura grew more and more powerful. Soon, it reached a level that sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He was shocked in his heart. How powerful was the ancient Diablo? He had such an aura right after being revived. He dared not imagine how powerful he was at his peak. An hour later. The man straightened his upper body and sat on the altar. He stretched his neck, and a hoarse voice came from under the white cloth, "Ah! Such enchanting spiritual qi! I was right about you." The ancient Diablo was revived. Wuxia Xianxia smiled with squinted eyes, "Father, you're finally revived. I've spent 10,000 years for this day." Her eyes were filled with excitement, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh in amazement. Life was really like a play. You're a good actress. 10,000 years? How's the Tanhua sect? Who's the most powerful in this era? The Diablo asked in astonishment. As for Zhou Xuanji, he ignored him. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was just a disciple of an evil sect who did odd jobs. The Tanhua sect is in danger. The top cultivator in the world is someone called Yang Di. Wuxia Xianxia replied honestly. Having heard that, the Diablo supported himself with his hands and stood up slowly. Swoosh! The sky-extinguishing sword was thrown over and pierced into the Diablo's chest. Blood spurted out, and the horrifying force sent the Diablo flying backward. He crashed into the cave wall, and the blade pierced through his chest and into the rocks. The Diablo hung on the wall. Chapter 218. Who are you? How dare you attack this king? The evil king, who was hanging on the wall, asked in a cold voice. Even though they had surrendered, he did not fly into a rage. Zhou Xuanji stepped out, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. He stared at the ancient Diablo and said, "You can call me the evil lord, or you can call me Ta Tianchen. I will destroy you, evil demon, and return peace to the world." Wuxia Xianxia rolled her eyes. This kid was really ruthless. Evil monarch? Heaven trampling sinking? Very well, this king will kill you first to tell this world that this king has returned. The ancient Diablo said coldly. He shook his right shoulder, and the sky-extinguishing sword was forced out of his chest and returned to Zhou Xuanji's hand. He ignored the wound on his chest and slowly flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Kid, do you know who this king is? Back then, when this king dominated the world and was invincible, did you ever witness this king's might? The ancient Diablo laughed loudly and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji gripped the sky-extinguishing sword and his aura exploded. He used the 8-step sword lunge and dodged the ancient Diablo's attack. There was a loud bang. The evil king fell to the ground, causing the ground to collapse and debris to fly everywhere. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and directly used the sky-dominating divine sword. The sword chi slammed into the ancient Diablo's body, instantly inundating him. The bronze gate trembled violently. The three demon chiefs looked at each other, extremely nervous. Fury Wave Demon Chief clenched his teeth and asked, "The evil king has indeed gone mad. Are we really not going in?" There was a restriction inside the bronze gate that could block out divine senses. They couldn't see what was going on inside and could only feel the vibrations. "What are you going in for? Have you forgotten what the sect leader said? This door is to prevent the evil king from harming the disciples in the sect. If we open it and go in, won't it cause a great disaster?" Zhong Kuiming frowned. The Blood-Winged Demon Chief nodded. Xianxia was so strong that even she couldn't deal with her, so naturally, they couldn't do anything. Thus, they could only wait patiently. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the ancient Diablo were fighting intensely. The ancient Diablo had just been revived, so his strength was naturally not at its peak. Even so, Zhou Xuanji, who held the sky-extinguishing sword, was unable to gain the upper hand. The two of them moved back and forth within the ancestral hall. The rocks kept collapsing, and the evil king's maniacal laughter never stopped. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. Why wasn't Xianxia attacking yet? This kid's strength is not bad. How did you manage to bring him here? Evil King asked with a smile as he fought. His tone was a little sinister. Xianxia pretended to be frightened and said, "I didn't know he was so powerful. He usually doesn't show his strength. I didn't expect him to be from the Haotian church." Haotian sect. The ancient Diablo's aura suddenly grew stronger, giving Zhou Xuanji a huge fright. "So it's that group of worms. No wonder you want to kill this king," the Diablo said coldly. He suddenly sped up, and his right knee struck Zhou Xuanji's abdomen. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji's powerful body, he might have fainted immediately. He immediately transformed into a silver sword and flew rapidly, blending into his many divine swords. All the divine swords attacked the Diablo together. 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded and attacked the evil king. The evil king was calm and took on all of them. The Diablo struck out with both palms, sending all the divine swords around him flying. He laughed and said, "Brat, your divine art is quite, pa." A fair hand landed on his back, causing his movements to instantly stop. It was Xianxia. The Diablo turned around instinctively and saw Xianxia's cold eyes. You?" he asked. His tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He could sense that his spirit energy was being absorbed by Xianxia. Even his soul was trembling in fear. It was a peerless energy technique that he taught Xianxia personally. Xianxia wore a veil, and her eyes were emotionless. She stared at the Diablo as though she was looking at a dead man. "Father, after you died, I led the Tanhua sect to rise and even made it dominate the northern wilderness region. I'm more powerful than you. I'm the top cultivator in the world, but you were suppressed by the Hegemon Sword Emperor your entire life. He became one of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way and is everlasting. As for you, not many people know about you." Xianxia spoke slowly, and the murderous intent in her eyes became more and more tangible. The Diablo was furious. "This king is your father," he said with gritted teeth. "Are you going to kill your own father?" In his eyes, his children could not talk back to him. His children who dared to go against him were all dead. "You killed my mother and forced us siblings to kill each other. During those years, you forced me to kill one of my siblings every month. Since that's the case, why can't I kill you?" Xianxia said coldly. Her right hand suddenly pierced through the Diablo's back. "Not only do I want you to die, I want you to die in pain. Back then, you were severely injured by the hegemon Sword Emperor. You felt that you were powerless, so you ended your life to preserve your soul. You wanted to reincarnate, but I stopped you. Through the memories in your soul, I learned all of your abilities. Father, you should be satisfied now. After you die, your legacy will not be broken, but it will have nothing to do with you anymore. Xianxianghua's words were like sharp blades that pierced into the Diablo's heart. Zhou Xuanji landed far away and sighed in amazement in his heart, so ruthless. But more than anything, he felt sympathy. Xianxianghua must have experienced unimaginable pain for her to become so ruthless. If he were her, could he have persevered? He was not sure. But he could not help but admire and feel sorry for her. Even after experiencing countless hardships and living for tens of thousands of years, she still fell in love with him. Such affection suddenly made him feel very heavy. The Diablo was silent and did not speak. The ancestral palace returned to silence. Xianxianghua's aura grew more horrifying, while the Diablo began to weaken. A long while later, the Diablo's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Father has let you down. He mumbled softly as though he was sleep-talking. Xianxianghua squinted her eyes but did not stop. She was no longer the weak girl from back then. Her shrewdness was no less than the Diablo's. Another half an hour passed. Xianxianghua withdrew her hand, and the Diablo's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji noticed a visible baleful aura between her brows. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. He did not want Xianxianghua to be possessed by the Diablo. Xianxianghua did not reply, which made him frown. A while later, Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and walked up to her carefully. He lightly pierced the sword into Xianxianghua's shoulder. The tip of the sword penetrated her flesh, which made her frown slightly. "Who are you?" he asked softly. He did not know if the truth sword had any effect on the Diablo. "Your wife." Zhou Xuanji stored the truth sword, and his mouth twitched. "Damn! Is the gold-grade legendary sword so weak? It has no effect." Xianxianghua opened her eyes and said bitterly, "You hurt me with a sword. How cruel." Zhou Xuanji was speechless and did not know how to explain. "My cultivation has completely recovered, and I can even surpass my peak. Next, I will reclaim the top rank in the world. Those who dare to cause trouble at the Tanhua sect will all die." Xianxianghua squinted her eyes. Her eyes were filled with arrogance, and her tone became even more deranged. The insufferably arrogant number 1 demonic cultivator had returned. Chapter 219. His cultivation recovered? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and felt a shadow in his heart. If that was the case, how could he escape? However, he heard that the other factions were preparing to attack the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Perhaps that would be his chance to escape. Thinking about it, it would be good if he did not escape. Tui. I'm a man, I must have dignity. Zhou Xuanji's willpower became even more resolute. His heart was like a boulder, and he did not waver. He looked at Xianxianghua. He did not know what this old demonic woman looked like. Even now, he still did not know what she looked like. Xianxianghua suddenly opened her eyes and smiled as she said, "What? You've been staring at me, are you mesmerized by my domineeringness?" Zhou Xuanji harumphed and said, "I'm just curious about what you look like." Looking at her beautiful eyes, her face should be quite stunning. Of course, she could also be a veiled killer. In his previous life, he had seen many women like this. Sunglasses killer, mask killer, back killer. I was afraid that I would scare you, so I did not take off my mask. Xianxianghua said softly with a bitter look in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and inwardly rejoiced. She was indeed ugly. He had finally found this old demonic woman's weakness. Wait. If she was ugly and I was forced to marry her, wouldn't I be the one suffering? Zhou Xuanji's face immediately turned green. Xianxia was startled and laughed out loud. Following this, she tore off her purple veil. Zhou Xuanji looked over, and his eyes immediately widened. This was an incredibly exquisite and beautiful face. Her skin was white and smooth, and her face was neither fat nor thin. She had a fine nose and red lips, and she looked like the most perfect creature in the world. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Even Lady Zhao Xian could not compare to her. Especially when paired with her extremely enchanting eyes, she could seduce any man's heart. Seeing that he was dazed, Xianxia could not help but laugh. Her laughter was like a snow lotus blooming on a tall mountain, or like a shooting star in the silent night sky, resplendent and breathtaking. She raised her hand and pulled, and a suction force pulled Zhou Xuanji forward. He stumbled and fell into her embrace. He felt so soft that he felt as if he had no bones. His face reddened and he hurriedly stood up. Xianxia quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. Their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes met, and everything around them seemed to have disappeared. "Am I beautiful?" she asked with a chuckle, and an indescribable fragrance wafted over his face. He tried his best to retreat, but his strength was not as great as hers. He could not break free at all. He hurriedly said, "That's beautiful. Let go of me." Just as he spoke, Xianxia pulled his hand, and Zhou Xuanji lost his balance and fell straight down. He widened his eyes and saw that his lips were pressed against Xianxia's lips. F***ck. His brain instantly crashed. Before he could feel more, Xianxia pushed him away. He retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. "Tsk tisk." Xianxia winked at him and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Zhou Xuanji was both angry and embarrassed. He did not know how to reply. He quickly retreated to the front of the bronze gate, keeping a distance from her. Seeing this, Xianxia smiled brilliantly. Even though she had lost her composure, she was still captivating. Zhou Xuanji sensed the mockery and became angry. "Hurry up and let me out," he said with a deep voice. The evil king had been killed, and it was time for him to leave. If he continued to stay like this, he was afraid that he would lose his virginity. "Don't be anxious. Don't tell me you're not moved by me at all. There's only the 2 of us here. Don't you want to do something?" Xianxia's eyes were like silk as she asked in an extremely seductive tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart raced, but when he thought of Jianghu, he calmed down. With a dark expression, he said, "You and I are not married yet. Don't mess around. I'm a gentleman." Xianxia heard him and laughed even louder. Her laughter pierced into his heart like sharp blades, making him want to find a hole to hide in. Damn! How did she turn the tables on him? Zhou Xuanji inwardly despised himself for his performance just now. After laughing for a while, Xianxia put on her veil again. She got up slowly and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. "Everyone who has seen my true appearance is dead. You are the only one who is still alive." She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lifted his chin. "My little husband, I will treat you well in the future. Just wait to enjoy your life." "Oh, that's right. In exchange, you must often tell me stories like the cowherd and the weaving maid, and the white snake Xuxian." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. When he had told Jianghu and the others these 2 stories, there had been quite some time between them. How long had this old demonic woman been following him? Following this, she grabbed his shoulder, and the 2 of them left the ancestral palace. Outside the gate, the 2 of them appeared out of nowhere. The 3 demon chiefs, who were cultivating, immediately got up. "Sect Lord, what's the situation? Where's the Diablo? What happened just now?" The three demon chiefs asked anxiously, looking expectant. Xianxia said calmly, the Diablo's soul dissipated and he reincarnated. However, before he died, he helped me heal. Now, I'm fully recovered and even stronger than at my peak. We can get through the Tanhua sect's crisis this time. Unless Yang Di descends, Chief Monk Xuanhe and the others will not be able to enter the fallen immortal heavenly lake. The three demon chiefs opened their eyes wide and immediately understood what Xianxia meant. She had absorbed the Diablo's power. They felt a chill in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it. They could only congratulate Xianxia. Seeing how submissive they were, Zhou Xuanji felt like laughing. He turned and asked, "Can I go and see my companions?" Go ahead. Ask around, and a disciple will guide you." Xianxia nodded, and Zhou Xuanji immediately left. After he left, Xianxia's gaze fell back on the three demon chiefs. "Where are those factions now?" she asked, a sinister look flashing in her eyes. As for the Diablo, she was too lazy to mention it. The three demon chiefs should be sensible enough to know how to pass on the legacy. Chief Monk Xuanhe and the 4 legendary generals should arrive in 2 months. As for when they will attack, I'm not sure. They will definitely wait for other factions, Zhong Kuiming replied. He did not dare to look at Xianxia. It was hard to imagine how powerful Xianxia would be after devouring the Diablo's cultivation. However, one thing was for sure, the Tanhua sect would rise again. Back then, when Xianxia was powerful, the Tanhua sect was so mighty. Now that the sect had another top genius in 10,000 years, the Tanhua sect would welcome an unprecedented golden age. Be on guard at all times. Send some elders to the land and hide around the fallen immortal heavenly lake, Xianxia nodded and instructed. Xianxia nodded her head and instructed. Then, she gave some instructions before letting the three demon chiefs leave. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji walked onto the street of the Tanhua sect's headquarters. When the demonic cultivators saw him, their expressions changed. He picked a female demonic cultivator who looked pleasing to the eye and asked, "Where are the people that Zhong Kuiming brought back staying?" Having heard this, the female demonic cultivator asked carefully, "Are you Lord Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly, and the female demonic cultivator opened her eyes wide. The other demonic cultivators became excited, and their faces were filled with fanaticism. Chapter 220. So he is the legendary sword god Zhou. He is indeed a talented man, just like what I imagined. Leaving Aperture Realm 4 Dan, he's only 22 years old. He should be 23 years old now, right? The younger generation will surpass us in time. He's our vice sect master now, the one who killed Baba Blade Master. I heard that the sect master wants to marry him. The demonic cultivators discussed among themselves, and they all looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity and excitement. The female demonic cultivator suppressed her excitement and said, "Vice sect master, I'll take you there." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Sensing the gazes of the demonic cultivators around him, he could not help but mumble to himself. At this time, would an arrogant demonic genius jump out and provoke him? Then, he staged a face-slapping performance, causing the surrounding people to be shocked, and only then did he completely solidify his position as the vice sect leader. Pooh! When did I decide to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader? I'm a man who wants to establish my own sect. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and followed the female demonic cultivator. Along the way, the female demonic cultivator was very excited and continuously asked about Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments. Vice sect leader, did you really start practicing the sword at the age of 6? How did you feel when the sect leader found you? When you faced Lin Guanyu, did you have the confidence to win? Now, you're on the double roll. Unparalleled way of the sword in the desolate north, comparable to the ancient sword emperor. You're simply too powerful. Zhou Xuanji could only maintain his smile. He felt that this woman could talk to him for an entire day and night. The headquarters of the Tanhua sect was huge, and it felt like an underground city. After a long time, Zhou Xuanji finally came to the residence of Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. There were 8 demonic cultivators guarding the gate. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they immediately knelt down and greeted him. "Greetings, Vice Sect Master." Zhong Kuiming had already shown them Zhou Xuanji's portrait, so they remembered Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he stepped into the residence. In front of him was a long wooden corridor. At the end of it, there was a winding road that led to the courtyard. The fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the courtyard. The trees were dense, surrounding an open space. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were practicing their swordsmanship. A big and small heir sat in the corner like 2 small hills. Chongming Demon Monarch was tempering the bodies of the red qilin and the little black snake. He held one in each hand and smashed them around like a whip. Jiang Shui sat in the stone pavilion, internalizing qi to cultivate. Han Shenbua and Daoist Old Man were nowhere to be seen. Sensing his aura, everyone turned to look at him. "Master! Master!" The group cried out in surprise. Jiang Shui even rushed toward Zhou Xuanji immediately. Zhou Xuanji smiled at them and asked, "How are you guys?" As he spoke, he opened his arms and pulled Jiang Shui into his embrace. The 2 of them hugged, and the others laughed. "I missed you so much." Jiang Shui mumbled softly and hugged Zhou Xuanji tightly. She was afraid that they would be separated again. He caressed her hair and gently said, "I missed you too. Aya, can you stop torturing the flood dragon?" The little black snake's voice was heard. It was still being held by Chongming Demon Monarch and was covered in wounds. It looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it, which made it shudder and shut up immediately. After that, the group walked into the stone pavilion. Zhou Xuanji asked them about their situation, and they answered honestly. During this period of time, they were quite comfortable here. Xian Xianghua did not restrict their freedom. They could roam around the headquarters, and no evil cultivator dared to slight them. Xian Xianghua has already recovered her cultivation and is even more powerful. But soon, all the major factions will attack Tanhua sect. When that time comes, we will escape. Zhou Xuanji instructed the group and glanced at Jiang Shui. His words were mainly meant for her. However, Jiang Shui shook her head suddenly and said, "If Tanhua sect can survive this crisis, you might as well stay." He frowned and said, "I want to marry you, not her." No matter how good Xian Xianghua was to him, it was not as important as Jiang Shui in his heart. Jiang Shui sighed and said, "During this period of time, I have thought about it carefully. Actually, she is really good to you. With her around, no one can hurt you." If not for Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xuanji might have died a few times. No matter how much she liked him, she did not want him to wander from place to place and face life-threatening situations. Xian Xianghua was domineering and the top evil cultivator. There were only a few who could rival her in the world. Under her protection, Zhou Xuanji could grow quickly. Huang Lianxin frowned. The others looked at each other but did not speak. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast. They could no longer protect him. Each of them felt pressured, especially Jiang Shui. Facing the competition from an invincible cultivator like Xian Xianghua, the pressure was unimaginable. "I like you, not the powerful you, but the person you are." Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and said seriously. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Shui smiled gently and said, "I understand. But she is so good to you. Are you really not moved?" In the northern wilderness region, it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. She was not against it. Huang Lianxin had taught her many ways to manage concubines. Today, I will say it here. No matter what situation I face, if I want to marry, I will marry you first. Zhou Xuanji said firmly. This was his promise as a man. Having heard this, Jiang Shui touched his waist with a smile and said, "You don't mean what you say. You still want to marry me, right?" Zhou Xuanji pretended to be in pain, and the others burst out laughing. A while later, Daoist old man and Han Shenbo walked back. Both of them looked serious. Even when they saw Zhou Xuanji, their expressions did not change for the better. Chief Monk Xuanhe, the 4 legendary generals, Ta Tianchen, Huang Hantian, the Evil Lord, and many other powerful cultivators are preparing to attack Tanhua sect. This time, it might be even more dangerous than the battle at Duantian Cliff. Han Shenbo said with gritted teeth. They were waiting for death at the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Xian Xianghua was severely injured the last time. Could she turn the tables this time? Daoist old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed, "Your enemies are gathering here. Even if I can stop Xuanhe from attacking us, we will still be in danger." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect Tanhua sect to be in danger so soon. At this moment, Xian Xianghua suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. "It's time, my little husband," she said with a smile, "it's time for you to go back and cultivate. Don't linger on romantic relationships. There will be more opportunities for you to be intimate with your little lover." Jiang Shui heard her and blushed immediately. Just when she was about to speak, Xian Xianghua disappeared with Zhou Xuanji. The group looked at each other in dismay. Daoist old man sighed in amazement, "This old demonic woman is really moved. I will be her grand teacher in the future. Thinking about it this way, it's quite satisfying. Back then, she bullied." Cough cough. He suddenly remembered that those things were dishonorable and shameful. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji returned to the palace. He looked at Xian Xianghua furiously and cursed, "Are you in a hurry to hang yourself? What's wrong with letting me stay a little longer?" Xian Xianghua grabbed his chin so quickly that he could not dodge at all. "I just don't want you to stay a little longer." "What can you do?" she said with a smile. Chapter 221. Facing Xian Xianghua's domineering attitude, Zhou Xuanji was infuriated. He was not powerful enough to defeat Xian Xianghua, so he could only remain silent. "Io, you're angry?" Xian Xianghua grabbed his chin and teased. The more anxious he was, the happier she was. This brat had always been indifferent to her. Now, he could no longer keep his composure, right? "Didn't you say that you will make me the most powerful man in the world?" Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. Having heard him, Xian Xianghua smiled. "Yes, what do you want?" she asked. He stared at her and said, "Kneel." She stared back and pulled his face toward her. "You haven't married me yet, and you want me to kneel?" she said coldly. "Believe it or not, I will eat you today." "Who's afraid of you?" Zhou Xuanji was furious. "Don't you dare to bully me, old demonic woman." Numerous legendary swords appeared behind him. Xian Xianghua snorted in disdain. A horrifying demonic qi exploded, and all the legendary swords were knocked away. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Such a powerful aura. It was almost undefeatable. Xian Xianghua reached out and hooked her arms around his waist, pulling him into her embrace. Their chests pressed against each other, and the veil on her face fell automatically. She looked at him with a charming smile. Their eyes met. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and provocation. "My husband, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" she said faintly. Her tone seemed to be filled with endless hatred and love, which could melt any man's heart. But Zhou Xuanji did not fall for it. This old demonic woman was teasing him on purpose. If she really could not hold back her primal urges, with her cultivation, she would have eaten him straight away. Why did she have to go through so many twists and turns? Seeing that he did not speak, Xianxia felt bored and let go of him. Without a word, he turned around and walked toward the spirit pool. Humph, stop pretending. Brat, I will make you burn with lust sooner or later. You won't be able to hold it in. Xianxia snorted coldly. Then, she smiled and followed behind Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji entered the pool, she followed. What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji stared at her and asked. Was he wrong? This old witch really couldn't hold it in any longer. Xianxia retracted her smile and said, You also contributed to the evil king's matter. I see that your technique is extensive and profound, and it needs to be cultivated over a long period of time. I'll lend you a hand and help you cultivate the divine technique. After that, I'll teach you the Tanhua sect's celestial devil rebirth technique. Not long after, the Tanhua sect will be in trouble. If I die then, the legacy of the Tanhua sect will not be severed. It's a pity that I really want to marry you. She spoke with such sincerity that he almost believed her. Didn't you say that you were invincible? He didn't say much and began to meditate. Xianxia sat behind him and placed her right palm on his back. In an instant, spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him. Incredible, Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he had underestimated the number one in the world. With the help of Xianxia, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased tenfold. It was as if he had been enlightened. It couldn't be any better. Without hesitation, he immediately began to circulate the mental cultivation method of world internalization. He wanted to master world internalization as soon as possible. Once he mastered world internalization, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. At the same time, the spirit energy in his body would turn into a vast ocean like a small spring. According to the World Buddha Art's description, no other energy technique in this world could have more abundant spirit energy than the World Buddha Art. And so, he began to focus on his cultivation. Xianxia didn't leave either. But as time passed, the atmosphere in the Tanhua sect grew heavier. Everyone could sense that a storm was brewing. A month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 5. With the help of Xianxia, he felt that his cultivation was soaring. It was too fast. He was getting closer to mastering world internalization. In a world of ice and snow, Chief Monk Xuanhe stood on a tall mountain. The snow that hit his body melted immediately, leaving not a single snowflake on his kasaya. He stood still, quietly looking into the distance. In the vast world, although he was tiny, he was like a piece of gold that no one could ignore. At this moment, a silhouette appeared beside him suddenly. It was an old man in a Daoist robe. He held a golden compass in his hand. Xuanhe, I'm afraid this is not good. The old man in a Daoist robe said with a deep voice. His face was a little solemn. The needle in the compass spun wildly, producing a slight grinding sound. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked straight ahead and asked, Feng Kyul, what did you divine? The old man in a Daoist robe was Feng Kyul. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't divine the fate of the fallen immortal heavenly lake. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. Either Xianxia has recovered from her injuries, or a peerless cultivator is hiding in the Tanhua sect. It's also possible that the Tianxia map is under the fallen immortal heavenly lake. When he discovered the whereabouts of the Tianxia map, he did not dare to act rashly. So, he drew many maps and spread them secretly, which caused a bloodbath. In the end, it was taken away by someone. He was very frustrated and fearful at the same time. The person who obtained the Tianxia map would rule the world. Once that person really rose up, the entire northern wilderness region would be suppressed by him. Amitba. So what? The Tanhua sect must be destroyed. Chief Monk Xuanhe said calmly. His eyes were still determined. Feng Kyul frowned. Why didn't this monk listen to me? Then you better watch out. You should know what kind of person Wuxia Xianxia is. I can only find the sovereign of the demon race to discuss the world. After that, Feng Qiu flicked his sleeves and left. Soon, he disappeared in the snowstorm. Chief Monk Xuanhe did not stop him but continued to look into the distance. Time passed quickly. Another month passed. Zhou Xuanji finally mastered the first level of the World Buddha art and broke through to astral projection level 6. In that instant, all the vital channels in his body turned into an independent space. His spirit energy flowed like a boundless ocean, washing through his bones and tendons. He felt refreshed and felt as though he was about to ascend to become an immortal. World internalization. The spirit energy that Wuxia Xianxia channeled into his body turned into his own spirit energy without any barriers. At the same time, his senses grew stronger, and he felt that the entire world became extremely clear. Brat, what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? You can absorb my spirit energy. Wuxia Xianxia stopped and asked in shock. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not explain. He began to adjust the surging spirit energy in his body. He felt that he had become a new person. If he fought the evil lord again, he would definitely win. Because now that he used the sky-extinguishing sword, he would not be as pathetic as before. World internalization, who else but me can do it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. An unprecedented sense of pride could be seen between his brows. When he mastered world internalization, he felt a sense of sublimation in his heart. No wonder those who controlled the Tianxia map were so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Wuxia Xianxia appeared in front of him and tilted her head to observe him. He ignored her and focused on adjusting his spirit energy. Seems like I still underestimated you. Wuxia Xianxia mumbled to herself. She felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She was extremely curious. What energy technique did this guy cultivate? He had such abundant spirit energy at the astral projection stage. If he was at the same stage as her, she would not be his match at all. It's the 4th update. Recently, Wuxia Xianxia has gained the fanatical support of many of her friends, which moved my heart. Tomorrow at noon, we will start voting on the public account. See if you want her to be the female lead or the supporting female character. The female lead will be like Jianghu, who will marry Zhou Xuanji. Everyone, on the WeChat chat page, search for the author, Ren Wuxia, or RWX520233. You can participate in the voting tomorrow. Once again, this book will not create a harem. M. Chapter 222. T. No one can see through my potential. Zhou Xuanji, who had his eyes closed, snorted softly with pride on his face. Watch carefully. From now on, I will dominate every world millennium duel. No one can touch my throne until I ascend. If those who were familiar with him heard him, they would know that he was getting carried away and was ready to boast. Wuxia Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with love and anticipation. If you ascend, will you bring me along? She asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, Be my sword slave. I will bring you to ascend, and you will roam the celestial world freely. Having heard him, she leaned forward and said coquettishly, My little husband, I want to be your beloved wife. How can I be your sword slave? Her voice and tone gave Zhou Xuanji goosebumps all over his body. This old demonic woman was really powerful. Domineering, seductive, gentle, cold, and all kinds of emotions. Weren't you very arrogant just now? He snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia reached out and pinched his face. Her expression instantly turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, You're the one who's really arrogant. Go and ask around. When have I ever been gentle to anyone? I'm such a strong-willed person, yet I still expended my own cultivation to help you cultivate. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He frowned. You passed your cultivation to me? What are you going to do next? He asked seriously. His heart was rippling. Xianxia got up and looked down at him. What's the big deal about sharing some cultivation with you? Do you understand how high my stage is? She snorted coldly. Cultivate well. I will teach you the celestial devil rebirth technique in a few days. After that, she disappeared. She must have gone to deal with Tanhua sect. Because of Zhou Xuanji, she had not gone out for a month. Only God knew if Tanhua sect caused any trouble. He was a little lost in thought and sighed, damn, I really can't get rid of her now. How could he ignore such a great favor? After the thought, he continued to cultivate. Now, his target was the spirit refinement stage. The sooner he broke through to the spirit refinement stage, the evil lord, and the Huangquan twin devils would not be a problem. Oh. Right. How was Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang? He didn't think too much about it. If Xianxia didn't care, why should he? Worrying about nothing. That day, Jianghu suddenly walked into the hall. She walked very slowly, appearing very cautious. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly ran over. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Jianghu walked to the edge of the spiritual pool and squatted down. She curled her lips and said, Xianxia thinks that I'm too weak, so she asked me to come and cultivate with you. She said that the spiritual energy here is the most abundant. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "She's so understanding?" As he spoke, he gestured for her to come down quickly. She immediately walked into the pool and soon came to his side. I found that she is indeed very good to you, but I am very curious. She is already more than 10,000 years old, so why would she be interested in you? Jianghu leaned close to Zhou Xuanji and asked softly. She did not mean anything else, she was just curious. Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, and the others were also very confused. Even if Zhou Xuanji was incredibly talented, Xianxia was once the top cultivator in the world. She could definitely recruit Zhou Xuanji as a disciple. After all, the age gap between them was too big. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Maybe it's because of her childhood and the stories about me." Jianghu was curious and asked further. Zhou Xuanji told her about Xianxia's past, which made Jianghu's eyes red. Especially when she heard that Xianxia killed the ancient Diablo with her own hands and what the ancient Diablo said, tears flowed down her face immediately. She grew up without parents, so she knew the loneliness and longing of not having parents. Thinking about it, I'm so lucky to have met you. Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said softly. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "If not for you, I might have drowned or been eaten by wild beasts." The two looked at each other and smiled. Sweetness flowed in their hearts. At this moment, Jianghu opened her eyes wide and cried out, "I understand." She must have seen her own shadow in me. She often thought about how good it would be if you were around when she was young. She looked so proud that Zhou Xuanji could not help but pinch her face. The two chatted as they began to cultivate. After knowing that Xianxia consumed her cultivation to help Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu was excited. She said that she would work hard on her cultivation and pass all her cultivation to him. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. The more this girl behaved like this, the more heartache he felt. He understood that she was under a lot of pressure. But this pressure could not be soothed. He could only try his best to help her become more powerful. For the next month, Xianxia did not return. The palace was protected by a restrictive spell formation, which prevented the people inside from hearing anything outside. Zhou Xuanji did not care and focused on his cultivation. Jianghu's cultivation grew rapidly, but it was still not as fast as his. "Xuanji, do you want to go out and take a look?" Jianghu asked worriedly. Being too calm made her feel uneasy. Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, that old demonic woman will be there to hold it up." If Xian Xianghua's life was short, she would have died at Duantian Cliff long ago. Jiang Shui was still a little worried. Ever since she heard about Xian Xianghua's story, she had always felt sympathy for her. Focus on your cultivation. Don't think so much. If she died so easily, why would she die today? Zhou Xuanji comforted her, and Jiang Shui could only give up. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion came. The entire palace shook violently, and countless rocks and sand fell down. The two got up in shock. "Aya, I jinxed it," Jiang Shui said in a panic and stood up first. Zhou Xuanji got up as well, and the two walked out of the palace. At the same time, above the fallen immortal heavenly lake, the four legendary generals, Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang, were levitating in the air. Their bodies were glowing with a golden radiance, which could not be concealed in the snowy sky. Countless cultivators stood on the peaks around the lake. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk, the Evil Lord, and Huang Hantian were among them. "Let's break open the heavenly lake together," Legendary General Chen said. The other three legendary generals nodded and raised their spears together. The four legendary generals swung their spears downward together. For horrifying spear chi swooped down like a natural disaster with unstoppable force. A wave of demonic chi seeped out from the icy surface and transformed into a gigantic hand that blocked all the spear chi. A bunch of ants dares to destroy the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Today, I will let you taste the horror of the past. Xian Xianghua's maniacal laughter resounded throughout the snowy land. Everyone became nervous. Back then, they had all been enveloped by this laughter. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk's expression was a little unnatural. Underground. All the demonic cultivators had gathered together. The three demon chiefs stood together with serious expressions. In front of them were the Tanhua sect's elders, standing side by side. Chapter 223. Today, the major forces besieged the fallen immortal heavenly lake. Although it's not the first time, we can't tolerate it anymore. The Bloodwing demon chief glanced at all the demonic cultivators and said in a deep voice. Following his gaze, he saw hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators waiting for orders with malevolent expressions. Ever since Xian Xianghua had fallen from the number one position in the world, although the Tanhua sect was still as powerful as before, it had already fallen into a state where neither the orthodox Dao nor the demon Dao could tolerate it. The entire sect was burning with rage. Zhong Kuiming followed suit and shouted, "Let's charge up together later and kill all the enemies with Sect Master. We want to prove that the Tanhua sect has not declined. The Tanhua in the human world and the Azura in hell are not empty words. If the human world does not accept us, we will slaughter the human world." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators roared in unison, their voices shaking the underground space. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui to find Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, it's over, where should we run to?" The underground space shook incessantly. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle was happening above ground. Daoist Old Man said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? The Tanhua sect might not lose." After that, the group walked out of the mansion and found that there were no signs of demonic cultivators on the streets of the headquarters. Jiang Shui asked Daoist Old Man, "Can we use magic to project the situation on the ground?" Even though they were separated by the fallen immortal heavenly lake, they could still feel the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble. What's the point of releasing them? Let's just run. Judging by the situation, it's far more dangerous than what we expected. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said anxiously. It looked at Jiang Shui suspiciously. Wasn't this a great opportunity to slip away? Could it be that you want your sweetheart to be snatched away? Jianghu ignored it and stared at Daoist. Old man, I can't. The layer of ice above is restricted by immortal energy. Spiritual will cannot penetrate it. Daoist. Old man shook his head. This was the fallen immortal heavenly pond. If it could be easily penetrated, the Tanhua sect would have been destroyed long ago. Ever since Xianxia was severely injured, the fallen immortal heavenly lake had protected the Tanhua sect for thousands of years. If we want to go out, we'll have to wait for the ice pond above to break. Everyone, please wait patiently. Zhou Xuanji said. After that, he sat down and began to cultivate. Seeing this, the others looked at each other. Although they were anxious, they had no choice but to wait. I hope nothing happens to that old witch. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Xianxia transferred some of her cultivation to him, and he wondered if it would affect her power. If she died because of this, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. In the world of ice and snow, demonic qi wreaked havoc in the world, surging violently like a natural disaster. Xianxia was surrounded by countless cultivators. Her entire body was wrapped in demonic qi, turning her into a peerless devil. Facing the siege, she laughed wildly. Bang! She stomped on Divine General Xian's chest, almost causing his body to explode and die. Puff! Divine General Xian vomited blood as his body fell down like a meteorite. He smashed into the ice pool of the heaven lake, raising up waves of icy air. The other three godly generals, Huang Hantian, the evil lord, and the other experts all unleashed their abilities and nervously attacked Xianxia. Xianxia! How dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you die here today. A man in black armor shouted angrily. He held two blades in his hands and had a domineering figure. His black hair danced wildly as he fought, and his imposing manner was even stronger than the evil monarch. He was the leader of Xinhao sect, Ta Tianchen. He waved his two blades, and countless blade auras attacked Xianxia like a storm. Xianxia looked down on him and laughed. How dare a loser like you bark? I should have stomped you to death back then. Roar! A roar suddenly came from her body, and the demonic qi around her quickly condensed. A giant black hand blocked Ta Tianchen's blade aura, and her demonic qi condensed into a 1,000-foot-tall demonic shadow. This demonic shadow's true face could not be seen. It had 4 arms and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar. Its power shook the world, and Ta Tianchen was so scared that he quickly retreated. The other experts did the same. The evil lord's face was gloomy as he murmured, "Celestial devil rebirth technique, this demonic might, the great devil's injuries were healed." Not only him, but the others also guessed the truth, and they all looked terrible. Xianxia at her peak was so terrifying that she was almost invincible. In the current world, only Yang Di could beat her. Amitba. Chief Monk Xuanha's voice came. He walked over from the horizon, and a golden radiance shone under his feet. With each step, the golden radiance extended by dozens of meters. The kasaya in front of his chest was torn, and the flesh inside was badly mutilated. It was evident that he was severely injured by Xianxia. A golden halo spread out from his body and coiled around him. It was a majestic sight. Xianxia, you have done many evil deeds. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate evil for the world. Chief Monk Xuanha's eyes were fixed on Xianxia with determination. Demon subduing Saint Buddha's light. Someone cried out in agitation. Xianxia still looked disdainful and said, "I'm getting married in half a year. How can I die here? I'll celebrate with your heads." After she spoke, the celestial devil behind her slapped toward Chief Monk Xuanha. An earth-shattering battle had officially begun. Underground, Tanhua sect's headquarters. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and sat on the ground, stroking the blade quietly. After mastering world internalization, he could feel the true power of the sword when he held the sky-extinguishing sword again. Back then, his cultivation was low, and he did not have enough spirit energy. He could barely swing the sword and could not unleash the horrifying power contained in the sky-extinguishing sword. Sky-extinguishing. Extinguishing sword. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others paced around and looked uneasy. But when they saw the sky-extinguishing sword, their eyes brightened and surrounded it. Sky-extinguishing sword. Master, what's the origin of this sword? Can I touch it? Be careful not to kill you. This is a demonic sword that can kill Lin Guanyu instantly. Hearing their words, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not intend to reveal the supreme legendary sword system to anyone, not even to those closest to him. Facing the doubts of others, he chose not to explain. Daoist old man came over and asked curiously, "How powerful are you now?" With Xian Xianghua's help, Zhou Xuanji cultivated in isolation for a few months. His power must have grown tremendously. Everyone looked at him in anticipation, including Jianghu. As he touched the sword, he smiled and said, "If I encounter the evil lord again, I'm confident that I can kill him." Everyone opened their eyes wide. So powerful? The little black snake asked excitedly, "This means that we are no longer afraid of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. With this brat's insane power, if he could kill one of them, he could fight the evil lord and Ta Tianqian at the same time." Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from ahead, followed by two cruel laughter. Ha ha ha! It's here indeed. Tanhua sect really knows how to find a place to hide. Tisk tsk, the three demon chiefs are here too. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused, and he immediately recognized who they were. Huangquan Twin Devils. M. Chapter 224. Huangquan Twin Devils, oh no. Don't tell me Huangquan Drake King is here too. Daoist old man's expression changed drastically, and his words shocked the others. Huangquan Drake King. Fifth in the world. This was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the northern wilderness region. Ha ha ha, Tanhua sect's three great demon chiefs, long time no see. I thought you guys were dead. A laugh that was even more arrogant than the Huangquan twin devils sounded out underground, causing Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions to change. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and said, "Retreat, hide." The Huangquan twin devils wanted to kill him, and they must have told the Huangquan Drake King about their past grudges. He had to hide. The others had no objections. They could only hide in the face of such a powerhouse. The Tanhua sect and Huangquan Drake King quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Strong winds howled, causing the palaces and pavilions to collapse. Countless bricks and tiles raged on the ground. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rose and fell, accompanied by the miserable cries of many demonic cultivators, making the underground seem like purgatory. Roar! The domineering dragon roar pierced through the rocks, shaking one's soul. Zhou Xuanji and the others hid in a cave in a corner and blocked the entrance with a spell. A faint blue light illuminated the darkness. Daoist old man stood, using his spiritual power to support the cave to prevent it from collapsing. Huangquan Drake King, Huangquan Twin Devils, Xuanhe Divine Monk, Ta Tianqian, Evil Lord, for Immortal Generals, Chongming Demon Monarch began to list the enemies of the Tanhua sect in detail. Everyone's faces turned ugly as they listened. Northern Sword Valiant muttered, "There are so many strong enemies, can Xian Xianghua really hold them off?" Such a lineup was sufficient to sweep through the entire world. I wonder if my Red River Valley has arrived. Han Shenbua mumbled. Although he was already following Zhou Xuanji, he still had feelings for his sect. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath and said, "If the Tanhua sect is defeated, our chances of escaping will be slim." In other words, they would live and die together with the Tanhua sect. Not necessarily. We can pretend to be captives. Huang Lianxin reminded, causing the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch's eyes to light up. That's right. How could they have forgotten this? Jianghu shook her head and said, once Xuanji's identity is exposed, will those people tolerate him? With the title of the top genius in the world, the righteous sects might take this opportunity to kill Zhou Xuanji. Or else, when Zhou Xuanji fully matured, who could stand up to him in the future? Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance since young, Jianghu's view of right and wrong was different from the secular world. She had never believed that the people of the righteous path were all gentlemen. That's right. We can't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Xiao Jinghong muttered. Wasn't the Sword Emperor a righteous master in Great Zhou? But this guy suppressed him forcefully and forced Zhou Xuanji to go and ask for him personally. They had no choice but to think of other strategies. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He was worried about Xianxia. Time ticked by. The tremors outside grew more intense. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yellow Springs Drake King. You will die a horrible death. The Bloodwing Demon Chief's angry roar resounded throughout the headquarters. In the next moment, he let out a scream and then went silent. The ending was easy to imagine. The demon head had fallen. Humph. Trash, you still want to contend against this king? Huangquan Drake King's domineering voice rang out again, and his tone was filled with disdain. Then, countless cries of demonic cultivators rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. Duanhua Sirius. Azura of Hell. Everyone, hang in there. Yellow Springs Drake King. You will die a horrible death. So what if I die? In our next lives, we will still be followers of Duanhua Sirius. The suzerain will surely kill you. Ah, you are so evil. The cries resounded throughout the underground space. Even Zhou Xuanji and the others could hear them clearly. The Tanhua sect was being massacred. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded out, causing the underground space to tremble like never before. It was as though the fallen immortal heavenly lake was destroyed. Huangquan Worm. I will tear your tendons apart. Xian Xianghua's cold and murderous voice sounded out, followed by a series of deafening explosions. For some reason, hearing Xian Xianghua's voice, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. From what they remembered, Xian Xianghua had never been defeated before. This old demonic woman has indeed recovered. Daoist old man mumbled to himself. He could not help but think of Chief Monk Xuanhe. Xian Xianghua had descended underground. The situation above, the battle continued. Dragon roars sounded out continuously, but compared to before, they were no longer domineering. Instead, they sounded a little painful. The top evil cultivator was still more powerful. At this moment, the cave that everyone was in suddenly lit up. The surrounding rocks collapsed, and a silhouette flew out and crashed into the light barrier created by Daoist old man. Everyone looked over and was shocked. It was the evil lord. The evil lord, whose face was covered in blood, was stunned. He looked back instinctively and wondered what stopped him. He immediately saw Zhou Xuanji and the sky-extinguishing sword in this brat's hand. It's you. The evil lord opened his eyes wide and quickly backed away from Zhou Xuanji. His blood-red robe was shredded into pieces, which made him look miserable. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him expressionlessly with the sky-extinguishing sword in his hand. Since he was exposed, he would take the opportunity to take revenge. Behind the evil lord, dust billowed in the air. A majestic silhouette was tumbling in the distance. It was the silhouette of a dragon. Zhou Xuanji also sensed other powerful auras attacking Xian Xianghua. Brat, I didn't expect you to be at Tanhua sect. Great, I will kill you today. The evil lord said coldly. After that, a blood-red whip appeared in his right hand. But before he could attack, Zhou Xuanji came to his back with one step. 10,000 ultimate steps. He appeared like a ghost. PFFTT. Blood splattered. Zhou Xuanji severed the evil lord's right arm, and the blood-red whip fell to the ground. It's time to take revenge for what happened that day. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. He turned around and surrounded the evil lord with the six-path sword shadow. The evil lord, who was severely injured, could not dodge in time and was engulfed by the Soul Eater slash. Swoosh! A stream of white light shot out from the sword chi and tried to escape. Zhou Xuanji waved his left hand, and the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared instantly. Ranged sword propelling. The evil lord's primordial spirit was destroyed by the Phoenix Emperor sword. And now, the Alliance Lord of Haoqi Alliance was completely dead. Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Daoist Old Man, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, the Little Black Snake, and A Big and Small Air were all stunned. Even the red Qilin looked at Zhou Xuanji, blinking its eyes. He killed the evil lord in an instant? Wasn't it too easy? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword with a calm expression. Killing the evil monarch did not make him happy. After all, the old man was seriously injured and happened to run into him. Zhou Xuanji. You dared to kill the evil lord. You are really in cahoots with Tanhua sect. At this moment, a furious roar came. Zhou Xuanji turned to look. In the ruins far away, Huang Hantian was staring at him furiously. His expression was filled with righteous indignation, which attracted the other powerful cultivators to look at him. Amitba. Little brother Zhou, are you really the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? In the billowing dust, Chief Monk Xuanhe walked out with his blood-stained golden staff. His eyes were sharp and fixed on Zhou Xuanji, ignoring Daoist Old Man. Third update. Asking for monthly votes. There were already more than 1,000 people supporting Xian Xianghua's marriage with Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 225. It's over. Daoist Old Man covered his face and sighed. He knew his old friend's heart best. Back then, Xian Xianghua had hurt him too much. Xuanhe, the divine monk, had gotten to where he was today because of his hatred. Facing the Xuanhe divine monk's interrogation, Zhou Xuanji looked calm. It is true that the Tanhua sect wishes for me to become the deputy sect leader, but I don't want to. His answer made Chief Monk Xuanhe's furrowed brows relax. So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was forced to come. Chief Monk Xuanhe greatly admired Zhou Xuanji and did not want him to stray onto the demonic path. However, I owe Xian Xianghua too much, so I cannot let anyone kill her. Zhou Xuanji continued. His eyes were resolute, and his tone was calm. Chief Monk Xuanhe's expression changed instantly. He said in a low voice, Zhou Xuanji, do you know what you are doing? Xian Xianghua has killed so many people. If she doesn't die, the common people will suffer. He had even changed the way he addressed him. It was clear how furious he was. Huang Hantian roared angrily, I've long guessed that you and Xian Xianghua had an affair. You're her boy toy, right? You are a demon. The other cultivators from the righteous and evil sects looked at Zhou Xuanji differently. Zhou Xuanji's talent was so horrifying. If he joined the Tanhua sect, wouldn't the Tanhua sect dominate the northern wilderness region again? Don't waste your breath on him. Kill him before he's strong enough. A yellow-robed man shouted loudly. However, he did not make a move and only tried to incite the crowd. Amitba. Since that's the case, I can only suppress you. Chief Monk Xuanhe said as he walked toward Zhou Xuanji. This old monk was ranked in the top 20 of the Northern Wilderness top 100, which was not something the evil prince could compare with. In the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness, the higher the ranking, the greater the difference in strength. Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Chief Monk Xuanhe and said, "Senior, thank you for speaking up for me back then. However, I am not opposing you in today's battle. I just want her to live." Rumble, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Wisps of white flames appeared around his body. His entire aura became extraordinary. He entered the sword-intent state of the sky-dominating divine sword. He was the sky-dominating divine sword, and the sky-dominating divine sword was him. Xuanhe divine monk squinted his eyes and said, "You are indeed talented. To be able to master such a sword will at such a young age, I'm afraid no one in the world can surpass you in terms of swordsmanship." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He pointed his sword at him and said, "Xuanhe divine monk, although you are the top monk, you work together with other evil sects to deal with the Tanhua sect. The distinction between righteous and evil is actually a joke. It's all for your own selfish desires." Every time he saw that the Holy Land was in cahoots with Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance, he found it funny. Xian Xianghua is too strong. We can only join forces to eliminate her first. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice. After speaking, he came in front of Zhou Xuanji, and his right palm flashed with golden light as he slammed towards Zhou Xuanji's chest. The golden light shone on his face. That aura that could make one's soul tremble caused Zhou Xuanji's heart to tremble, and he instinctively raised the sky-extinguishing sword to block. Dang! Zhou Xuanji felt as if he was chopping a mountain of gold when his palm hit the blade. The horrifying force sent him flying backward. With a loud boom, he fell into the mountain wall above Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others. Xuanhe. If you want to take revenge, go find Xian Xianghua. What's the big deal with my grand disciple? Daoist old man roared furiously. Xian Xianghua was right behind him and was fighting evenly with Huangquan Drake King, Ta Tianchen, and the others. This old thing turned around and bullied his grand disciple? He suddenly felt that Chief Monk Xuanhe had changed. Chief Monk Xuanhe glanced at him and said, "He has a close relationship with Xian Xianghua. If you kill Xian Xianghua, will he take revenge on everyone for her?" The others almost exploded in anger. What kind of reason was that? The little black snake cursed, "Old bald donkey. You're just afraid of revenge." Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes were cold, and he immediately lowered his head in fear. "Xuanhe, you are courting death." Xian Xianghua's voice came suddenly, which shocked Chief Monk Xuanhe so much that he looked back instinctively. Bomb! A black palm of demonic chi slammed him into the ground. Next, Xian Xianghua came to where he was standing. She stretched her hand into the ground and pulled Chief Monk Xuanhe out. Her speed was simply too fast. So fast that no one could follow her with their eyes. The celestial demon behind her roared continuously, deafening everyone's ears. Xian Xianghua was still wearing her veil, but the coldness in her eyes flickered in the dim underground space, which caused the temperature to plummet. Two streams of demonic chi turned into long spears and pierced through Chief Monk Xuanhe's shoulders, which made him frown in pain. Ta Tianchen, the four legendary generals, Huangquan twin devils, and the others came over too. Seeing that Xian Xianghua had grabbed Chief Monk Xuanhe, they were all anxious. "Let him go. Xian Xianghua, if you kill him, the heavenly law will not tolerate it. Your Tanhua sect can't be saved anymore. Hurry up and surrender." "Chief Monk Xuanhe, what are you doing? Old demonic woman, you will not escape death today." If Chief Monk Xuanhe died, they would be even more pressured. Zhou Xuanji flew out from the mountain wall unscathed. He stared at Chief Monk Xuanhe and was shocked in his heart. This is the top monk? That palm strike just now was too powerful. They were not on the same level. On the other hand, Xian Xianghua captured Chief Monk Xuanhe directly. She was insane. "Go to the spirit pool in my palace. There's a tunnel at the bottom. Follow the underground river, and you can leave Tanhua sect. Flow all the way to the seaside, and we will meet at Skyfall. Xianxianghua's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears through telepathy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He could not leave Xianxianghua behind just like that. Don't worry. If you guys aren't here, I can still live. If you guys stay here, you'll only be used against me. Let's go. I'll be able to escape soon. Perhaps I'll reach Skyfall before you guys do. Xianxianghua noticed his expression and comforted him telepathically again. Her tone was so gentle, which was completely different from how she treated the others. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and immediately left. Xianxianghua was telling the truth. If he continued to act on impulse, he would only harm her. He flew up to the group and said, "Follow me." After that, he flew towards Xianxianghua's palace first, and the others followed closely behind. He looked back and saw that Xianxianghua was already surrounded by the orthodox and evil sections. Ta Tianxian glanced at Zhou Xuanji and frowned slightly. After that, he turned his attention back to Xianxianghua. Who is capable of killing this seat? This is your chance to make a name for yourselves. Xianxianghua said with a mocking smile. Reputation was the most important to these powerful cultivators. If they could kill Xianxianghua, others would respect them when mentioning them in the future. Especially to the leaders of their sects. Who did not want to become the most powerful cultivator in the world? Who did not want to leave their name in history? Kill! Ta Tianxian cried out loudly. After that, he charged towards Xianxianghua first. The other powerful cultivators also attacked. Xianxianghua smiled with disdain and broke Chief Monk Xuanhe's neck straightaway. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the others entered the palace and found the spirit pool. They moved away the rocks and wooden beams in the spirit pool before blasting open the bottom of the spirit pool. Walala, the sound of flowing water came from below, which made them delighted. Bring me along. At this moment, a weak voice came from the darkness in the palace. Chapter 226. Who is it? Come out. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out anxiously. When they came in, they did not see anyone else. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He turned around and saw a translucent figure flying out from the darkness. It was a soul. He could not see the face clearly, but he could roughly see the figure. Diablo, you are not dead yet? Zhou Xuanji asked with a mocking tone. I just happened to bump into you. Diablo. The others became anxious immediately. The ancient Diablo was someone even more brutal than Xianxianghua. He was also the mortal enemy of the hegemon Sword Emperor. The Diablo's soul flew over and begged, as long as you bring me out, I will give you in serendipity. Don't worry, I'm already at the end of my life. Even if I escape, I can only enter the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate. I will no longer be the Diablo. Now, he did not even dare to call himself this king. Jiang Shui asked with a frown, that's strange. With Xianxianghua's power, why would she allow a remnant soul like you to stay? The Diablo said furiously, that unfilial son is either busy with his secret meeting or Tanhua sect's affairs. How would he have the time to find me? Secret meeting? Jiang Shui glanced at Zhou Xuanji intently. Zhou Xuanji faked a cough and stared at the Diablo. Sorry, for Xianxianghua, I cannot let you go, even if there is serendipity. After that, he came up to the Diablo and grabbed him with his right hand. Just when he was about to take out his legendary sword, his palm heated up and sucked the Diablo's soul into his palm. What are you doing? The Diablo cried out in fear. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not understand the situation either. In that instant, he realized something. The Tianxia map could absorb souls. With just a thought, the Diablo's soul would dissipate completely. However, it was impossible for Xianxianghua to allow the Diablo to survive until now. It must have been done on purpose. After the thought, he sucked the Diablo's soul into the Xianxia map instead of killing it. The Xianxia map could temporarily suppress souls. Let's go. Zhou Xuanji carried Jianghu and leaped down. The others followed closely behind. Chongming Demon Monarch carried the red Qilin, and Big and Small Air hesitated for a while before they followed. Following this, Zhou Xuanji took out a wooden raft from his storage ring. The group sat on it and floated down the river. The underground river was wide and high enough for Big and Small Air to not have to kowtow. "Master, are you really going to marry Xian Xianghua?" Xiao Jinghong sat down cross-legged and asked. From Zhou Xuanji's words, it was evident that he had accepted Xian Xianghua's favor. The others also looked at him. However, he shook his head. If she can survive, the future is long. It's still too early to talk about marriage. He replied softly. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake widened their eyes. Why? Aren't you afraid that she'll change her mind? The little black snake asked nervously. Once Xian Xianghua had a change of heart and treated them again, would she be cruel to them? Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said, "She treats me well, and I owe her indeed. However, I cannot protect her because of this. After all, she has committed many sins. I hope that from now on, she can do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Only when her murderous intent is gone can we talk about love." Xian Xianghua had killed too many people and had too many enemies. Unlike him, he also had enemies, but he had a clear conscience. It was always others who provoked him, and he never killed the innocent. Humans were selfish. As long as it was someone they cared about, they could tolerate all kinds of things, but they would not allow others to bully them. Zhou Xuanji wanted to protect Xian Xianghua, and he knew that this was selfish. However, this was human. It was because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires that one became a human. That's right. Instead of letting Xian Xianghua die, it's better to let her renounce evil and become a good person. With her ability, if she can protect the human clan, she will be able to save many people, even more than the people she has killed. Good and evil can never be directly defined. Daoist old man said as he stroked his beard. He did not hate Xian Xianghua that much. When humans kill demons, no matter how many demons they kill, they won't be treated as a sin by others. This is the theory of race. Whether it's right or wrong, in my opinion, everyone is guilty. There's a saying in Buddhism, lay down the butcher's knife and you will become a Buddha. It doesn't mean that laying down the butcher's knife is considered good, because the responsibility of becoming a Buddha is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The group did not fully understand. There were too many things in the world that could not be explained with logic. Right and wrong were not all black and white. If Xian Xianghua turned over a new leaf and protected the human clan, she might be able to save the human clan in the future. If she died, and the human clan did not have enough power, who could guarantee that the human clan would not be destroyed? Every person, every decision, could change many things, far beyond his own expectations. That's true. She hasn't lost her mind to the point of killing. Back in that inn, the people she killed were not good people. Who doesn't have hands stained with blood? How could she open a shop in the wilderness? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded. He despised those hypocritical people the most. If humans killed demons, it was justice. If demons ate humans, it was evil. Why? If she's really bloodthirsty, with her cultivation, she could kill wherever she goes. In the past 10,000 years, the number of humans would be less than half of what it is now. She was once the top cultivator in the world after all. Look at the evil lord and Tatianshan. They killed many people too. Why are they still alive? How many human and demon lives did Xuanhe divine monk accumulate to become the top monk? Who can guarantee that the people he killed were all evil? The group looked at Chongming Demon Monarch in astonishment. This old demon could still make such a logical argument? The little black snake sighed in amazement. Old bull, you hide your strength well. Even the way Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming demon monarch changed. Daoist old man said with a smile, indeed. In the world, Xianxia might not even be in the top 10 for killing the most people. Who asked her to offend so many people? Because of that, she became a peerless evil demon. What I admire about her the most is that she never kills mortals. She never kills women or children, unless they offend her. Zhou Xuanji had no doubt about this. At least, he did not see Xianxia do such things. She treated Jianghu well too. With her methods, she could totally enslave him and Jianghu. Beixiao Wangjian opened his eyes wide and asked, why do I feel that she's not evil beyond redemption? These people's eloquence and logic were too impressive. Daoist old man shook his head and said, she's an evil person indeed. But evil doesn't stop at killing. The distinction between good and evil is in the governance of mortal kingdoms. The cultivation world is extraordinary, and the powerful rule. Which cultivator has not killed before? Think about it carefully. With Xianxia's power, could she have nurtured so many powerful cultivators from when they were weak until now? She's just too arrogant. If it were someone else, he or she could have eradicated them and dominated the world. Xuanhe divine monk and I were not killed by her back then. We were just toyed with by her. Xuanhe divine monk had such a great hatred because his revered teacher insisted on eliminating the evil. As he said this, he sighed. The group fell into deep thought. Today's argument made them feel the same way. What was justice and what was evil? Zhou Xuanji said, in conclusion, don't kill innocent people. Don't offend others for no reason, but don't let others harm you. Cultivators like us must act according to our hearts. His expression was strange. Hold on. Wasn't it talking about Xianxia? How did it become chicken soup, smiley face, smiley face? Chapter 227. Jianghu tilted her head and glanced at everyone. She sighed and said, I feel like you guys know a lot of things. Why didn't I think so before? The river surged. Because of the discussion about life, everyone was no longer nervous. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbua sat at the edge of the raft, listening to the lecture while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Zhao Zongjian rubbed his chin and muttered, if our enemies are understood and protected like this, should we let go of our hatred? In that case, does it count as following your heart? He wasn't trying to argue, he was just curious. He liked this kind of discussion very much as it could help him comprehend the sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, the mortal world respects the good and repels the evil, while the cultivation world respects the weak and the strong preys on the weak. You are powerful, so you can set the rules. If you are the heavens, you can set the rules for all living beings. If you are strong enough, you can protect whoever you want to protect. If you are not strong enough, even if the person you want to protect is righteous and pure, what can you do if the strong want to kill him? The strong reigned supreme. This was the world of cultivation. I hope that you won't kill innocent people. It's good to do good, but you can't do evil. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He was afraid that the others would misunderstand and act recklessly in the future. Daoist old man nodded and looked at Zhou Xuanji approvingly. Xuanji, Grand Teacher was right about you. You are a man of principle. If someone like you becomes the top cultivator in the world, the human race will be fortunate. If the evil lord and Ta Tianchen become the top cultivator in the world, the human race will be in trouble, and so will the world. Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and smiled proudly. Xuanji has been doing good deeds since he was young. He has saved many people. The others nodded and could not help but think of Zhou Xuanji's original title. Unparalleled Sword God Zhou. Everyone began to talk cheerfully and wittily. The atmosphere was no longer heavy and they began to talk about the past. The flow of the river was very fast, and in a short while, they were far away from the fallen immortal heavenly lake. They encountered many branches of underground rivers and even waterfalls. Fortunately, they were proficient in spells, so they were safe. They began to talk about establishing a sect. Huang Lianxin suggested, "I think the Tanhua sect has completely declined. Why don't we recruit Xianxia? Doesn't she want to be master's wife? Let her become an elder of our sect. That's the world's #1 battle prowess. At the same time, we can restrain her and help her turn over a new leaf." When the others heard this, they all clapped their hands in approval. Daoist old man also thought it was a good idea. Only by giving up on the Tanhua sect would Xianxia be able to change herself. However, after this battle, the world's view of us might change. Daoist old man said meaningfully. In today's world, anyone who was related to the Tanhua sect would be attacked and killed by everyone. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Don't be afraid. Time will prove everything." Daoist old man nodded. He liked how steady and confident Zhou Xuanji was. For the next period of time, they continued to wander in the underground river. According to Xianxia, it would flow all the way to the sea. How far was the distance from the fallen immortal heavenly lake to the sea? Thus, they began to take turns to watch over the situation in all directions while the others cultivated. Because they were constantly in the dark, they were unable to accurately calculate the time. Days passed by. On this day, the red Kirin suddenly started sneezing non-stop. Jianghu squatted beside it and asked worriedly, "Is it sick?" Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "It's a fire qilin. Do you think it will get sick?" As he spoke, he even stretched out his hand and slapped the red Kirin. Jianghu glared at him and said, "How can you be so rude?" After that, she began to examine the red Kirin's body. Zhou Xuanji did not take this incident to heart. Because the little guy recovered on the same day. But every few days, the red Kirin would start sneezing again and recover in half an incense's time. Even Daoist old man did not find anything wrong with it. He could only put this matter aside for now. There's light ahead. We're going out. Han Shenbo cried out excitedly, and the others, who were cultivating, opened their eyes. At this point, the underground river was already considered an underground river. The river was very wide, and there was a ball of light a few thousand meters ahead. With Zhou Xuanji's eyesight, he could already see the seawater. They were finally at the end. The group got up excitedly. "It's my first time seeing the ocean," Huang Lianxin said excitedly. Other than Zhou Xuanji and Daoist old man, the others were the same, including Chongming demon monarch and the little black snake. The northern wilderness region was vast. From the inland to the seaside, one had to cross mountains and rivers, and it was very difficult to pass through. For ordinary people, even if there were no obstacles, they would not be able to reach the seaside in their lifetime. If not for the fact that the river was fast, they might have to wait for a long time. The ocean is boundless. At the edge of the world, at the edge of the sea. Maybe at the end of the ocean, there's a world even vaster than the northern wilderness region. Daoist old man sighed in amazement as he stroked his long beard. He had never tried to cross the ocean in his life. To the northern wilderness region, the ocean represented danger. Humans and demons who went out to sea rarely came back. After leaving the cave, the group flew up and stored the raft so that they could use it again in the future. A big and small air circled in the sky excitedly and roared. The group turned around and saw that the cave was connected to a mountain range. At a glance, the end of the land was filled with tall mountains that reached into the clouds. "Let's stay here for a few days," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The others had no objections. With Xianxia's capabilities, if she could escape, she would surely reach Skyfall. They were not in a hurry. This was their life motto. No matter where they were, they must enjoy the scenery along the way and feel the state of the world. "Ha ha ha, Jinghong, let's go catch some fish." Let's see who can catch the biggest fish. Han Shenbua said excitedly, and Xiao Jinghong did not object. Previously, Han Shenbua was ranked first on Great Zhou's hero ranking board, while Xiao Jinghong was ranked third. The two of them had been competing against each other openly and secretly. Until today, they were still competing against each other in terms of cultivation. Huang Lianxin and Jiang Shui held hands and walked toward the beach. Chongming Demon Monarch carried the little black snake in one hand and the red qilin in the other. They threw each other on the beach, and those who did not know would think that they had a grudge against each other. Beishao Wangjian and Zhao Congjian began practicing their sword techniques. They had not practiced for a long time because it was not convenient to do so on the raft. Zhou Xuanji and Daoya Old Man stood on a reef and looked toward the horizon. How far is Skyfall Peak from here? Zhou Xuanji asked. He placed his hands behind his back, looking as old-fashioned as Daoya Old Man. Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, I still don't know where we are. An old man and a young man stood side by side and looked at the tide. The scene seemed to have frozen. They did not speak anymore and looked into the distance quietly, reminiscing about the past. Half an hour later. Look! What's that? Beishao Wangjian cried out in surprise, and everyone turned to look. A rainbow light descended from the sky, streaked across the horizon, and passed over their heads. The group turned around and looked toward the direction of the rainbow light. Could it be an otherworldly object? It's rare for otherworldly objects to appear in the northern wilderness region. Daoya Old Man mumbled. After that, he began divining with his fingers. PFFTT, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he fell backward into the seawater. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment but did not stretch out his hand. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 228. Plop. Daoya Old Man fell into the sea, causing the others to look back. The little black snake called out, Where's that bad old man? Zhou Xuanji pointed downward and said, He fell down. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that he had no intention of going into the water to save him. Then what are you waiting for? Jiang Shui asked curiously. At this moment, Ada landed and picked up Daoya Old Man with his eagle claws. Ada threw him on the beach, and the others gathered around him. He curled up like a prawn, his limbs trembling, his eyes rolling back as he muttered, Nightmare. Nightmare. Chongming Demon Monarch kicked his butt and asked, What are you pretending for? Zhou Xuanji kicked the old bull's butt and cursed, Show some respect. After kicking Chongming Demon Monarch away, he walked behind Daoya Old Man, get up. He frowned and urged. Then, he took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into Daoya Old Man's butt. This scene caused the others to widen their eyes. Although they knew the special ability of the Holy Light Redemption Sword, the place where it stabbed, Daoya Old Man's body twitched. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were no longer white. His limbs were no longer twitching. Zhou Xuanji quickly sheathed his sword and looked calm. After Daoya Old Man regained his senses, he subconsciously touched his butt. You hit your butt when you fell just now. Tell me, what did you calculate? Zhou Xuanji asked hurriedly. Daoya Old Man had coughed up blood when he divined before, but it had never been this bad. Could it be that the rainbow light from before was not as simple as it seemed? Was it really an otherworldly object? In the northern wilderness region, there were many stories of immortals descending to the mortal world. Most of the immortals who descended to the mortal world were beaten down by others, and their cultivation levels were not as high as before. Even so, they could still move unhindered in the mortal world. Daoya Old Man stood up and said in a deep voice, Just now, when I was divining the object from outer space, I saw a person standing on a mountain of corpses. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were corpses piled up hundreds of feet high. I saw the corpses of Xuanhe, Xian Xianghua, Huangquan Drake King, Ta Tianchen, Yang Xindi, and even you guys, except for Xuanji. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. Beixiao Wangjian asked anxiously, "Who killed us?" Daoist old man was quite accomplished in fortune-telling, and almost all of his predictions were accurate. Jiang Shui, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the little black snake were all extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji also frowned, but he did not believe in fate. "I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. I only saw him standing on top of the mountain of corpses. He had a head full of white hair and an extremely ferocious expression." Daoist old man's face was pale as he sighed. Although he had lived for thousands of years, he was still afraid of death. "Then let's go. Since you got this divination from the extraterrestrial object, why don't we go take a look?" For some reason, he thought of the 10,000-year prince that Xianxia had mentioned. When the others heard this, they all nodded. If they didn't figure it out, they wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. It just so happens that that thing is flying inland. "We're going in the same direction," Han Shenbua said. Then, he turned around. Everyone rode on their swords and chased after him. On the way, they kept asking Daoist old man questions. Who wouldn't be afraid after learning that they were going to die? They wanted to ask for more details to prepare themselves. "Why isn't Master here? Could it be that Master is someone who can fight against that person?" Shao Jinghong asked curiously. With Zhou Xuanji's personality, if they died, he would surely avenge them, no matter how powerful the enemy was. Daoist old man frowned and said, "I'm not sure either. I haven't been able to divine this kid's fate." The others looked at Zhou Xuanji. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, none of you will die. Even if you die, I'll go to the Yellow Springs and enter the cycle of reincarnation to find you one by one." Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and everyone was no longer nervous. If someone else had said this, they would have scoffed. But if Zhou Xuanji said it, they would believe him. This was a trust built over a long period of time. Daoist old man stared at him and fell into deep thought. He flew all the way, leaping over mountains one after another. The sun set and the moon rose. The sun rose in the east. At the first glimmer of dawn, everyone finally found a huge pit. The pit was located in the middle of the forest, and the surrounding trees were toppled over. There were even some charred wood. The crater was 100 feet wide and 30 feet deep, as if it had been created by a meteor crashing into the ground. At the bottom of the crater, everyone saw thin purple crystals. Daoist old man waved his right hand and pieced the purple crystals together. They formed half an eggshell, and seeing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Was it really a spirit from beyond the heavens? There's an extremely powerful aura in the surroundings. That thing should have left not long ago, Chongming Demon Monarch said with a frown. Chongming Demon Monarch said with a frown. There was fear in his eyes. No matter if it was a human or a demon, they would all feel fear toward the unknown. "I think we should forget about it. Let's go find Skyfall first and settle down before cultivating," Jiang Shui suggested. Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others nodded. They looked at Zhou Xuanji. "All right, only if we are powerful enough can we deal with everything," Zhou Xuanji agreed. Following this, Daoist old man began to divine the direction of Skyfall. After a while, everyone set off on their journey. After they left, a figure walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was a young man. His hair was white, and his skin was slightly shriveled. He wore simple clothes made from wolf skin and stood barefooted. He looked up with his empty eyes and mumbled, "The aura of the Tianxia map. That thing has appeared again." A month later, Zhou Xuanji, who was resting under a tree, suddenly heard the sword spirit's voice. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 24 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained gold, Great Compassion Sword, Amethyst, Abyss Demon Sword, Sword Master Haki. The two legendary swords were of high grades. Their information appeared before his eyes: sword name, Great Compassion Sword grade, gold description, a sword of Buddhism. It gathers the sadness of the world and can transfer it to others. Sword name, Abyss Demon Sword grade, amethyst description, an evil sword from the depths of the abyss. It was born after absorbing countless demonic chi, evil chi, and resentment. Once used, the murderous intent will rise. They all looked good and did not disappoint him. He turned his attention to Sword Master Haki. Could it be a sword technique? Sword Master Haki is a divine ability. Once inherited, you can command billions of swords in the world. As long as the opponent's cultivation does not surpass yours, they will not be able to control their own swords. This divine ability consumes soul power. The higher the grade of the swords, the greater the consumption. The sword spirit introduced in his mind, which made him open his eyes wide. Divine ability. What a pretentious divine ability. In the cultivation world, divine abilities were above spells. Very few people could cultivate divine abilities. If one had a divine ability, he or she would be unrivaled and could even become one of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Without hesitation, he chose to inherit Sword Master Haki. Smiley face. Chapter 229. Inheriting a divine ability took a longer time than inheriting a sword technique. The massive amount of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind, and it felt like his head was going to explode. A powerful gale surrounded his body. The people around him sensed his abnormality and looked over. What is the revered teacher doing? Breaking through? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had far surpassed his, and he could not see through him. Daoist old man said in surprise, "No, he's not breaking through. He seems to be in an epiphany." Epiphany? The others gathered around him. Zhou Xuanji's talent was already devilish enough. He could gain epiphany just by sitting down. That was too much of a blow. Today is Xuanji's 24th birthday. Jianghu said coldly, which brightened everyone's eyes. Every birthday, Zhou Xuanji would receive a new sword and a new sword technique. Although they did not understand why, they understood that Zhou Xuanji might become more powerful again. They began to look forward to it. "Old man, how long until skyfall?" The little black snake shouted from the tree. His tone was impolite. Daoist old man replied, "We will arrive in about half a month. Don't be scared to death when we reach skyfall." When he mentioned skyfall, his face was filled with respect. It was one of the tallest mountains in the northern wilderness region after all. The place closest to the sky. The little black snake did not care about it but did not continue to ask. An hour later. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were beaming with radiance. His entire temperament suddenly changed. Everyone looked at him. Jianghu smiled and said, "Xuanji, happy 24th birthday." Zhou Xuanji taught her to wish each other a happy birthday every year. "You too. Happy 28th birthday." Zhou Xuanji got up with a smile, but she rolled her eyes in return. Women are always 18 years old. After he said this, Zhou Xuanji felt a little dazed. This girl was already 28 years old. On Earth, she would be considered a leftover woman. But in the northern wilderness region, she was still a young girl. Of course, this girl's character was still immature. "Master, quickly display it for us to see," Zhao Congjian said excitedly. It must be a new sword technique. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already a treasure trove. He wanted to learn all kinds of sword techniques. However, he did not have the supreme legendary sword system. No matter how talented he was, he had to train slowly. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, "We'll talk about it later. Let's go." Sword Master Haki allowed his control over all his swords to soar. Although his cultivation level didn't increase, his soul force was greatly enhanced. Coupled with his divine art, his overall strength couldn't be compared to before. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, the others did not force him and continued to rush toward Skyfall. Along the way, there were more and more tall mountains, and more demonic beasts. Their strength was also gradually increasing, and it felt like they were deep in the territory of the demonic beasts. There was a mountain range with undulating forests. There was a huge mountain that pierced through the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. Skyfall. In front of this mountain, all the other mountains in the world seemed short, like saplings surrounding a giant tree in the sky. Skyfall took up hundreds of kilometers of land, and even though it became narrower the further one went, it did not feel like an all. From a distance, it looked like a heavenly pillar, the top of which reached the clouds, making it impossible for anyone to tell how tall Skyfall was. Rumble, the ground suddenly started to tremble as countless demonic beasts galloped out of the forest like a massive army. In front of them, there were cultivators flying on swords, darting through the forest. They were extremely fast, like sharp arrows. The leader was a one-eyed man. He was skinny and had tanned skin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, hold on. We have to escape before the 8th stage demon appears." His white robe was stained with blood. Evidently, he had just experienced a fierce battle. Yes. Hundreds of cultivators shouted in unison. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were filled with fear and anger. They were disciples of the Hegemon Sword sect, and they had come under orders to go to Skyfall. However, they had encountered an accident, and over 1,000 disciples had died or been injured. Now, there were only 300 or so left. Ha ha ha. Where do you think you can run to? Arrogant laughter sounded out as a domineering figure leapt out from the middle of Skyfall's mountain. He wore a robe made of tiger skin, and his brown hair danced in the wind. His face was valiant, and there were 2 sharp fangs in his mouth and 6 thick tails behind him. He quickly landed on a mountain in front of the cultivators, causing the mountain to collapse. Rocks flew everywhere, and a wild gale swept out in all directions. The one-eyed man hurriedly stopped, and the sword under his feet appeared in his hand, blocking the wind for him. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the wind, as if doomsday had arrived. The Hegemon Sword sect disciples behind him all had expressions of despair. It's over. Liuwu Demon Wolf has woken up. What do we do now? Are we really going to die here? Damn it, I can't accept this. Let's fight it out with him. That's right. We're going to die anyway. At the very least, we'll drag someone down with us. The cultivators roared, and their expressions changed as they prepared to fight. The one-eyed man took a deep breath, and his gaze also became fierce. Liuwu Demon Wolf flew out from the billowing dust, and he had a condescending smile on his face. You trash dared to ascend to Skyfall, and now you want to escape? Your deaths will be the best warning to the world. Liuwu Demon Wolf savagely laughed. After speaking, he even licked his lips, as if he wanted to eat someone. At that moment, the swords of the Hegemon Sword sect's 300 cultivators suddenly trembled violently, unable to control themselves. What's going on? The one-eyed man's only eye widened, and his expression was one of terror. The other cultivators were the same. Their swords had been dripped with blood, and they were connected to their bloodlines. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Swish! 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 Their swords left their hands and flew into the air above the forest. Liuwu Demon Wolf narrowed his eyes, and he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was curious about what these people wanted to do. What are you playing at? A sword formation? Liuwu Demon Wolf asked in a low voice, a look of disdain in his eyes. No one answered him, because the cultivators were also very terrified. A chill rose from their feet and shot up to their heads. Ha ha ha. A mere wolf demon dares to be so arrogant. From today onwards, Skyfall Peak will be ours. A wild laughter came from behind Liuwu Demon Wolf. It was Chongming Demon Monarch. A 7th rank demon challenging an 8th rank demon was undoubtedly seeking death. However, Chongming Demon Monarch did not take Liuwu Demon Wolf seriously at all. Zhou Xuanji, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others flew over on their swords. All of them were smiling fearlessly, as though they were sword immortals. Liuwu Demon Wolf turned around and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" The hundreds of swords levitating in the air suddenly charged toward him. They were extremely fast. He was so shocked that he dodged instinctively. However, the swords seemed to be alive and chased after him madly. Everyone was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch asked in astonishment, "What's going on? They can deal with it themselves?" He thought that these sword cultivators were already at the end of their rope. Chapter 230. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, several hundred swords chased after Liuwu Demon Wolf, forcing him to circle in the air above the forest. He did not act rashly in case it was a trap. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others. He could not see through Daoist Old Man and Zhou Xuanji, and he could not help but feel fearful. No. It's too dangerous. As Liuwu Demon Wolf thought to himself, he turned and flew toward Skyfall, quickly disappearing. Hundreds of treasured swords descended as well, landing in front of the Hegemon Sword Sect disciples, causing them to be dumbfounded. All of this was naturally done by Zhou Xuanji. By relying on Sword Master Haki, he could control other people's swords from a distance. However, the distance could not be too far, so he did not continue to chase after Liuwu Demon Wolf. Zhou Xuanji brought his group to the Hegemon Sword Sect. "Thank you for your help, brothers." Although the one-eyed man could not understand what had happened, he still politely cupped his fist and greeted Zhou Xuanji and the others. If he guessed correctly, the reason why their swords went berserk earlier was definitely because of this group of people. "Are you fellows from Hegemon Sword Sect?" Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. The Hegemon Sword Sect was a first-rate swordsmanship faction in the northern wilderness region, and they even had hopes of becoming a sacred land. The one-eyed man sheathed his sword and nodded. "I am Qing Qianlong, a disciple of the Hegemon Sword Sect. I led my junior brothers to Skyfall to search for medicinal herbs, but we were unexpectedly attacked by the demons on the mountain. Skyfall has already been taken over by the demons. Damn it!" At the end of his sentence, he could not help but grit his teeth. How could he be willing to let so many of his fellow disciples die? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, and the rest frowned. Occupied by the demon race? They turned their heads and saw many demons in the forest in the distance watching them. Most of the demons were between the 3rd and 5th stage. It was hard to imagine how many demons were hiding in Skyfall. "May I ask which demon clan it is?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked. The demon race also had their own factions. Compared to the human race, it was more complicated. Among the demon race, those who occupied a mountain and proclaimed themselves as kings could be considered a force. The mutual deception between demons was less than that between humans, and the killing was more intense. How could an ordinary demon race force dare to make an enemy out of our Hegemon Sword Sect? Naturally, they are the subordinates of that demon race supremacy. Qing Qianlong sighed, his face clouded with worry. The Supreme Demon Lord, Jihuang Demon Lord. Second in the world. The most powerful existence in the entire northern wilderness region. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake widened their eyes. To demons, Jihuang Demon Lord was definitely the pinnacle of their lives. It was like a mortal looking up to an emperor. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Jihuang Demon Lord to already have his eyes on Skyfall. Does Jihuang Demon Lord know about this? Daoist Old Man asked. After all, Jihuang Demon Lord had many experts under him, and it was very likely that his subordinates did it. After all, Jihuang Demon Lord was so powerful that he did not need Skyfall at all. Cheng Qianlong gritted his teeth and said, he naturally doesn't know. Otherwise, the demons in this area would be more than 10 times stronger. Even so, they are still his subordinates. Offending these demons is equivalent to offending Jihuang Demon Lord. Although the Hegemon sword sect was strong, it was nothing compared to Jihuang Demon Lord. One had to know that the battle that made Jihuang Demon Lord famous was when he fought the 8 sacred grounds alone. He was unparalleled. In the current world, only Sunlight Emperor could suppress him. Even Xianxia was inferior to him in terms of prestige and status. At the very least, no one dared to cause trouble for Jihuang Demon Lord. We're in trouble now. Should we change mountains? Beixiao Wangjian asked. They had already offended enough people, and if they offended Jihuang Demon Lord as well, they would have no place to stand. Both the human and demon races would not tolerate them. Change mountains? Zhou Xuanji frowned. All of the good mountains and lands in the northern wilderness had been taken, where could they go? After the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake incident, they would no longer be able to stand in the human race. Could it be that they had to go overseas? Change mountains? Do you really want to conquer Skyfall? Cheng Qianlong asked, a strange expression on his face. Even without Jihuang Demon Lord, it would be incredibly difficult to conquer Skyfall. There were countless 10,000-year-old demons on the mountain, and there were many natural danger zones that could take people's lives. That's right, the human race hasn't been very peaceful recently. The number 1 genius on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji, has been bewitched by Xianxia. Sooner or later, he will become an even greater threat than Xianxia. Chief Monk Xuanhe even said that he would become an existence like the ancient Diablo, Cheng Qianlong said as he shook his head, looking quite worried. Everyone's expressions became strange. Daoist Old Man's expression became even more unsightly. He had never thought that Chief Monk Xuanhe would slander Zhou Xuanji like this. They had expected this situation, but they had never thought that it would be even more serious than they had imagined. Zhou Xuanji was going to become a demon even more terrifying than Xianxia. These words were simply too terrifying. Before, I greatly respected Zhou Xuanji, and he even viewed my sect's Lin Chang'e as a lifelong enemy. However, it's a pity that he has entered the demonic path, and I feel ashamed of him. Cheng Qianlong said indignantly. He was even more furious than when he mentioned the demons on the mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not become angry, as the saying went, the deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. This old fellow definitely liked him too much. Everyone else became furious. Half-blind, what are you talking about? The little black snake said angrily. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others also looked quite unfriendly. The hundreds of cultivators behind Cheng Qianlong raised their swords, preparing for battle. I say, Zhou Xuanji, Cheng Qianlong said as he frowned. Halfway through his words, he stopped. Wait, could it be? He immediately thought of something and quickly retreated. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, are we still going to conquer this mountain? From a distance, Skyfall looked incredibly grand, and it fit its name so well. As soon as they saw Skyfall, their hearts were moved. If they could establish a sect on Skyfall, how grand would it be? Conquer. Of course we're going to. A lovely laugh suddenly sounded out, causing everyone's expressions to change. They all looked around in delight. Cheng Qianlong and the hundreds of Hegemon sword sect cultivators felt quite confused. A figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui out of nowhere, putting a hand on their shoulders. It was Xianxia. Jiang Shui was so scared that her body trembled, while Zhou Xuanji turned and dodged her hand. Xianxia was wearing a veil and a purple dress. She was just as bewitching and gave off an oppressive aura. Her eyes were filled with joy. So you're fine. Daoist Old Man sighed in amazement. The saying was right, scourges last for 1,000 years. Xianxia glanced at Skyfall and said, since you want this mountain, I'll help you take it. Chongming Demon Monarch said excitedly, that's right, with you here, even if Jihuang Demon Lord comes, we won't be afraid. Cheng Qianlong was incredibly shocked, he could already guess Xianxia's identity. His legs trembled and cold sweat covered his body, and he was unable to remain calm. The hegemon sword sect disciples behind him stared with wide eyes. It was the first time they had seen Cheng Qianlong lose his composure like this. Xianxia looked at them and said coldly, you people don't know the truth and just go with the flow. You don't deserve to live in this world. After saying this, she walked towards Cheng Qianlong and the others. Wait, let them go. Zhou Xuanji hurriedly called out to her, not wanting her to randomly kill people. Xianxia did not stop and said, I don't want to kill them, I just want them to leave behind the hegemon sword sect sword formation. I can't let you save them for nothing. Calm. Miao Shu. Chapter 231. Sword Array. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he did not have a sword formation. The lethality of a sword formation was generally higher than a sword technique. After all, many swords or people were needed. The hegemon sword sect sword formation was renowned throughout the world. The most famous battle was against the Yao army, where hundreds of thousands of sword shio lined up in formation. Celestial Dipper of 10,000 stars formation. The moment the sword array appeared, millions of demons were slain. Blood filled the battlefield, causing hegemon sword sect to rise to become a first-rate faction. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji could use dozens of swords, and he alone could form a formation. If he had a sword array, his strength would increase exponentially. What are you trying to do? Cheng Qianlong asked in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to flee, nor did he dare to fight. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the sect master of the hegemon sword sect had to kneel in front of Xianxia. Didn't you hear what I said? Hand over your sword formation, or I will torture you until you wish you were dead. Xianxia stopped 3 meters in front of him and said coldly. The hundreds of sword cultivators were so frightened by her killing intent that they didn't dare to move. They finally experienced Cheng Qianlong's terror. I don't have much patience. If you don't hand it over after 3 counts, I'll skin you alive and pull out your bones. Xianxia said impatiently. Then, she began to count down. Cheng Qianlong was so frightened that he knelt on the spot. With a flip of his right hand, a scroll appeared in his hand. He shouted, I'll give. I'll give. His face was filled with terror, and he felt powerless all over. Xianxia took the scroll, scanned it with her divine sense, and nodded with satisfaction. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and the others and said, let's go up the mountain with me. She leaped into the air, her right foot stepping on Cheng Qianlong's head as she used the momentum to step into the air. Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and followed behind. The others followed closely behind. The group of hegemon sword sect disciples fell to the ground in a daze. Master! I'm sorry. Cheng Qianlong raised his head and howled. After saying this, he raised his sword and slit his own throat. His blood splattered across the grass. Senior brother! More than 300 sword cultivators exclaimed and hurried over. The little black snake sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's shoulder and sighed. You humiliating him like this is worse than killing him. This old fellow might not be able to live on. Xianxia said disdainfully, pretentious. If he really wants to die, he can just scatter his soul. Why would he need to slit his throat? With this level of cultivation, even if their throats were slit and their heads exploded, they wouldn't die completely because their primordial spirits were still present. Jianghu and Huang Lianxin subconsciously looked back, and indeed, they saw the hegemon sword sect disciples crying and shouting that they did not blame Cheng Qianlong, that they would definitely report the matter to the sect, and that they would all die together. His methods were truly impressive. They sighed in their hearts and could only admire him. "Are you hurt?" Zhou Xuanji asked Xianxia. Looking at this old demonic woman's complexion, she seemed to be in good condition. Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "Do they think they can hurt me?" She had recovered to her peak or even surpassed her peak. Except for Sunlight Emperor, she was not afraid of anyone. "Is Ta Tianchen dead?" Han Shenhua asked out of concern. The evil lord had already been killed by Zhou Xuanji. If Ta Tianchen also died, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance would not be able to do anything. At least for a while, they would not have the time to hunt them down. Xianxia shook her head and said, "I wanted to kill him, but I wanted to come to Skyfall earlier so that I could escape quickly." Everyone rolled their eyes. She made it sound so dignified, but wasn't it because she could not kill him? "That's right, I caught the remnant soul of the ancient Diablo. I'll hand him to you after we settle down," Zhou Xuanji said as he remembered something. Xianxia's expression did not change and she only nodded slightly. Evidently, she had long since sensed the ancient Diablo's existence. The group quickly flew toward Skyfall. Xianxia was the fastest. She quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, she flew over with Liuwu Demon Wolf. Liuwu Demon Wolf was covered in blood, and his arms were visibly broken. He continuously coughed up blood and looked extremely wretched. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had not even come to their senses, and Xianxia had already made an 8th-rank great demon lose his battle strength. How powerful was this old demonic woman? Zhou Xuanji was thinking about this too. Daoist old man once said that many cultivators in the northern wilderness top 100 had surpassed the great realization stage. What stage was Xianxia, who was once the top cultivator in the world, at? There are 4 8th-rank great demons on the mountain, and a 9th-rank demon dragon that has been sleeping for a long time. It's in the magma of Skyfall and has probably been sleeping for more than 1,000 years. Unless Skyfall collapses, it will not wake up. Xianxia said with a smile, which made everyone open their eyes wide. 9th-rank demon dragon? Evidently, this 9th-rank demon dragon was not Jihuang Demon Lord's subordinate, and the demons did not notice its existence. Dragon, the little black snake swallowed its saliva. It spent 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. This demonic dragon slept for an entire lifetime. 9th rank, demon dragon? Liuwu Demon Wolf was trembling in fear, and his eyes were wide open. He had slept on Skyfall for so many years. Now that he thought about it, his soul could not help but shudder. "Follow me. Let's go to the peak of Skyfall first," Xianxia said with a smile. After that, she raised her right hand and threw Liuwu Demon Wolf up. In the blink of an eye, Liuwu Demon Wolf disappeared above the sea of clouds. Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, Han Shenhua, Shao Jinghong, and the others were all covered in cold sweat. Such power! Zhou Xuanji held Jiang Shui's hand and continued to fly upward. The others came back to their senses and followed closely behind. Skyfall was very high. It was awe-inspiring to look at it from afar, but it was unforgettable when they were climbing it. After flying over the sea of clouds, everyone looked up and opened their eyes wide. They thought that they could see the peak after flying over the sea of clouds, but they still could not see the peak. Skyfall was too high. It was as though it reached the end of the sky, and it was awe-inspiring. Rows of demon beasts circled the mountain walls, and their cries rose and fell. It was like a paradise. After flying for a while, Shao Jinghong sighed in amazement. "We've already flown more than 10,000 meters, but the peak is still too high to see." He had heard many legends about Skyfall. Only by climbing it could he feel its indescribable grandeur. Xianxia's demonic aura enveloped Skyfall, and the demons all hid into the forest, not daring to show themselves. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and the others were not attacked. After flying over layers of clouds, the sky began to fade. The blue sky turned into a starry sky. Looking into the distance, they thought that they had left the northern wilderness region and arrived in outer space. No, this is a smokescreen. Zhou Xuanji frowned because he could not see other mountains. It was as though Skyfall was the tallest in the world. Most importantly, the spiritual qi here was extremely abundant. The higher they went, the denser the spiritual qi. This was not logical. This is the innate restriction. It makes you feel like you're in an illusion. If you keep flying upward, you will lose your mind and eventually fall down. Both your body and spirit will be destroyed, and there will be no hope of recovery. Daoist old man sighed in amazement. His tone was filled with sorrow. The heavens and earth were always the most powerful beings. Even if you were the top cultivator in the world, you still had to stay in this world. The group continued flying. The peak of Skyfall was a flat land with a diameter of a few miles. There were protruding rocks along the edge, making the peak look like a basin. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 232. Everyone descended to the top of the mountain. Looking at the starry sky, they were all stunned. Jianghu raised her right hand and reached upwards. She said softly, "I feel like I can really touch the sky." The others raised their hands as well, revealing looks of astonishment. They felt as if they had touched an invisible barrier. It was soft and warm. That's not it. It's formed from the dense spiritual qi. It's not the real sky. Daoist old man stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with surprise. If he cultivated here, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ada and Little Air chattered non-stop. The red Qilin and three-eyed drought rodent also began to run about excitedly. Xianxia looked at Liuwu demon wolf, who was like a dead dog, and said with a cold smile, "I have placed a restriction in your body. With a single thought, I can destroy your soul. From now on, you are the demon general of Skyfall, and you will protect Skyfall. Understand?" Liuwu demon wolf's face was pale, and despair appeared in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked around to find a suitable place to build the palace. From now on, they would settle down here and establish their own sect. Xianxia ordered Liuwu demon wolf to gather all the demons on Skyfall. The other 3 level 8 demons were also suppressed by her. They were called Vast Sky Boar King, Shocking Sky Eagle, and Great Earth Bear Monarch. Like Liuwu Wolf Demon, the Great Earth Bear Monarch was a subordinate of Jihuang Demon Lord. As for the other demons on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji did not chase them away. Their sects were not built yet anyway. At night, the starry sky above Skyfall became even brighter, and everyone gathered around the bonfire. "When do you plan to establish your own sect?" She sat on Zhou Xuanji's left while Jianghu sat on his right. In her eyes, there was only Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's still early. Everyone should cultivate first. When we truly have the power to resist the entire world, that will be the time for our sword sect. In the future, if anyone comes to Skyfall with talent in the way of the sword, we can take them in." Establishing a sect was not something that could be done overnight. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, he only wanted to cultivate the world Buddha art to completion. When he became the world's number 1, countless people would flock to him. That would be carefree. Xianxia nodded, her eyes filled with approval. "Sect Master Xian, the Tanhua sect is gone. Why don't you join us and become an elder in the future?" Han Shenhua asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced at him, causing him to hurriedly lower his head in fear. She turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "This is your idea?" Zhou Xuanji did not deny it but looked at her quietly. "I will not agree. As long as I am alive, the Tanhua sect will not be destroyed. Xianxia's eyes were calm as she spoke slowly. She did not let her emotions get to her head. She was still the #1 devil cultivator who wanted to rule the world. I will accompany you for a while. Once Skyfall has settled down, I will leave and rebuild the Tanhua sect. By the way, give me the evil king's remnant soul. After saying that, Xianxia extended her right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and raised his hand, taking out the ancient Diablo's remnant soul from the Tianxia map. After obtaining the Diablo's remnant soul, Xianxia disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. The little black snake lamented, "Master, your charm is still not enough." Zhou Xuanji looked at him coldly. "Take it slow. The Tanhua sect is where she was born and grew up. It accompanied her for her entire life. How could she give it up?" Daoist old man said with a smile. It was already a great thing to be able to conquer Skyfall. The group nodded. After that, they began discussing about building wooden huts. In less than an hour, they built 8 wooden huts. After Jianghu took out the bedding and laid the wooden bed, Zhou Xuanji lay on it and stretched. "So comfortable!" he exclaimed in amazement. Although meditating and cultivating made him more energetic, he still preferred to lie down. After Jianghu closed the door, she sat on his stomach and grabbed his shoulders. "You should tell me a story tonight," she snorted. Zhou Xuanji said lazily, "Tomorrow. I want to rest." "Come down." Having heard that, Jianghu's body leaned down, and her butt slid backward. Zhou Xuanji took in a cold breath and carried her down. Okay. I will tell you." He rolled his eyes and looked at Jianghu, who was smiling proudly. An evil flame rose up in his lower abdomen. He flipped her over and pressed her down before lowering his head slowly. Jianghu's eyes became misty, and her pretty face was covered by his head. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji woke up with Jianghu and began cultivating. He walked to an empty space and took out the Hegemon Sword Sect sword formation scroll. After sitting down, he scanned the scroll with his divine sense. After a while, he opened his eyes and mumbled, "Such an exquisite sword formation." He suddenly understood why the Hegemon Sword Sect was so prosperous. At the same time, it opened the door to a whole new world for him. Sword formation. The sword formation was indeed powerful. Sword formations of the same grade were generally more destructive than sword techniques. This sword formation was called the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. It required 100 sword cultivators to cast together. It was so powerful that it would be difficult to escape if one entered the formation. Zhou Xuanji did not have 100 swords yet, and he did not want to buy ordinary swords. If he used the legendary swords from the system, he would consume much less soul energy, and it was more convenient. He immediately took out all of his legendary swords and began practicing the formation. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian immediately came over to watch. Legend has it that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was able to set up a sword formation by himself. Although he was proficient in using only one sword, the Hegemon Sword Sect Sword Dao tradition came from him. Zhao Congjian muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. If Zhou Xuanji could use the sword formation alone, his power would surely grow. Wouldn't it be perfect to teach them in the future? Zhou Xuanji ignored them and focused on arranging the formation. There were thousands of moves in the sword formation, and each of the divine swords crisscrossed. Just practicing it once would take a very long time. He planned to modify the 100-star sky-covering sword formation into a few dozen stars. The variations in power would be reduced, but it was still a sword formation. The first day, he practiced the 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation 10 times. Everyone was shocked. Could Zhou Xuanji really learn it in such a short time? 10 days later, After practicing the 100-star sky obscuring sword formation for 100 times, the more he practiced, the faster he could form the formation. Another 5 days passed. After practicing the 100-star sky obscuring sword formation for 500 times, he achieved great accomplishment. However, he could not manifest the sword will in the sword formation. According to the sword spirit, the sword formation also had a state similar to the sword will. The sword owner had to comprehend it himself. Once he comprehended it, he could manifest it directly when he practiced the sword formation in the future. Impressive. You mastered the sword formation in half a month. Is this really your first time learning the sword formation? Xianxia sat on the stone chair and asked curiously. She had heard about Zhou Xuanji's talent before, but only after seeing it with her own eyes could she truly feel it. Is this brat really human? The techniques in the world are all the same. The sword's way, the saber's way, and the spear's way are the same. Each Tao has its own essence. If you can understand the core of sword techniques and sword formations, everything else will be fine. Zhou Xuanji looked at the dozens of legendary swords levitating in the air and said calmly. Master, what's the core of the sword's way? Zhao Zongjian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, it can only be understood and not explained. If you understand it, then you understand it. I understood it when I was born. As for when you will understand it, it is fate. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 233. Zhao Zongjian was dismayed by Zhou Xuanji, but he did not know how to retort, so he turned around to practice his sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xiao Jinghong, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. The three of them immediately understood and obediently turned around to practice their swords. Xianxia shook her head and said with a smile, you sure know how to talk. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked seriously, do you know why you fell from the throne of number 1 in the world and can no longer climb back up? Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but frown. This was her sore spot. Why? She squinted her eyes and asked. Her dangerous aura moved Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Daoist Old Man. What does this old witch want to do? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, because you have a demonic barrier. After you lost, you talked about it every day, as if you were afraid that others did not know that you were once number 1 in the world. Actually, you are very strong. In the hearts of all living beings, Sunlight Emperor might not be as good as you. Xianxia's frown deepened as she fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji stared at Jiang Shui and said, why aren't you cultivating? Why are you daydreaming? Jiang Shui curled her lips and left. Han Shenbua, Daoist Old Man, and Chongming Demon Monarch also left. After that, Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, sat down, and began cultivating. He had already learned the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Although he could not unleash its full power, he would be able to do it sooner or later when he had more divine swords. Next, he began to focus on cultivation. As for sword techniques, he already had enough for him to use. Time flew by. 4 months later. Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 7 so quickly because of the Tianxia map and the spirit gathering formation created by Xianxia. The spirit qi at the top of Skyfall was already very dense. If he cultivated here, 1 day would be equivalent to 10 days. The others had also broken through, except for Daoist Old Man. Daoist Old Man had almost never cultivated under their watch. This old thing spent his days idling around Skyfall. In his words, because he had peeked into the secrets of the heavens too much, if he broke through again, the heavenly tribulation would kill him. As such, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. From leaving Aperture Realm onward, one would face a heavenly tribulation for every breakthrough in cultivation. Breaking through the spirit refinement realm was considered to be breaking away from the mortal body. Its lifespan could reach 10,000 years. After breaking through to astral projection level 7, Zhou Xuanji did not stop cultivating and set a good example for the others. The other side. Liuwu Demon Wolf and Dade Bear Monarch were gathered in a cave. The Great Earth Bear Monarch had a tall and sturdy physique. His cheeks were covered with bear fur, and he wore thick and heavy black scale armor. He had a worried expression as he sighed and said, "What should we do?" Liuwu Demonic Wolf was also having a hard time along the way. He held a scroll in his hand that was transformed from a fiend race supreme being. He called for all fiend generals to return, saying that there were important matters to discuss. Now that they were being detained by Wuxia Xianxia, how could they dare to go back? They did not even dare to report this matter to Wuxia Xianxia for fear that she would kill them. Forget it, let's not worry about this matter for now. The Supremes are probably going to declare war on the human race. Without the two of us, they can't be bothered. The war between the two races will definitely last for a long time. Whether or not they will pursue this matter in the future, no one knows. Liuwu Demon Wolf pondered deeply. The Dade Bear Monarch pondered for a moment before nodding. Given the current situation, that was all they could do. Right, isn't there a level 9 demon dragon in Skyfall? Why isn't there any movement? The Dade Bear Monarch asked. When Liuwu Demon Wolf told him about this, he was almost scared witless. It seemed like a difference of one level, but it was actually a treasure. I'm not sure. They did not disturb the level 9 demon dragon, as though it doesn't exist. Liuwu Demon Wolf said with a frown. He was confused in his heart. Could it be that there was no level 9 demon dragon at all? Finally, the two demons came to a consensus. And that was to endure. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji sat on a boulder by the cliff with the starry sky above his head. He gathered qi and cultivated. The second level of the world Buddha art, world reincarnation, was too domineering and difficult to master. According to his estimation, it would take at least a few decades. Compared to world internalization, world reincarnation required more luck. It was not even on the same order of magnitude. But such a divine art had to be cultivated patiently. The human race and fiend race are at war. Daoist Old Man's voice came from behind him. Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Weren't the two races always at war? This time is different from the past. The sovereign of the fiend race is leading the entire fiend race to wage war against the 7 empires and 8 sanctums. The war will engulf the entire northern wilderness region. At that time, all the major factions will fight for their own race. Skyfall might be implicated, Daoist Old Man continued with a solemn expression. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as the sovereign of the fiend race doesn't come personally, it has nothing to do with us." He was also in the northern wilderness top 100. After learning world internalization and the 100-star sky covering formation, his power grew tremendously, so he was naturally confident. But if the human race is destroyed, what's the point of establishing a new sect? Daoist Old Man asked. There were very few demons who practiced the sword. When that time came, the fiend race would not tolerate the existence of Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him. Is it really that serious? He asked. He had read some records in ancient books. A long time ago, before the human race was born, the world was controlled by the fiend race. We can't exclude this possibility. There has not been a war like this for 10,000 years. Although Jihuang Demon Lord is ranked second in the world, he is extremely talented and powerful. He can unite the fiend race. For 10,000 years, humans have been killing each other, and their numbers are far from the fiend race. Also, I have already divined the decline of the great Zhou Empire. The city will be destroyed, and the mountains will be destroyed. Daoist Old Man said with a serious expression, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. I was just about to focus on cultivation. Why did such a big thing happen? Is the heavens against me? Isn't Yang Di the top cultivator in the world? He should be able to suppress Jihuang Demon Lord, Zhou Xuanji reminded her. In Xian Xianghua's words, she only saw Yang Di as a competitor and did not take Jihuang Demon Lord seriously at all. He is indeed the top cultivator in the world, but Jihuang Demon Lord is not bad either. They will definitely fight. What if Yang Di cannot suppress Jihuang Demon Lord? Daoist old man asked, and Zhou Xuanji sank into his thoughts. Boom! At that moment, Skyfall trembled, and the sound of a shocking battle came from below. A little pig demon dares to stop me? A wild laughter sounded out. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji and Daoist old man's cultivation being quite high, they would not have heard it. After all, Skyfall was simply too high. Below the mountain. The 100-meter-tall clear sky boar king smashed into the side of Skyfall's mountain, a look of pain on his face. The trees in front of him were all toppled, and the ground was overturned, forming a long ravine. The Haotian boar king was an 8th-level greater demon. He had a human body and the head of a boar. He wore bronze armor, and he had sharp fangs in his mouth. His face was savage, and he exuded a ferocious might. Following his gaze, Zhang Xian saw a green-robed man hovering in the air above the forest, holding a golden longsword in his hand. His face was handsome, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. His entire being seemed otherworldly. This is Skyfall. Do not trespass. Haotian Boar King growled. He raised his right hand and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 234. Skyfall? From now on, this mountain belongs to me, the peerless sword celestial. The green-robed man smirked in satisfaction, completely ignoring Haotian Boar King's warning. Peerless sword immortal? What the hell? The Haotian Boar King was enraged. The fur on his body stood up, and his demonic body seemed to have become even more muscular. He leaped up like a small mountain. He raised his giant hammer high and smashed it towards the green-clothed man. The green-robed man raised his sword and slashed out. Streaks of golden sword chi crisscrossed and slashed out. They were extremely fast and their auras were strong. Haotian Boar King was sent flying into the sky. His body was slashed and blood flowed out. Then, the green-robed man rushed towards him. It was as if a beam of golden light had shot into the sky from the ground, splitting heaven and earth into two. Haotian Boar King lowered his head and roared angrily. Roar, his voice was domineering and shook the surroundings, causing countless trees to shake. The green-clothed man frowned. Just as he was about to swing his sword, a cold light shot towards him from the top of Skyfall. Xiao! The green-robed man was moved and subconsciously swung his sword to block the attack. With a clang, his right hand was numb from the impact, and the blade of his sword was trembling non-stop. He focused his eyes and saw that it was a giant sword. Hegemen Jiu. How dare you occupy my Skyfall? Today, I want to see what kind of abilities you, a sword celestial, have. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the top of the mountain. Next, he flew over from the sea of clouds on his sword. A past sword immortal? The green-robed man almost vomited blood. He was instantly enraged. How dare they humiliate him? Zhou Xuanji stood on the wind-cutter sword with the God Emperor sword and white dragon-bone sword in his hands. His white dragon golden robe fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced like flames. His eyes were cold as he stared fixedly at the green-robed man. I'm the peerless sword immortal, Ning Zifeng. Brat, do you know what price you will have to pay for humiliating me? The man in green said in a deep voice. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji was already less than 300 meters away from him. Haotian Boar King floated in the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. These demons were all subdued by Xian Xianxia, so he was not familiar with Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was very powerful, more powerful than him. He did not know if Zhou Xuanji could deal with him. "I've never heard of your name before. You're just a nobody," Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. As he spoke, legendary swords appeared behind him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Afterimage Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Absorption Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword. Every divine sword was surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi, stunning Ning Zifeng. So many swords, he called himself the peerless sword immortal, so he naturally loved swords all his life. However, this was the first time he saw so many extraordinary swords being wielded by a single person. Very good. Since I've encountered a sword cultivator, let's fight. Ning Zifeng smiled proudly. With the golden sword in his hand, his aura suddenly changed. Sword intent. Zhou Xuanji raised his two swords and charged over. The God Emperor and White Dragon condensed around his body, and he came before Ning Zifeng in the blink of an eye. Dual Sword Will. His body was like a gust of wind as he executed sword techniques with both swords, forcing Ning Zifeng to dodge in panic. How can an astral projection cultivator have such a powerful aura? Ning Zifeng immediately saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation and was shocked. Zhou Xuanji was more powerful than him. His spirit energy was boundless like the ocean. He blocked with all his might, but a while later, his right arm felt sore and numb. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He no longer fought head-on but dodged Zhou Xuanji's attack with his movement technique. It must be known that he had the cultivation of Great Realization Level 1. Although he had just reached the Great Realization stage, he often fought against those at higher stages than him. It was his first time suppressing someone at a lower stage than him. What kind of monster is this brat? Ning Zifeng cursed in his heart and dared not to let his guard down. At this moment, his golden sword clashed with the God Emperor sword again. His golden sword froze. His expression changed drastically. He could sense that the spirit energy in his body was being forcefully sucked away and transferred into Zhou Xuanji's body through the two swords. What energy technique is this? He asked with gritted teeth. There were many energy techniques that could absorb the enemy's spirit energy, but it was his first time encountering an energy technique that could absorb someone at a higher stage than him. The most important thing was the horrifying speed of absorption. At the same time, all the legendary swords flew above the two of them and formed a circle with their tips pointing downward. Who are you? Ning Zifeng asked again. As he spoke, his spirit energy exploded and forced Zhou Xuanji back. I'm Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. Just when he spoke, countless sword chi descended from the sky and surrounded Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng sensed that the sky darkened and looked up instinctively. The dragon-shaped sword chi of dozens of legendary swords intertwined and formed the image of stars. The background was pitch black and was decorated with stars. 100-star sky-covering formation. He immediately tried to move, but in the end, he crashed into an invisible barrier and was sent flying back. This is a sword formation? Ning Zifeng was shocked and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Casting a sword formation by himself? He had seen it before, but it was a majestic sight to see so many swords lined up in a formation. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and activated the 100-star sky-covering formation. Swoosh! 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 Countless sword chi shot out from the legendary swords and wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Ning Zifeng hurriedly swung his sword to block, and his sword moved extremely quickly. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others descended from the sea of clouds and witnessed the might of the 100-star sky-covering formation. Wow, that's the 100-star sky-covering formation? So powerful. He captured the enemy so quickly. This pressure, if I was inside, such powerful sword chi. If ordinary spirit refinement cultivators were inside, they would be instantly killed. Master is becoming more and more powerful. Everyone continuously cried out. Back then, they had seen Zhou Xuanji master this sword formation, but it was the first time they had seen its might. Daoist old man pinched his fingers and divined. This person is not from the northern wilderness region. The top genius of the Chaos Tide Sea? Could he be from overseas? He muttered to himself, causing the others to look over. Chaos Tide Sea? At the same time, Ning Zifeng's pained cry sounded out. Countless sword chi minced him into a bloodied man, and his white bones could be seen. Facing the powerful 100-star sky-covering formation, he was unable to withstand it in the end. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows, and the sword formation stopped. Ning Zifeng, who had turned into a bloodied man, fell down. At that moment, Xianxia appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said with some interest, "You defeated a great realization cultivator so easily, and you haven't even used your most powerful sword. Little husband, you are becoming more and more powerful." In the air, Haotian King was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. What did he see? An astral projection cultivator easily defeated a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji said, "Help me seal him. This person calls himself the Peerless Sword Immortal, but there is no such person in the northern wilderness region. Perhaps we can learn something from him." The most important reason was that he wanted to take in Ning Zifeng. A great realization sword slave? Not bad. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 235. Okay, Xianxia replied. She waved her right hand, and the demonic chi transformed into a black shadow that dashed forward. At this moment, Jianghu, Daoist old man, Shao Jinghong, and the others flew over. "Revered teacher, your sword formation is really powerful. It's hard to find someone as talented in sword formations as you in the Hegemon sword sect," Shao Jinghong said with a smile. Shao Jinghong said with a smile. His face was full of admiration, which pleased Zhou Xuanji. This kid was suitable to be by his side. He could make others feel happy. When it was time to flatter him, he would flatter him without holding back. Daoist old man said to Zhou Xuanji, "This person came from overseas, a place called the Chaos Tide Sea. He's the top genius there, so we must be careful." Chaos Tide Sea? Zhou Xuanji frowned. All along, although people from the northern wilderness region often explored overseas, most of them never returned. He did not expect to meet someone from overseas today. To be called the top genius, it meant that there were many people there. Why did he come to the northern wilderness region? Chaos Tide Sea? Interesting. Jianghu wanted to leave the northern wilderness region recently, and now a great realization cultivator came back from overseas. It seems like the situation in the world is really going to change. Xianxia mumbled to herself in a meaningful tone. Zhou Xuanji was not too concerned about this. Soon, Ning Zifeng was brought back by the black shadow and flew up to the cloud sea with the rest. Haotian King knelt respectfully in the air. His eyes were filled with passion. In the battle just now, Zhou Xuanji's prowess had won him over. With such a powerful cultivator protecting him, he could cultivate in Skyfall with peace of mind. An hour later. At the top of Skyfall, Ning Zifeng, whose body had recovered, sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. It was not that he had never lost before. But this was the first time he lost to someone with a lower cultivation stage than him. And a sword cultivator at that. "Tell me, why did you come to the northern wilderness region?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and asked. Ning Zifeng took a deep breath and said, "My name is Ning Zifeng. Just as you guessed, I came from the Chaos Tide Sea. Because of my hatred for the world, I had to hide. I crossed the boundless ocean and experienced many difficulties before I came to the northern wilderness region. I wanted to find a place to cultivate, so I came here. Let me make it clear first. I have never harmed anyone in this continent. I just want to find a place to cultivate. He was very depressed. Ever since he had entered the continent, he had only encountered demons, and Zhou Xuanji was the only person he had encountered. In the end, he was defeated as soon as they met. At this moment, he began to doubt his life. Could it be that this continent was much stronger than the ocean? How far is the Chaos Tide Sea from the northern wilderness region? How many sects are there? Xiao Jinghong asked. Ning Zifeng's strength made him feel a sense of danger. He had already guessed Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Very far, very far. I met many people from the northern wilderness region on the ocean. They all wanted to head to the various sea regions to seek for opportunities. Little did they know that there are many sects in the sea regions, countless dynasties, and dangers everywhere. Anyway, I feel that the northern wilderness region is very peaceful. Ning Zifeng sighed. He had a good eye for people and knew that Zhou Xuanji did not want to kill him. Leaving him alive was probably to subdue him. After all, he had lived for more than 1,000 years and had encountered many such incidents. Who is the most powerful person in the Chaos Tide Sea? How powerful is he? The little black snake asked noisily. Hearing about the Chaos Tide Sea, everyone was very interested. Ning Zifeng replied without hesitation, it should be Tian. 1,000 years ago, he descended from the sky and was invincible. He proclaimed himself to be the sole ruler and wanted to kill everyone with monarchical violet qi in the world. Tian? Everyone was stunned and thought of the thing that had descended from the sky. That thing had also descended from the sky. At this moment, Ning Zifeng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, let me go, and I will not disturb you anymore. When my way of the sword reaches great accomplishment, I will definitely return the favor. How about that? Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, you can cultivate here. From today onwards, you will be my sword slave. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes widened. He had guessed that Zhou Xuanji wanted to take him as a disciple, but he did not expect him to be a sword slave. He felt humiliated and gritted his teeth as he said, kill me. Compared to being a slave, it was better to die. I can teach you sword techniques. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes and said softly. Beixiao Wangjian called out, why take him in? It's best to kill him. The little black snake agreed. This boy was too noble and virtuous. If he was kept alive, he would not be a good person. Ning Zifeng coldly harumphed and said, my talent in the way of the sword is unparalleled, and I'm proficient in hundreds of sword techniques. Why do I need to learn from you? He was a sword maniac. For the sword, he had left his home and traveled the world with his sword. Now that he had reached great accomplishment, he had formed the way of the sword. How much SwordWill do you know? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. Very good, this boy's sword technique belonged to him. SwordWill? Of course there's only one. Everyone has their own SwordWill. Their own sword is the SwordWill, Ning Zifeng said as he harumphed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was looking at an idiot. Zhou Xuanji picked up his golden sword and walked to the side. Under everyone's gazes, he began to practice the sword. First was the white crane sword technique. It was agile and graceful, and his body was like a white crane. Within a small space, with his right foot as the axis, the sword technique was swift and fierce, and the sound of wind being torn continuously sounded out. SwordWill. Ning Zifeng's eyes narrowed. Why did he feel that this SwordWill was different from Zhou Xuanji's SwordWill from before? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were mesmerized. The simple white crane sword technique was used by Zhou Xuanji, but it was profound and unfathomable. It was like the Tao of nature. Next was the fiery sword technique. Trisource vein severing sword. 36 paths jade shao sword. Tempest slash. Moonlit wind sword dance. Vibrant raindrops sword. Chilling wave sound wave. Sky dominating divine sword. Hold on. Each set of sword techniques had different sword wills and different auras. Everyone was dazzled by them. Ning Zifeng opened his mouth wide as though he had seen a ghost. Xian Xianghua was also amazed. She suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji looked so majestic and handsome when he swung his sword. A long while later, Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the golden sword landed in front of Ning Zifeng. The blade pierced into the ground, and the blade shook. Looking at his beloved sword, Ning Zifeng fell into a daze. At this moment, the way of the sword that he believed in collapsed. How can someone master so many sword wills in this world? Impossible, he mumbled to himself, which made the others burst into laughter. Zhou Xuanji walked over and said, "You said it yourself. Everyone's sword will is different, and so is their way of the sword. My way of the sword is the way of 10,000 swords, the emperor of the way of the sword. Your way of the sword is just one of 10,000 ways of the sword, but I will rule over all the ways of the sword. The sword emperor that I want to be is not the pinnacle of a certain way of the sword but the way of the sword." His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone was filled with conceit. After he spoke, he activated Sword Master Haki straightaway. In an instant, the golden sword before Ning Zifeng trembled violently. Not only that, but the swords of Xiao Jinghong and the other three also trembled. In the eyes of the 5 sword cultivators, Zhou Xuanji was so domineering and mighty. Stars surround the moon. I am the bright moon, and I will give you the chance to be a star. It's your honor to be my sword slave. If you miss this chance, you will regret it one day. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 236. Ning Zifeng fell silent. Zhou Xuanji's words had greatly shocked him. The others were already used to it, but Xian Xianghua liked Zhou Xuanji more and more. This kid was ambitious. As expected of the man she wanted to marry. The little black snake laid on Chongming Demon Monarch's shoulder and sighed. "You really know how to talk nonsense." Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. She had personally witnessed Zhou Xuanji subduing Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others. This fellow's words came out of nowhere, and he pulled out the heavens and the earth, directly striking at people's hearts. He first used his powerful strength to defeat his opponent, and then used sharp and hot-blooded words to stir up his opponent's emotions. All, in her heart, Zhou Xuanji was omnipotent. It won't be long before Master's cultivation surpasses yours. You must know that Master is only 24 years old at the moment. Do you understand what it means to reach leaving aperture realm level 7 at 20? Zhao Congjian said to assist Zhou Xuanji. Ning Zifeng was powerful and knew so many sword techniques. He was qualified to join them. Of course, the most important reason was that he had his eyes on Ning Zifeng's hundreds of powerful sword techniques. Xian Xianghua snorted, "He's my man. It's your honor to be his sword slave. If you're unwilling, then you can go die." With that, she unleashed her murderous aura and locked onto Ning Zifeng. Ning Zifeng widened his eyes and looked at her in horror. What a terrifying killing intent. What kind of strength did this woman have? His expression fluctuated, and in the end, he could only lower his head and grit his teeth. "Greetings, Master." Since things had come to this, he had no other choice. He was already interested in Zhou Xuanji's way of the sword. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji obtained another sword slave, and it was at the great realization stage. Ning Zifeng began to confess his past. It turned out that he was the northern wilderness Zhou Xuanji in the Chaos Tide Sea. Ever since he revealed his prowess, he had overcome all obstacles to become the #1 genius of the Chaos Tide Sea step by step. In terms of the sword Dao, he was also one of the best. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was even more overpowered than him. He was also very curious about Zhou Xuanji's past. The group did not hide anything, and Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Was there really such a person in the world? Zhou Xuanji walked aside and continued his cultivation. Seeing the vortex of spiritual qi above Zhou Xuanji's head, he was shocked again. 3 days later. After Ning Zifeng's injuries healed, he started to wander around Skyfall. After all, Skyfall was very big, and he wanted to look around. There were no tall mountains in the chaos-tide sea. During this period of time, he wanted to escape, but he was captured by Xianxia and given a vicious beating. Only after recuperating for a month did he become obedient. On this day, analyze that the sword owner has reached 25 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, wind and cloud sword, gold, light shadow sword, glorious gold, Buddha slaying sword, and 3 Armageddon. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, slowly opened his eyes, and the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wind Cloud Sword level, gold, description, a sword born from the wind and clouds. It possesses the 3 attributes of wind, water, and space. A swing of the sword can summon wind and clouds. Sword name, Sword of Light level, gold, description, forged from luminous divine stone. The 2 sides of the blade contain different powers, one dark and one light. Sword name, Punishing Buddha sword, level, glorious gold, description, created by the demonic path, it specializes in suppressing Buddhist qi. It is extremely powerful and needs to be used cautiously. Zhou Xuanji's gaze was attracted by the Buddha slaying sword. Glorious gold legendary sword specialized in countering Buddha qi. Not bad. I will use it to deal with Chief Monk Xuanhe in the future. The 3 legendary swords appeared in his hands. Each of them was different in their own way, and all of them looked extraordinary. After playing with them for a while, he stored the 3 legendary swords into the supreme storage. Next, 3 white jade stones the size of eggs appeared in his hands. Sword Spirit, what's Armageddon? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. It was produced by the system, so it should not be ordinary. It's like an explosive. It contains extremely horrifying energy, and one of them is enough to kill a great realization cultivator, destroying both his body and soul. It will explode once it's stimulated by spirit energy. The sword spirit replied, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he quickly stored the 3 Armageddon swords. It can kill a great realization cultivator? Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not channel his spirit energy into them just now. Normally, cultivators would channel their spirit energy into the enchanted artifacts to inspect them. Can I introduce them earlier next time? Zhou Xuanji thought unhappily. After the sword spirit agreed, he fell into silence. After thinking about it, he stood up and stretched his body. Looking down from the top of the mountain, he saw an endless sea of clouds. It had been almost a year since they came to Skyfall. During this period, they were busy with cultivation and were rarely disturbed by demons or cultivators. If any cultivators passed by, they would be captured and asked about the human race's recent situation before letting them go. Currently, the humans and demons were at war. Demons above 8th rank led countless demon armies to attack the 7 empires. Now that all the empires were at war, the 8 sanctums had no choice but to participate. Chief Monk Xuanhe fought with Jihuang Demon Lord and was severely injured by Xianxia. He was beheaded by Jihuang Demon Lord within 3 moves and imprisoned. This alarmed the entire human race. The Hegemon Sword Sect, Xinhao Sect, Haoqi Alliance, and other powerful factions from both the righteous and evil sects joined the war. The central region of the northern wilderness region was flooded with blood. No one knew if the great Zhou Empire could survive. At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. With Zhou Qingxin as the emperor, only Shitan Changsha and the sword monarch of Great Zhou could hold their own. They were considered the weakest among the 7 empires. Great Zhou was facing its most dangerous period. Back then, he promised to help the Great Zhou Empire, but he was far away at Skyfall and could not do anything. I'm preparing to leave. At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice came from behind him. Next, a fragrance wafted into his nose. She came to his side and stood beside him, looking at the magnificent sea of clouds. Now that the 2 races are at war, it's time for the Tanhua sect to take a breather. What are you going to do? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was already used to Xian Xianghua's existence and suddenly did not want her to leave. She smiled with squinted eyes and said, I have to gather the Tanhua sect and bring them near Skyfall to cultivate peacefully. After you establish your own sect, we can be neighbors. Isn't that good? Thinking of that scene, she smiled so widely that her eyes curved. Is that really it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could not help but think of the Thousand Hands Devil Qin Gang. Was he still alive? Xian Xianghua replied, yes, I'm going to settle the score with Jihuang Demon Lord. That old demon has been quite arrogant recently. After that, she turned around, lifted her veil, and kissed Zhou Xuanji on the cheek before disappearing. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I will leave the demon dragon in the mountain to you. You are already powerful enough anyway. Her voice floated in the air and dissipated like the wind. Zhou Xuanji's frown did not relax. What was this old demonic woman trying to do? Couldn't she just cultivate peacefully? This is her obsession. She has already fallen into the demonic barrier of being the world's top cultivator. Daoist old man's voice came, she not only wants to challenge Jihuang Demon Lord but also Yang Di. She has been holding it in for a year and can't hold it in any longer. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 237. Daoist old man flew to Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement. Back then, Xian Xianghua was the strongest in the world, but now, she has been reduced to the number 4 in the world. How could she be willing to accept this? In addition, she has absorbed the Diablo's soul. Naturally, she has to get revenge. He said leisurely, and when he finished, he laughed to himself. In his entire life, Xian Xianghua was the most headstrong woman he had ever met. Although this old demonic woman loved Zhou Xuanji, she still had great ambitions in her heart. He even suspected that Xian Xianghua was actually a man who had taken over the body of a woman. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, is Yang Di really that powerful? Number 1 in the world. These 4 words made people think of many things. However, Sunlight Emperor was not very famous in the northern wilderness region. He was one of those strange existences. If you thought about it carefully, you would remember him, but if you didn't think about it, you wouldn't remember him. Sunlight Emperor had disappeared since he became the number 1 expert in the world. According to the rumors in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor was someone who trained hard. That was why he was able to retain his position as the world's number 1. So far, Sunlight Emperor had won the title of world number 1 3 times in a row. In other words, Xian Xianghua had never defeated him since he became famous. To be precise, no one in this world could defeat him. Powerful. I even feel that he will become a great emperor of the current era and stand shoulder to shoulder with the hegemon Sword Emperor. Although Xian Xianghua's strength has improved, Sunlight Emperor's talent is even more terrifying. In addition, he has been practicing hard day after day. The gap between them is still too big. Daoist old man said seriously. He had once watched a world millennium duel, and the power of Yang Di left a deep impression on him. Great emperor of the present age. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Daoist old man patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't think too much. Even if Xian Xianghua can't defeat him, she can still escape. Cultivate well. I'm looking forward to your battle with Yang Di. Thinking about how Zhou Xuanji could contend for first in the world, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. It would be great if Zhao Xian could see it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You're right. The most important thing now is to cultivate." At this moment, Ning Zifeng walked over. "Master, how do we cultivate dual sword intents? I can use both hands to perform different sword techniques, but I need to concentrate on the concept, so I can't perform two sword intents at all." Ning Zifeng asked in distress. Ever since Zhou Xuanji had taught him the dual sword wills, this boy no longer tried to run away. In Skyfall, no one would make things difficult for him, and he could learn even more profound sword skills. He had no reason to run away. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them that Xianxia had left. He turned to look at Ning Zifeng and said, "Let's spar in sword techniques. I'll let you experience it during the spar. Remember, don't use spirit energy, just sword techniques." Hearing that, Ning Zifeng's spirits lifted and he quickly took out two golden swords. The two of them started sparring at the edge of Skyfall. In the distance, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin saw this scene. The four of them cultivated side by side and did not get up. Ever since Ning Zifeng joined them, they worked even harder. However, Ning Zifeng was at the Mahayana realm. How were they supposed to chase after him? After Xianxia left, everyone's lives did not change. They continued to cultivate. Everyone's cultivation base was growing. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian had already started breaking through to the nascent soul realm. The little black snake recovered to its peak, which was at the 5th rank. It could transform into a hegemon-scaled black dragon that was hundreds of meters long at any time, which looked mighty. Big and small air reached the 5th rank as well. Their wingspans were 30 meters long, which were like two small mountains. However, they could not speak the human language, let alone transform. Everything was progressing in a good direction. 8 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 8. This speed was already fast enough. Other than the dense spiritual qi at the top of Skyfall, it was also thanks to the help of the Tianxia map. However, his world Buddha art did not break through to the 2nd level. World reincarnation was too difficult. Fortunately, Ning Zifeng did not master two sword wills, which made him feel relieved. He taught Ning Zifeng everything he knew, but this guy's sword's way was deeply rooted and difficult to change. This day, the red Qilin suddenly roared crazily and ran around the top of the mountain. Now, it was as big as an adult tiger. When it roared, it looked extremely ferocious. "Little guy, be quiet." Chongming Demon Monarch charged over and punched it into the ground. Roar, even though it was lying on the ground, it was still roaring in a low voice. The others came over. "What's wrong with it?" Jiang Shui asked worriedly. The three-eyed drought rodent lay on her shoulder and looked at the red Qilin carefully. Back then, they were about the same size. But now, the red Qilin was a gigantic creature in its eyes. "Maybe it's grown up and needs a mate," the little black snake said as it spat its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch slapped it away with his tail. Daoist Old Man cried out in surprise, "It seems to be awakening. Let it go and let it do whatever it wants." Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch lifted his right leg, and the red Qilin ran away. The group looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Not far away, Ning Zifeng, who was training his sword, was shocked in his heart. Qilin awakening? He had witnessed the prowess of a Qilin in the chaos-tide sea. Just thinking about it made his heart palpitate. He could not help but look back at Zhou Xuanji. Where did this guy get a Qilin? After a year, he had a certain understanding of this group. Other than Beishao Wangjian and the little black snake, everyone else was talented. Zhao Congjian's talent in swordsmanship was even more terrifying than his, and Zhao Congjian was only 34 years old. He was 34 years old and his cultivation level was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's. Although Xiao Jinghong's talent was slightly lower than Zhao Congjian's, it was not by much. There was no need to mention Han Shenbua. He was number 1 on the hero leaderboard of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he held the number 1 spot steadily. Huang Lianxin's Ghost Emperor Divine I could see through everything, so it was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if she cultivated it to the highest level. Jiang Shui was a descendant of the Jiang clan. Her talent in the 5 elemental spells was outstanding. She would definitely become someone great. Chongming Demon Monarch, Big and Small Air, the 3-eyed Drought Rodent, and the Red Kirin were all extraordinary beings. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to practice. Zifeng, come here. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng hurried over. Master, what are your orders? He asked expectantly, thinking that Zhou Xuanji was going to teach him some skills. 2 bugs are coming. They're hiding under Skyfall. Go kill them. Zhou Xuanji instructed, which stunned Ning Zifeng. He asked, what does the other party look like? There were many demons on Skyfall. How would he know who to kill? They're demonic cultivators, called the Huangquan Twin Devils, Zhou Xuanji said casually. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Near Skyfall, there were only these 2 people. The others were all demons. Okay. Ning Zifeng immediately leaped down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt his power at all. This brat had the cultivation of Great Realization level 1 and was the top genius in the Chaos Tide Sea. He had the ability to fight against those with higher cultivation levels, which was enough to make the Huangquan Twin Devils suffer. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 238. At the foot of Skyfall, in the forest. The Huangquan Twin Devils sat under a tree and looked up at Skyfall, their eyes filled with killing intent. When the time comes, this brat will occupy a treasured land. How comfortable. That's right. Since Xianxia is already in the mainland, we must take this opportunity to obtain the Tianxia map. The 2 of them conversed in a low voice. When they recalled what happened at Juadi Cliff, they became anxious. They had hoped to kill Xianxia, but Zhou Xuanji had suddenly appeared. At that time, they had also been injured. Even though they did not fear Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia teamed up, it would be difficult for them to deal with them in a short period of time. Moreover, Wanzhong King Spectre and the 4 immortal generals were also at Juadi Cliff. They could only retreat. Now that they had received information, they came to settle scores with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. They had to act cautiously. Xiao. Right at this moment, an air-piercing sound rang out, startling the 2 of them into dodging swiftly. A golden sword pierced into the soil, its blade shining with a cold light. The Huangquan Twin Devils looked up instinctively and saw Ning Zifeng flying over with his sword. Peerless Sword Immortal Ning Zifeng is here. Netherworld Twin Worms, prepare to die. Ning Zifeng's arrogant laughter rang out, his words filled with contempt. Twin Worms of Netherworld? The 2 demons almost exploded in anger. They took out their magic tools and charged at Ning Zifeng. A huge battle broke out. Halfway up the mountain, Liuwu Demon Wolf, Haotian Boar King, Dade Bear Monarch, and Jingtian Eagle were all startled awake. They walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, only to see 3 figures emerging from the forest. 3 figures turned into rainbow lights and clashed with each other. Demonic chi dissipated, and sword lights flashed. Should we attack? The Great Earth Bear Monarch asked cautiously. The 3 people fighting below were all very strong, and they made him tremble with fear. Haotian Boar King shook his head and said, that guy is very powerful. He is enough. When he fought with Ning Zifeng a year ago, he was taught a terrible lesson. Hearing this, The other three beasts exchanged glances and quietly watched the battle. Although the tremors at the foot of the mountain were loud, they could not reach the top of the mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji and Daoist Old Man, no one else could hear the sounds of battle. An hour later, Ning Zifeng returned to the top of the mountain. His body was stained with blood, which surprised the others. "Master, the Huangquan twin devils have been chased away." His expression was a bit ugly. After a great battle, both sides were injured, so how could he be willing? If it wasn't for the Huangquan twin devils being worried about Zhou Xuanji coming to kill him, his life would have been in danger. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes and said softly, "Cultivate well and hide your pride in your heart. Do not underestimate any enemy." "Yes." Ning Zifeng cupped his fists and turned to leave. He took a deep breath and memorized Zhou Xuanji's words. Although Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were curious, they did not ask. They were more concerned about the red qilin. This fellow ran up and down Skyfall in a frenzied state. How long does it have to wait before it awakens? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. She had watched the red qilin grow up and did not wish for anything to happen to it. Daoist Old Man muttered, "It's hard to say. The fire elemental energy in its body is transforming, which made it so frenzied. Let's wait patiently." Normally, qilins rarely die during awakening. Once it awakens successfully, it will turn from a sheep into a divine beast, and its power will soar. Han Shenhua asked curiously, "It said that such divine beasts have the power to destroy the world. The phoenix of the Hunyuan Empire was one of them. It could burn an entire city with its flame. I wonder if a qilin can be compared to a phoenix." The red qilin was the first divine beast he had ever seen. He had been looking forward to seeing how powerful it would be when it matured. "Of course it can," Daoist Old Man said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. The others were also looking forward to it. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still focused on cultivation and did not care about the red qilin. His mind was filled with world reincarnation. Time passed quickly. Another 4 months passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 26 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained bronze, dumb sword, amethyst, deep nightmare sword, glorious gold, right, wrong, justice sword, ancestral dragon sword. The sword spirit's voice came as expected, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 3 legendary swords. The last one should be a sword technique. He could not help but feel interested. Next, the information of the 3 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, dumb sword grade, bronze description, a sword that specializes in cleaving brains. In the mortal realm, it is the most revered legendary sword in the martial world. Sword name, deep nightmare sword grade, amethyst description, a deep nightmare is hidden in the blade. It can devour the dreams of any living creature. It can also send people into their dreams to slay their enemies in their dreams. Sword name, right, wrong, justice sword grade, glorious gold description, the sword of an ancient saint. It slays evil and evildoers. Violet chi comes from the east. It distinguishes right and wrong for the world. Dumb sword? Is it serious? Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. He was quite satisfied with the deep nightmare sword and the right, wrong, justice sword. However, he had a heavenly soul legendary sword now. When would he get a higher grade legendary sword? Intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, Armageddon, he was looking forward to it. It was a pity that ever since he obtained the sky extinguishing sword, he had not obtained a second heavenly soul legendary sword. Pass on the ancestral dragon sword to me, Zhou Xuanji instructed in his heart. Since it was named after the ancestral dragon, this sword technique should not be bad, right? Soon, a massive wave of memories entered his mind. His body shuddered and began to organize the memories. A long while later, He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Such a profound sword technique. It can even be called a divine ability." The ancestral dragon sword could turn the user into the ancestral dragon, and his battle power would increase tremendously. He immediately began practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Seeing him practicing, Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Huang Lianxin came over immediately. Ning Zifeng was curious too and came over to watch. Ever since he became Zhou Xuanji's disciple, it was his first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing the sword. What sword technique is it this time? It must be powerful. I can't wait. Revered teacher's sword technique will only become more profound. I want to learn. Hearing the four's discussion, Ning Zifeng became even more curious. The ancestral dragon sword had 380 sword moves. When each move was connected, it would be the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. The user could transform into the ancestral dragon and travel across the world. Of course, the ancestral dragon's power grew along with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. After 100 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached small accomplishment. Ning Zifeng's expression changed. He could tell that it was Zhou Xuanji's first time practicing the sword. This speed of improvement was just 2. After 300 times, the ancestral dragon sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, the ancestral dragon SwordWill was formed. Herr Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly and let out a long roar. He bent his legs and leaped up. Sword chi surrounded his body and transformed into a giant golden dragon. This golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely lifelike, as though a real dragon had descended into the world. Its eyes were majestic, and the scales on its body shone with a golden radiance. Its claws had 5 toes. 5-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon spiraled above skyfall, and everyone looked up. Their jaws dropped instinctively. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 239. The 5-clawed golden dragon circled around and roared endlessly. The dragon's might that could shake one's soul made a big and small air kneel on the ground and tremble. Chongming Demon Monarch and the little black snake were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Dragon's might vanquished all demons. Before the 5-clawed golden dragon that Zhou Xuanji had transformed into, everyone could feel how insignificant they were. This is, Jianghu opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Her Xuanji could transform into a sword, and now he could transform into a dragon? Daoist old man was also shocked. This is a divine ability? He mumbled. It was not a simple transformation technique. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was really like a 5-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, there was something wrong with this dragon's might. It was more powerful than any other demon dragon he had encountered before. He felt like an emperor among dragons. Oh, my God! Ning Zifeng looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was circling above and roaring, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. He slapped himself to make sure that he was not dreaming, and he was even more shocked. What sword technique was this? He could transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. In the face of this dragon, he actually felt a sense of trepidation. Too powerful. Too powerful. I really want to learn it. I must learn it. Zhao Congjian clenched his fists and roared in excitement. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with passion as well. Such a domineering sword technique. If it was any other sword cultivator, it would be difficult for them not to be tempted. Boom! At this moment, skyfall shook violently, and everyone flew up in shock. Roar! A deafening dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. All the demons within 1,000 miles were alarmed. A 9th-rank dragon demon is about to be born. Liuwu demon wolf cried out in shock and quickly escaped from skyfall. The people on the mountain peak also thought of a 9th-rank dragon demon. Zhou Xuanji did not return to his original form. Instead, his dragon eyes brightened as he dived into the sea of clouds. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Halfway up the mountain wall exploded, and a gigantic black dragon's head emerged, followed by its body. Countless black dragon scales flowed with magma, and the dragon's eyes were filled with flames. This black dragon was like an evil dragon that could destroy the world. It emerged from the pillar of heaven and earth, spitting out scorching smoke from its mouth. It was a terrifying sight. The black dragon was nearly 10,000 feet long, and each of its scales was as big as a house. It circled around Skyfall and flew upwards. Liuwu Wolf Demon, Vast Sky Boar King, Great Earth Bear Monarch, Skyshock Eagle, and the other demons that were lurking around were all dumbfounded. Under their watchful eyes, a five-clawed golden dragon emerged from the sea of clouds and charged toward the black dragon that was 10,000 feet tall. The two giant dragons, one righteous and one evil, quickly collided. Roar, roar, the two dragons coiled around each other, biting and tearing at each other. Their claws clawed at each other's bodies, and dragon scales fell off one after another. The golden dragon scale quickly turned into sword chi and dissipated, while the black dragon scale smashed into the forest. It was as if a heavy object had smashed down, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. The black dragon looked much bigger than the five-clawed golden dragon, but it did not have the upper hand. A white dragon coiled around the five-clawed golden dragon, and the dragon's aura grew tremendously. If one looked closely, they would see two swords levitating in front of the five-clawed golden dragon's horns. White Dragon Bone Sword. Sky Extinguishing Sword. With the support of the two legendary swords, Zhou Xuanji's power grew tremendously, and the massive black dragon could not retaliate at all. The black dragon opened its mouth and breathed out billowing flames, along with magma. However, the flames did not cause much damage to the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth as well, and streaks of sword chi shot out from its mouth like a torrential downpour, slamming into the black dragon's body. Clang! 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 The sword chi landed on the dragon's scale, and it sounded like metal striking metal, producing a clear and crisp sound. The black dragon was pressed down toward the ground. At the same time, Daoist Old Man, Jianghu, Ning Zifeng, and the others descended from the sea of clouds. When they saw the battle between the two dragons, they all opened their eyes wide. A 9th-rank demon dragon. Such a powerful demon was hiding in Skyfall. Ning Zifeng cried out in shock, his face filled with shock. He had stayed in Skyfall for more than a year, but he did not notice it at all. Is this brat powerful enough to defeat a 9th-rank demon so easily? Daoist Old Man mumbled. He could only deal with 8th-rank demons, and a 9th-rank demon could easily crush him. Even though they were far apart, the aura of the two dragons still made him tremble with fear. The others cried out in shock too. Everyone had been cultivating together, so why did Zhou Xuanji's power increase so quickly? Boom! The black dragon crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that was hundreds of meters high. The ground crumbled, and rocks and soil were swept up. A violent gale blew in all directions. The five-clawed golden dragon pressed the black dragon onto the ground and roared domineeringly. "Who are you, this dragon's might?" The black dragon spoke human language and cried out in fear. Its hoarse voice was filled with an indescribable might. "I'm the ancestral dragon, and the ancestral dragon is me. You dare to not submit?" Zhou Xuanji looked down at it and asked coldly. He could use this opportunity to tame the 9th-rank demon dragon and make it the guardian beast of the mountain. A 9th-stage cultivation base was enough. Ancestral dragon, the black dragon trembled in fear and quickly transformed into his human form. The five-clawed golden dragon landed on the ground and looked down at him. He was as tall as Chongming Demon Monarch. He was muscular and wore a black robe with dragon scales. 2 dragon horns grew out of his long hair, and his face was majestic. Thin lines that looked like magma covered his face. Greetings, dragon ancestor. Please forgive me, the black dragon said fearfully. Right after he spoke, Zhou Xuanji transformed back into his original form. His purple robe and black hair danced in the wind, making him look extremely handsome. I'm Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards, you will be my mount, the guardian beast of Skyfall. Are you willing? Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked. I'm willing, the black dragon said joyfully. As long as he was allowed to stay in Skyfall, he was naturally willing. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was really powerful. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. What's your name? Zhou Xuanji asked in a pleasant mood. The ancestral dragon sword was really powerful. It was definitely a heaven-grade sword technique. It could be an advanced or even a top-tier one. My name is Fenyu Dragon King. The black dragon knelt on the ground and replied respectfully. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, self-proclaimed? Fenyu Dragon King was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to argue with him. He brought him up the mountain and gathered everyone together. Everyone was curious about Fenyu Dragon King. The little black snake was so frightened that he did not dare to speak and pretended to be dead. The black dragon meeting the black dragon was like meeting its ancestor. At most a year. I plan to bring all of you down the mountain and into the world. We will search for talented disciples in the sword's way. Zhou Xuanji looked around at everyone and said. He planned to use world internalization to increase his cultivation. World internalization could absorb the spirit energy of all things to increase one's cultivation. It was much faster than arduous cultivation. Taking advantage of the chaos of war, one could discover many heartless and unjust people. While increasing one's cultivation, one could also eliminate evil for the world. However, world internalization could not be used continuously. One needed to comprehend one's cultivation level after all. Too much spirit energy would cause one's body to explode. Don't you see, there are so many evil cultivators who went astray because they absorbed other people's spiritual power, never to be reincarnated? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 240. So urgent? Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. It was not easy for them to stop and cultivate, but now they had to go out again. Zhou Xuanji thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. These were his trusted subordinates. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be hard for him to convince the masses when he established his own sect. He muttered, how about this, when the time comes, we'll split into two groups. Those with lower cultivations will stay and cultivate. No one had any objections. This was the best arrangement. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, what if someone attacks Skyfall? What should we do? He glanced at Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Congjian, and the others. His gaze was clearly saying, can you weaklings block him? Fenyu Dragon King said, with me here, no one will harm you. This was an opportunity to make a contribution. Ning Zifeng snorted. Who would believe you? You just joined. Fenyu Dragon King glared at him and said solemnly, is the dragon tribe a bunch of treacherous people? I have already become the dragon ancestor's slave, and I have no regrets in my life. After saying this, he knelt and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and lifted him up with spirit energy. This matter needs to be discussed. Right now, the human and demon races are facing a great crisis. If we hide here, we won't be able to get through it safely. At the same time, we can draw our swords to help and save the humans and demons in the sea of bitterness. Zhou Xuanji said softly, which made Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian's eyes sparkle. The two of them cherished the lives of the common people. When they heard his words, they were immediately moved. Ning Zifeng said, in any case, I will go wherever Master goes. His mind was filled with thoughts about the ancestral dragon sword. At this moment, he had the same thought as Zhao Congjian. Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said, "You must bring me along. I'm not weak now." He was proficient in all 5 elemental spells and could even cast healing spells. It would not be a problem for him to charge into a dynasty alone. Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and touched the bridge of her nose. "Okay," he said with a smile. Without Jianghu by his side, he would not be at ease. Everyone's topic shifted to the ancestral dragon sword, but Zhou Xuanji only said that it was a sword technique. Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, and the others all wanted to learn. He was not stingy and demonstrated his sword moves on the spot. Without the supreme legendary sword system, it would be extremely difficult for them to master the ancestral dragon sword. Even with Zhao Zongjian and Ning Zifeng's talents, they would need at least 100 years. Ning Zifeng was extremely touched. He instantly had the urge to die for a bosom friend. Ever since he was born, no one had ever treated him so generously. Such a peerless sword technique was taught without any hesitation. He was not afraid that Zhou Xuanji would plot against him because he learned it together with Xiao Jinghong and the others. "Master, words cannot express my gratitude. From now on, my life is yours." Ning Zifeng cupped his fists and bowed towards Zhou Xuanji. In response, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and did not mind. The more casual he was, the more popular he was. This was a true grandmaster of the way of the sword. He wasn't simple, just open-minded, and didn't need to scheme against others. Just like that, the team had another 9th-tier greater demon. Fenyu Dragon King broke out of the mountain, causing a huge hole to appear in the middle of the mountain. Under his lead, Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, the 3-eyed drought rodent, a big and small heir walked into the mountain to play. The red Qilin was still in the process of awakening. It curled up into a ball and was brought into Skyfall by Fenyu Dragon King. According to Fenyu Dragon King, there was magma in the mountain, which could strengthen the fire element in the Qilin's body. Zhou Xuanji entered cultivation again. Time passed quickly. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 9. He flew out from the cauldron, stretched his waist, and put on the Rui purple cloud robe. Daoist old man stood beside him and sighed in amazement, "Your cultivation speed is too outrageous. You're the ultimate treasure in the world indeed." At this rate, Zhou Xuanji could break through to the great realization stage in 100 years. By then, what rank would he be in the Northern Wilderness top 100? He might even be in the top 10. Just thinking about it made him exclaim in amazement. "It's all right. How's your intelligence gathering?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Last night, a group of cultivators passed by 10 miles away. He was still cultivating in the cauldron, so he asked Daoist old man to go and ask them. It was only a moment ago that Daoist old man returned. The war between the two races was tragic, and there were countless casualties. Great Shang's Fury Buddha was besieged by 3 9th-rank great demons and almost died. Now, Great Shang has lost more than half of its territory. The other sects went to provide reinforcements. Daoist old man began to speak with a sigh. Great Shang was in danger, but so were Great Zhou and Great Chen. The Donghan Empire, Hunyuan Empire, Jibei Empire, and Dafeng Empire had already sent reinforcements. Among the humans, more and more powerful cultivators were severely injured. Of course, it was the same for the demons. But looking at the overall situation, the humans were in a disadvantageous position. "Where's Xianxia?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. With Xianxia's personality, she should have already fought with Jihuang Demon Lord. Daoist old man sighed with a complicated expression. She lost, but she and Jihuang Demon Lord were both severely injured. Now, her whereabouts are unknown. Thanks to her, the humans can take a breather. This matter was quite ironic. The humans' pursuers helped the humans instead. But no one was grateful to Xianxia and treated her like a lunatic. She and Jihuang Demon Lord were both severely injured, and the humans thought that she deserved it. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He took out 2 Armageddon stones and said softly, "These are Armageddon stones. They will explode upon contact with spirit energy. They are powerful enough to kill a great realization cultivator. Keep them to protect yourself." Daoist old man heard him and opened his eyes wide. "Aren't these 2 pieces of jade? They can kill a great realization cultivator?" He stored them carefully and asked, "Are you ready to depart?" Even if Zhou Xuanji did not say who to use the Armageddon stones against, he had his own considerations. It was either an enemy or Finyu Dragon King. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After the red Qilin awakens, I will depart. I will bring it, Jiang Shui, and Zi Feng." The others stayed behind at Skyfall to cultivate. Daoist old man muttered, "Let's ask them. Maybe they all want to follow us. Aren't you taking in disciples? We need someone to take care of them along the way." Zhou Xuanji thought about it and realized that it was right. No matter how powerful he was, if he had too many disciples, he might overlook them. He immediately gathered everyone. And everyone wanted to follow him. "We have discussed. Even if we cultivate here, it will be difficult for us to catch up to our revered teacher. Why don't we go and help our revered teacher? Once we have more disciples, we will have more eyes and can keep an eye on them. At the same time, we can help manage them in batches and teach them sword techniques," Xiao Jinghong explained. Xiao Jinghong explained. They had discussed this in private. With Zhou Xuanji's capability, he would return in at most 10 years. How much stronger would they be after 10 years? It would be bad if Zhou Xuanji's other trusted aides appeared by his side and pushed them aside. They might as well start from scratch and help the sect to build up its prestige. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You guys have thought it through. You did not disappoint me. All right, after the red Qilin awakens, we will depart." He was looking forward to establishing his own sect. From a few people to a few dozen, tens of thousands, millions. And finally, a sanctum. Ascending together. But here came the problem. What should the sect be called? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 241. What do you think our sect should be named? Zhou Xuanji sat down cross-legged and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He asked with a frown, looking worried. Northern Sword Valiant said excitedly, "Sword Emperor Sect." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. What a vulgar name. Can't you have some substance? Huang Lianxin shook her head, and then she suggested, how about Myriad Sword Court? Zhou Xuanji was determined to be invincible in the world with 10,000 swords. This was the meaning behind the name of the sect. Why don't we call it 10,000 Swords Divine Sect? How about the Immortal Sword Sect? None of them are good. Let's call it Azure Sky Sword Sect. Invincible Sword Master? Let's call it Great Thousand Sword Sect. Everyone voiced their opinions one after another, each more excited than the last. Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought and remained unmoved. Daoist old man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no rush. Let's think about it slowly. After all, we are the only ones in the entire sect. Ning Zifeng asked curiously, what's the goal of this sect? He hoped that Zhou Xuanji's ambition would be bigger, and it would be best if it was not just limited to the northern wilderness region. After all, he still had to return to the chaotic Tide Sea. If at that time, Zhou Xuanji could become his backer, that would be wonderful. Number one in the world, let's ascend together. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. He had been thinking about ascending for a long time. Up until now, not a single sect had been able to ascend together. He felt that if he did that, he would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. It would be very satisfying. If he wanted to do it, he had to do something that no one had ever done before. Hearing this, Ning Zifeng's eyes lit up, and the rest felt their blood boiling. Together, they would ascend to the top of the world. They would ascend together and pursue the immortal Tao. On the path of cultivation, one had to be bold and do things that others didn't dare to think about. Prepare well. Once the red Qilin awakens, we will descend the mountain. Finally, Zhou Xuanji ordered. When the time came, he would leave Fenyu Dragon King behind to guard Skyfall. He took back a piece of Apocalypse from Daoist Old Man for Fenyu Dragon King. Fenyu Dragon King was overjoyed when he found out about the ability to destroy the world. He was very moved and kowtowed to Zhou Xuanji 10 times before getting up. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Dade Bear Monarch, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, and Jingtian Eagle. After they left, the 4 demons would be free, and it would be up to them to decide where they would go. Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for an hour before leaving. 2 months later, the red Qilin finally awakened successfully. It came to the top of the mountain, and Fenyu Dragon King followed closely behind. Everyone's gaze turned to him. His entire body was wrapped in raging flames, and the surface of his body was similar to Fenyu Dragon King's true form. There were many fine lines of lava, and his shoulders were several feet tall, looking mighty and domineering. It circled around Zhou Xuanji and Jianghu energetically. Master. It let out a childish voice, like a little boy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, "You can even speak human language. Not bad." He glanced at Ada, Small Air, and the 3-eyed drought rodent. The 3 demons lowered their heads in grievance. What a cute voice. Jianghu cried out in pleasant surprise. She wanted to reach out to touch the red Qilin, but this fellow's entire body was covered in flames, so she couldn't touch it. Master, quickly give me a name. I want my surname to be Zhou. The red Qilin said excitedly. After that, it stopped in front of Zhou Xuanji and lay down like a dog trying to act cute. Daoist Old Man clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Level 5 right after awakening. Not bad, much stronger than some earthworms." The little black snake almost vomited blood. He was extremely frustrated. It was not that the red Qilin was ridiculously talented. It was just that the Qilin race took a long time to gestate. It was not surprising for the Qilin race to gestate for a few hundred years. Ning Zifeng was also observing the red Qilin curiously. The others surrounded the red Qilin and discussed excitedly. They had watched this little guy grow up. "You shall be called Zhou Xiaoqi." Zhou Xuanji muttered. The red Qilin heard him and jumped up in excitement. And now, the red Qilin had its own name. Zhou Xiaoqi. The group packed up and prepared to depart. An hour later, they left under the gazes of Fenyu Dragon King, Haotian Boar King, Liuwu Wolf Demon, Dade Bear Monarch, and Jingtian Eagle. After they disappeared into the horizon, Fenyu Dragon King turned around and looked at the 4 8th-rank demons. "After Master leaves, we must protect Skyfall during this period of time. Do you understand?" Fenyu Dragon King said solemnly. A baleful aura emanated from his eyes, making him look majestic. Understood. The 4 demons cried out in unison. Each of them had different thoughts in mind. After flying for 8 hours, they left the endless forest. In front of them was a mountainous area with few trees and hills. The group landed and began walking forward. Without Zhou Xuanji's instruction, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others began practicing their sword techniques. Ning Zifeng saw them and began practicing as well. He was practicing the ancestral dragon sword. Dual sword wills were too difficult. He had already given up and began practicing the ancestral dragon sword day and night. But even if he succeeded, he would not be as powerful as Zhou Xuanji. The ancestral dragon was the monarch of dragons. Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, so the ancestral dragon he cultivated was naturally the most powerful. In the group, no one else had monarchical violet qi other than him. Will we run into human enemies? Han Shenhua asked anxiously. If they encountered demons, they would surely kill them. If they encountered humans, it might be the same case. Don't worry. The humans are busy fighting the demons now. Even if someone recognizes Zhou Xuanji, they will not dare to attack. Daoist old man waved his hand and smiled. There were not many humans who could defeat Zhou Xuanji. Including those who hid in the deep mountains and forests, there were less than 100 of them. Xuanji, how powerful are you now? Jianghu asked out of curiosity. After mastering the ancestral dragon sword, Zhou Xuanji's power increased again. Having heard her, he muttered, I'm not sure either. I should be a little weaker than Chief Monk Xuanhe. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe looked weak before Xianxia, he was actually very powerful. The title of the top monk in the northern wilderness region was not just for show. When Master breaks through to the spirit refinement stage, his power will grow tremendously, Ning Zifeng said with a smile. The difference between the spirit refinement stage and the astral projection stage was huge. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Zhou Xuanji had already reached astral projection level 9 and was very close to the spirit refinement stage. The group could not help but look forward to seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be after breaking through to the spirit refinement stage. At this moment, Huang Lianxin flew back on small air. 100 miles ahead, there's a demon army attacking the city. She cried out from the sky, and Zhou Xuanji and the others looked up. Under the blue sky, a majestic stone city was located among the mountains. Demons were attacking the city walls from all directions. Even the flying demons were attacking from the sky. Soldiers stood on the city walls. Cultivators could be seen on the buildings and on the stone roofs. The entire city was at war. Many elderly, weak, women, and children were crying in their houses and on the streets. Corpses were piled up a few meters high in front of the city gate. There were human corpses and demon corpses. Blood flowed like a river, and it looked like hell on earth. Hold on. An old general in armor raised his sword and roared. Looking toward where he was looking, countless demons were charging toward them like a tidal wave. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose, determined to destroy the city gate. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 242. Children, charge for me. Ha! A 15-meter-tall demon with a tiger's head and a human's body roared. His face was ferocious, and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was stained with blood, and his baleful aura soared into the sky. With that, thousands of demons charged towards the stone city one after the other. The old general on the city wall had a terrible look on his face. His eyes were filled with despair. In the face of such an attack, their city would definitely be breached. Now that the humans and demons were at war, no one would come to their aid. Is our stone forest city going to perish just like that? The old general mumbled to himself. The soldiers beside him heard him and trembled. Fear and despair enveloped their hearts. Death was not scary. What was scary was waiting for death with no hope. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort came. Next, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. PFFTT. PFFTT. PFFTT, countless demons were chopped into minced meat. Even the great demon was split into two by the sword chi. Within 3 breaths' time, all the demons in front of the city gate were dead. Everyone was stunned. The other demons opened their eyes wide and could not believe their eyes. Before they could react, numerous legendary swords flew toward them with incredible speed and killed the demons one after another. Run! A powerful cultivator is attacking. So many swords. Which sword sect is it? Such a horrifying sword chi. How can this be? The demons cried miserably. Even though they were fleeing in panic, they were not as fast as the legendary swords. Everyone in the stone city raised their heads and stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Dozens of legendary swords chasing after the demon army. This scene would forever be engraved in their hearts. Unforgettable. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over from the horizon. Master's control over swords is beyond my reach, Ning Zifeng said with admiration. He tried to control multiple swords before, but he could not let each sword move independently. He had never admired someone so much in the sword's way. This admiration had already turned into worship in his heart. Start recruiting disciples after we enter the city. Focus on quality and not quantity. Do you understand? If you encounter someone with special talents, you can make an exception and accept them. Zhou Xuanji looked at Stone Forest City and said with a smile. Everyone nodded with anticipation in their eyes. There should be geniuses in such a big city, right? After a while, when the team arrived at Stone Forest City's gates, the old general and several thousand injured soldiers were already waiting for them. Their faces were filled with excitement as they knelt in unison. Thank you for your help, seniors. The old general said gratefully. Tears streamed down his face as he kowtowed continuously. No need to be so polite. Tell me about the situation in your city. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The soldiers looked at Zhou Xiaoqi, Ah Big and Small Air in fear. Especially Ah Big and Small Air, they were like two small mountains, truly frightening. The old general didn't hide anything. He was the city lord. This city didn't belong to any dynasty and was isolated from the rest of the world. However, the great battle between the two clans had affected them as well. Stone Forest City had existed for nearly 3,000 years, and the strongest cultivator in the city was at the Leaving Aperture realm. However, that expert had recently been summoned back by the sect, leaving Stone Forest City unprotected. After hearing him out, Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly, how about we stay in Stone Forest City for 10 days? Temporary residence? The old general frowned instinctively. Although this group of people saved Stone Forest City, who could be sure that they had no ill intentions? Don't worry. We are recruiting disciples in the sword's way. When they reach great accomplishment, they will be the support of Stone Forest City. Zhou Xuanji continued, which made the old general pleasantly surprised. Because Stone Forest City was isolated from the rest of the world, there were not many cultivation orthodoxies in Stone Forest City. No problem, of course. The old general held back his excitement and said before bringing Zhou Xuanji and the others into the city. And so, Zhou Xuanji and the others entered Stone Forest City. Along the way, many people came to thank them. The entire Stone Forest City was in ruins. Corpses, limbs, and bloodstains were everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. With the old general's arrangement, they stayed in an intact residence. On that day, the news of the sword sect recruiting disciples spread across the entire city. After witnessing the great battle, everyone fell in love and went crazy. Within 2 hours, a long queue formed in front of the residence. In the courtyard, Zhou Xuanji, Jianghu, and Huang Lianxin sat in a stone pavilion and drank tea. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Ning Zifeng stood side by side outside the pavilion to assess the people who came to seek the Tao. Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhou Xiaoqi, the Little Black Snake, A Big and Small Air, and Daoist Old Man watched the show from the side. Beixiao Wangjian and Han Shenbo went to the city to gather information about the humans and demons. Have you practiced the sword before? Yes, show me a sword technique. Okay, Ning Zifeng instructed emotionlessly. The skinny young man in front of him was extremely nervous. He drew his sword with his trembling right hand and began to perform a sword technique. It was very awkward. It was obvious that he did not practice the sword often. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian each had a person practicing the sword. They gave them pointers to see how perceptive these people were. But it was a pity that the three of them did not make any significant progress. They were eventually persuaded to quit and were replaced by the next batch. I wonder how many of them will pass. Jianghu said as she supported her chin. Seeing how serious Xiao Jinghong and the others were, she wanted to laugh. Before Zhou Xuanji, they were like little lambs. The contrast was too great. Huang Lianqin smiled and said, "It's good enough that there are 5 people. These 3 guys are extremely talented in the sword's way after all. It's not easy to gain their recognition." Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. At first, he watched with interest, but he soon lost interest and began to cultivate. At the entrance of the courtyard, those who were waiting for the assessment were discussing softly. "Is that a dragon eagle?" 2 of them. "Could he be sword god Zhou?" "It's really possible. Look, there are 2 girls in the stone pavilion. They are just like the rumors." "Great. In the entire world, no one can compare to Zhou Xuanji in the sword's way. Isn't he the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect?" "Tanhua sect is not a sword sect. Those are all rumors. I said long ago that Zhou Xuanji is righteous and will not follow evil." Zhou Xuanji and the others could hear these voices, but they were indifferent. They did not think about hiding their identities. It was near night, and the assessment continued. Beixiao Wangjian and Han Shenbo returned and told Zhou Xuanji all the information they had gathered. Jihuang Demon Lord had already come out from his seclusion and ordered the demons to attack again. He went to the Merciful Melody Cliff personally and destroyed this sanctum, which greatly damaged the morale of the humans. The other 7 sanctums were furious. They worked together to capture Jihuang Demon Lord. However, Jihuang Demon Lord had 9 9th-rank great demons with him, and one of them surpassed 9th rank. It was difficult for them to get close to him. What was worth mentioning was that Huangquan Drake King helped Jihuang Demon Lord, which put the humans in a more dangerous situation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 243. It's Huangquan Drake King again. This old dragon is really cunning. Chongming Demon Monarch cursed. Last time at Tanhua sect, Huangquan Drake King ambushed them too. After they left Tanhua sect, the old dragon sent the Huangquan twin devils to hunt them down. How despicable. As a demon, Chongming Demon Monarch did not have much sense of belonging. He only wanted to live. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold. Ever since they parted at Juadi Cliff, Huangquan Drake King had his eyes on him. Since they were enemies, he had to think of a way to eliminate Huangquan Drake King. However, Huangquan Drake King was ranked 5th in the world and was not easy to deal with. Beixiao, help me with the assessment too. Save time. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He planned to take the assessment through the night and leave as soon as possible. Having heard that, Beixiao Wangjian nodded and walked to Zhao Congjian's side. That guy over there, come here. Beixiao Wangjian shouted, looking like he was not to be trifled with. Jianghu looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, if you face Huangquan Drake King, do you have a chance of winning? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, before I meet him, I will make myself confident. World internalization was his confidence. Seeing that he was so confident, Jianghu smiled as well. That night, Zhou Xuanji's identity spread across the entire city. No one felt resentful because of this. After all, Zhou Xuanji had saved them and was their savior. For 3 days, they did not find any good seedlings. Until this day. A young man performed a black-grade intermediate-tier sword technique, which caught everyone's attention. This young man was quite handsome. He wore a blue shirt and had a frivolous smile on his face. How about it? I'm quite talented, right? I want to be Sword God Zhou's disciple. He said proudly, ignoring Xiao Jinghong and the others. Arrogant. Beixiao Wangjian stared at him and said, you're overthinking. You're not even qualified to be our disciple. The young man in blue was still smiling proudly and said, I, Su Yang, am very powerful. I'm 29 years old this year, and I'm already at Soul Fountain level 9. With this, the people who were queuing up were in an uproar. Apparently, they had not heard of Su Yang's name. But he was already at Soul Fountain level 9 at such a young age. Zhou Xuanji did not look at Su Yang but focused on cultivating. Spar with me without using spiritual energy. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and smiled. Su Yang immediately agreed. The two of them sparred in the courtyard. In less than 10 moves, Su Yang was defeated. Northern Sword Valiant mocked, "Brat, have you seen your own strength clearly?" The little black snake came over and giggled, "Beixiao, are you jealous of his talent?" Beixiao Wangjian was furious and wanted to step on it, but it dodged. Su Yang picked up his sword with an unwilling look on his face. "Actually, you can accept him." Daoist old man suddenly sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. He revealed a strange smile and transmitted his voice, "This child is not simple. Although his talent is not outstanding, his identity is special. His fate is very complicated, and he should be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. If he is nurtured, once he awakens, he will definitely become a great battle force." Reincarnation of a mighty figure? Zhou Xuanji was surprised in his heart, but he said, "Okay, take him in. Jinghong, you will teach him in the future." Xiao Jinghong cupped his fists and said, "Understood." Su Yang was immediately excited. Just when he was about to speak, Xiao Jinghong glared at him and said, "Go back and prepare. You will leave with us in a few days." Su Yang quickly walked behind him and chuckled, "I was just passing by this city. There's nothing to pack. Fortunately, you guys are here, or else I would have died here. It would be such a waste." This guy was obviously a chatterbox. "Brat, come and have a chat." Chongming Demon Monarch, who was sitting on the ground, waved his hand and smiled. His smile was full of deep meaning. Su Yang did not put up his guard and walked up to him. At the same time, the recruitment of disciples continued. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, they recruited 8 disciples. There were 6 males and 2 females. The oldest was more than 200 years old, and the youngest was 22. Including Su Yang, there were 9 disciples in total. Thousands of soldiers sent them off respectfully, and they left Stone Forest City. Other than Su Yang, the other 8 were very restrained. And so, Su Yang became their leader. This guy was very lively and dared to argue with the little black snake and Beixiao Wangjian. Ever since he was defeated by Xiao Jinghong, he became very respectful toward Xiao Jinghong. As for Zhou Xuanji, he was in awe. Because from the beginning to the end, he had not spoken a single word to Zhou Xuanji. The sense of distance made him revere Zhou Xuanji. "Let's start training." Zhou Xuanji, who was walking in front, said, which stunned Su Yang and the other disciples. They stopped instinctively and realized that Zhou Xuanji and the others were still moving forward, so they quickly caught up. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and Ning Zifeng walked to the side of the group and began swinging their swords. Training as they walked. The 9 new disciples opened their eyes wide. "Hurry up and catch up." Chongming Demon Monarch stared at them and shouted. The 9 were so frightened that they quickly drew their swords. Their addition made the group look majestic. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were full of smiles. Although it was just the beginning, they had already imagined the scene of 10,000 people training. One day, their sect would become so powerful that it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sanctums. If we continue in this direction, which empire or powerful faction is the closest? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoist old man. Only by encountering powerful enemies could he truly become powerful. Daoist old man muttered, "It should be Dongyuan Temple." After Xuanhe was suppressed, Dongyuan Temple could still hold on for a while. There are many senior monks in the temple, as well as many old immortals. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Just like that, everyone strolled forward. Along the way, Shao Jinghong taught his 9 disciples the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword technique, which was enough for them to practice for a few years. In the blink of an eye. Several months passed. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 27 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold, Sunset Sword, Amethyst, Elegant Sky Star's Word, and 5 Elements Divine Staff. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. At this moment, they were walking above the canyon. Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest were still practicing their swordsmanship behind them. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sunset Sword level, Gold, description, the sword of a peerless swordsman. It has the ability to restrain evil spirits. Sword name, Heavenly Elegant Starlight Sword grade, Amethyst description, this sword contains light attribute energy and can emit a bright light that is even more dazzling than the sun. Make do. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised, and he took out the 5 Elements Divine Staff. It was a piece of jade wood that was 5 feet long. A purple crystal was embedded at the tip, making it look extremely beautiful. He directly handed the 5 Elements Divine Staff to Jianghu and said, "This is your birthday present." Jianghu took the 5 Elements Divine Staff and was pleasantly surprised. Be careful, there's killing intent ahead. Ning Zifeng, who was walking at the front, suddenly spoke with a solemn tone. Chapter 244. Killing intent? Everyone turned their heads and looked along the cliff of the canyon. At the end of the horizon, thunderclouds covered the horizon, as if a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and saw a person sitting on a hill in the distance. That person's hair was disheveled and his hands were placed on his knees with his palms facing up. The black robe on his body continuously fluttered and strands of demonic energy seeped out like raging flames on his body. Despite the flashes of lightning in the sky, he did not waver. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance as he muttered, "Zhou Xuanji, you're finally here." He was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he waited in place. Demonic energy. This person is from the demonic path. Daoist old man said softly. At the back, Su Yang and the others became nervous. Devil cultivator. Shao Jinghong furrowed his brows and said, "This person has come with ill intentions. It feels like he has been waiting here for a long time." They immediately thought of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. These 2 devil path forces were always able to track their whereabouts very quickly. It should be an enemy. Let me handle it. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. An exquisite golden long sword appeared in his right hand. The sword was 1.2 meters long, and its blade was as wide as an adult's palm. There were many figures carved on it, and it was filled with the aura of history. It was the heavenly elegant starflash sword. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take out his sword, everyone's eyes lit up. Jianghu, Shao Jinghong, and the others were all curious about the new sword. Su Yang and the other disciples were looking forward to seeing Zhou Xuanji's power. Apart from the battle at Stone Forest City, they had never seen Zhou Xuanji fight. The last time was too short. This time, he might be able to witness how powerful sword god Zhou was. You guys be careful. I'll go meet him first. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji leapt up and flew into the distance like an immortal. Su Yang asked excitedly, "Grandmaster, how many moves do you need to defeat the enemy?" He loved the way of the sword and had long since admired Zhou Xuanji. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, Zhou Xuanji had disappeared, and there were rumors in the human race that he had died. This matter caused Su Yang to grieve for a period of time. He was about to witness Zhou Xuanji's power, and Su Yang could only feel his blood boiling. He's a grand ascension cultivator. Ning Zifeng muttered, causing Su Yang to widen his eyes. A Mahayana cultivator could enter the northern wilderness top 100. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji came up to the black-robed man, about 100 meters away. He just stared coldly at the other party. He didn't attack immediately, nor did he say anything. Zhou Xuanji, you really made me wait for a long time. The black-robed man opened his eyes and sneered. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils couldn't be seen, making him look like a demon. Tell me, who are you? How do you know my whereabouts? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, and the sky-extinguishing sword appeared in his left hand. With two swords in hand, so what if he was in the Mahayana realm? The black-robed man stood up. My name is Zhang Quanglan, have you heard of me? Zhang Quanglan. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He had heard of this name before, but it was not in the top 100 of the northern wilderness because he had died a long time ago. This person was a giant of the Devil Dao 10,000 years ago. At that time, the demon path was led by the Tanhua sect and the Haotian sect. The two sects fought endlessly, and in the end, the ancient Diablo won. The Haotian sect was defeated and split into two sects, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Zhang Quanglan was one of the Haotian sect's demon lords. Aren't you dead? Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. This person did not give him much of a sense of danger, unlike the ancient demon sovereign Zhang Quanglan. Zhang Quanglan said with a cold face, you killed so many disciples of Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. If I didn't come out, the descendants of the Haotian sect would have died in your hands. After that, he raised his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the thunderclouds and gathered in his palm. Lightning wrapped around his body. At this moment, he turned into a god of lightning, standing tall between the heavens and the earth. A horrifying might swept across the heavens and earth. Zhang Quanglan. Haotian sect's thunder demon sovereign, Daoist old man's expression was unsightly as he mumbled to himself, which made the others shudder in fear. Haotian sect. That was an ancient demonic sect that only existed in legends. The thunder demon sovereign was also recorded in many ancient books. In the mortal realm, it was used to scare crying children. Thunder demon sovereign. Didn't he die long ago? Su Yang asked anxiously. He began to worry for Zhou Xuanji. Jiang Shui became even more anxious. How powerful was this old demon? Is it that exaggerated? Isn't he only at the great realization stage? Ning Zifeng asked as he scratched his head. Although he knew that he could not defeat Zhang Quanglan, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would have no problem. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Quanglan were still confronting each other. Do your Haotian sect still have many powerful cultivators who are still alive and hiding in the dark, waiting to come out again? Zhou Xuanji asked. His aura had already been raised to the peak, and it was not any weaker than Zhang Quanglan's. He did not expect the Haotian sect to hide so deeply. No wonder Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance could bury the hatchet so quickly even though they were like fire and water. So it was all an act. You are a dead man anyway. Why do you care so much? Zhang Quanglan snorted coldly. As he spoke, he slapped toward Zhou Xuanji with his right hand. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts turned into a phoenix and clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The lightning phoenix had a wingspan of hundreds of meters. It was majestic and unparalleled. Zhou Xuanji raised the sky-extinguishing sword and slashed. Sky-dominating divine sword. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji destroyed the lightning phoenix with one slash. It was extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji charged toward Zhang Quanglan. Good timing. Zhang Quanglan laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji raised the heavenly elegant star sword. The blade gave off a brilliant light that was even more dazzling than lightning. Zhang Quanglan instinctively closed his eyes. Rower, A dragon's roar exploded in his ears, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Demonic chi wrapped around his body, which was enough to block all attacks. Boom! The powerful light dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Zhang Quanglan, holding his sword with both hands. The heavens and earth fell silent. Pfff, Zhang Quanglan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His robe was torn, and blood spurted out of his body. He quickly turned around and asked with gritted teeth, "What sword was that? What was that light just now?" Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he replied, "Tianxiu. It blinded your eyes." "Tianxiu?" Zhang Quanglan was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji once again charged at him. This time, he did not use the heavenly elegant star sword but 10,000 ultimate steps to heavily injure Zhang Quanglan. His speed was incredibly fast, so fast that he was invisible. Zhang Quanglan's body twitched and swayed like a sandbag. Seeing that Zhang Quanglan could not retaliate at all, Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, and the others were incredibly excited. "Tianxiu? Such a powerful sword." In that instant, even my vision was blocked. Ning Zifeng said excitedly. He had thought that it was a sword technique. The 9 new disciples' faces were filled with admiration. Facing an ancient demon like this, Zhou Xuanji was still so powerful. How is this possible, my spirit energy? Zhang Quanglan thought to himself in shock. Every time Zhou Xuanji's sword landed on his body, it would absorb his spirit energy. Soon, more than half of his spirit energy had been absorbed. Even though they were separated by the blade, even though his cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's, why? Looks like you went into seclusion for a reason. Your strength is far from your peak. Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter sounded in his ears. He still could not see Zhou Xuanji's figure, and he could only sense his life force and spirit energy quickly fading. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 245. What kind of evil technique are you practicing? Zhang Quanglan asked angrily. He was the lightning devil sovereign, yet he had fallen to such a state. How could he not be angry? But in his heart, there was more sorrow. It would be difficult for the Haotian sect to make a comeback after offending such a genius. Zhou Xuanji stopped in front of him, and the sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Zhang Quanglan's chest. His spirit energy flowed madly into Zhou Xuanji's body. This feeling, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He felt that the spirit energy in his body had reached a critical point and could break through at any moment. As expected of a Mahayana realm cultivator. This was the correct way to activate the world Buddha art. Not long after, Zhang Quanglan's body went limp. If he wasn't hanging on the sky-extinguishing sword, he might have fallen to the ground. Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of his spirit energy, and his aura grew explosively, reaching leaving aperture realm level 10. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world within his body had expanded by 10 times. Spirit energy quickly flowed from his astral infant, inner pellet, and 9 orifices into his muscles and bones. Zhang Quanglan was so angry that he almost coughed up blood, but there was no more blood to spit out. I won't kill you for now. Keeping you alive will be of great use. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. So what if he was the ancient demon sovereign? It all depended on the present. He then returned to the group with Zhang Quanglan in tow. Everyone looked at him in worship. He was too strong. My ancestor, please accept my bow. Too domineering. Su Yang knelt down in excitement and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Xuanji, which made the other 8 disciples speechless. Northern Sword Valiant cursed, bootlicker. Su Yang asked curiously, what's a simp? Northern Sword Valiant began to patiently explain to him the meaning of simps. Zhou Xuanji had Daoist old man seal Zhang Quanglan. Only movement was restricted, not cultivation. This won't do. Once his spiritual power recovers, it will be bad. He thought that Zhou Xuanji wanted to obtain information about the Haotian sect from Zhang Quanglan. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll look after him." Zhang Quanglan remained silent with a gloomy expression. For the sake of the Haotian sect, he had to endure. Everyone continued forward. Su Yang followed beside Zhang Quanglan, while the little black snake was on the other side. As the Thunder Demon Sovereign, how do you feel right now? Who's more powerful, Ta Tianchen or you? Why hasn't he come out in 10,000 years? Is he afraid of Xian Xianghua? Of course he's afraid. That old witch is #1 in the world. He must be scared shitless. Zhang Quanglan trembled in anger in the face of the mocking duo, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and giggled. Zhou Xuanji and Daoist old man walked ahead and chatted about the Haotian sect. I didn't expect Haotian sect to hide so deeply. I have a premonition that Haotian sect will rise in this war between the two races. After all, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance contributed a lot to the destruction of Tanhua sect. Daoist old man sighed. He suddenly felt that the world was much more complicated than he had imagined. All this while, he felt that he could control fate and transcend the entire world. But today, the appearance of the ancient demons caused him to be unable to see through them. In other words, our enemies might not only be the top 100 of the northern wilderness, they might even be stronger than them. Zhou Xuanji said softly. If that was really the case, then he could no longer act recklessly and had to be cautious. Daoist old man sighed. Ning Zifeng walked behind them and smiled as he said, "What's so great about Haotian sect? You've never been to the Chaos Tide Sea. Tian's power is truly terrifying. He dominates the entire Chaos Tide Sea and is invincible. I even suspect that he's an immortal god that descended into the mortal realm." When mentioning Tian, his tone was filled with respect. Tian? How is that possible? Which sea region is the Chaos Tide Sea you're talking about? Outside the northern wilderness? Zhang Quanglan suddenly cried out, causing everyone to look over. Zhou Xuanji and the others also looked at him in confusion. Ning Zifeng harumphed and said, "That's right, the Chaos Tide Sea is far away from the northern wilderness." What, do you know about Tian? The 9 new disciples stared with wide eyes. Ning Zifeng actually came from overseas. Their breathing became ragged. This mysterious sect was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Tian, he's a tribulation. Zhang Quanglan fell into a daze as he muttered to himself. Every 10,000 years, he will descend and slaughter all of the possessors of monarchical violet qi. Back then, many great emperors were forced to ascend, and one of them was even listed as one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. The ancient Diablo's revered teacher died at Tian's hands. I've never personally seen Tian. When I was born, Tian just happened to have left. Back then, the entire world was talking about him. Speaking to there, he could not help but sigh. His time had already passed. Now, he had become a prisoner, and Tian had once again descended. It was a pity that he did not even have the right to fight against Tian. Ning Zifeng blinked, so Tian was so powerful? The 9 disciples felt incredibly dazed, and they felt as if they had opened the door to a whole new world. Jiang Shui asked out of curiosity, "Before, we also encountered an outlander who caused Grand Teacher to cough up blood and faint. Could that person also be Tian?" Zhang Quanglan frowned and said, "Since ancient times, I've never heard of 2 heavens appearing. It's possible that it's another person from the upper realm. After all, there have been cases of immortals descending into the mortal realm before." Wait. Why should I explain it to them? He coldly harumphed and did not say anything else. The group ignored him and began chatting with each other. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Zhou Xuanji had monarchical violet qi, which made Su Yang very excited. He said, "Grand Teacher will surely defeat Tian and shock the world." Beishao Wangjian rolled his eyes. What a bootlicker. And so, they chatted as they moved forward. Zhang Guanglan's miserable life began. Every time he recovered half of his spirit energy, it would be absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Once every half a month. 3 months later, Zhang Guanglan was completely exhausted. Zhou Xuanji had already recruited 25 disciples. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others were the first generation of the sect, while Su Yang and the others were the second generation. All of them had outstanding talent. Overall, Zhou Xuanji was quite satisfied. 4 months later, there were 62 second-generation disciples. Some came from villages and towns, while others came from cities. The group was already quite large. All the second-generation disciples were training at the back while moving forward. The scene was majestic and imposing. Training the sword requires the heart. Don't be too concerned about the sword forms. After familiarizing yourself with the sword forms, move according to your heart. Xiao Jinghong stood in front of the second-generation disciples and said as he trained. Even Su Yang, who was usually frivolous, was very serious. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile, "Xuanji, how many people do you think we will have when we return?" Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, 1,000 should be enough. If there are too many, we will not be able to distribute the resources. To make the disciples loyal, they had to distribute cultivation resources on time, such as spirit pills, spirit stones, and enchanted artifacts. Any powerful cultivator needed a massive amount of resources to be nurtured. Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that 1,000 was more than enough. It would not make Skyfall feel deserted. Senior Sword God Zhou. I have something to ask of you. At this moment, a voice came from the mountains in the west. A lady in a white dress flew over on a black eagle. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 246. Everyone stopped and turned to look. Seeing that it was a female cultivator, Jiang Shui's smile became very subtle. What are you looking at? Let's continue practicing. Northern Sword Valiant shouted, scaring the second-generation disciples into raising their swords and continuing their practice. The female cultivator quickly came before Zhou Xuanji. She leapt off the black condor's back and knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji as she said with a trembling voice, "Senior, please save our Hanin divine sect. Right now, only you can save Hanin divine sect." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The expressions of the others became ambiguous as they instantly thought of the number 1 beauty of Great Shang, Su Xianxian. I have no relationship with your Hanin divine sect. I won't save you. Zhou Xuanji rejected immediately. He did not want to be involved too much. Moreover, he truly had no relationship with the Hanin divine sect. He did not owe Su Xianxian anything. Compared to Su Xianxian, he cared more about Xian Xianghua. Senior, Sect Master Xian is also in the Hanin divine sect. It was our saintess who took her in. She is currently heavily injured, and if the Hanin divine sect is defeated, she will also face danger. The female cultivator said through gritted teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Xian Xianghua. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji looked at her again and asked, "Is this true?" The female cultivator was frightened by his gaze and nervously replied, "It's true." Lead the way. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and the others had no objections. On the other hand, the second-generation disciples were a little nervous. The female cultivator was overjoyed and quickly led the way. Everyone used sword kinesis flight. Their speed was not too fast, as some of the second-generation disciples had just learned sword kinesis flight not long ago. There are so many people here. Should we settle them down in advance? Jiang Shui asked Zhou Xuanji. She was worried that the second-generation disciples would drag him down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "When the time comes, we will stop in advance. You guys take care of them, and I will go and help them alone." Zifeng will stay behind to protect you. Jianghu nodded lightly, then leaned her face against his back and said no more. Zhou Xiaoqi ran through the air, letting out a long whistle from time to time. He seemed very excited, causing the female cultivators to frequently turn around. Is it really a Kirin? The female cultivator inwardly felt quite shocked. Where had Zhou Xuanji obtained such a divine beast? Compared to their saintess green bird, it was of a much higher grade. According to her, the branch of the Hanin divine sect was 10 days away. Recently, news of Zhou Xuanji and the others recruiting disciples had spread, which was why she could find Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky, on the grassland, there was a towering city. It was protected by a layer of faint blue light, and countless corpses of both humans and demons were piled up around it. It was a ghastly sight. Tens of millions of demons surrounded the city. Some of them were as large as mountains, while others blotted out the sky. It was a scene that left people in despair. The two ninth-rank great demons sat very close to each other on the stone chairs. One had a lion's head and was burly and domineering. The other had bull horns and was relatively fat and bloated. They were the Shurho demon sovereign and the Patian demon monarch. They were all in the northern wilderness top 100. They had come under orders to kill Xianxia, but they had never expected that they would be stopped by the Hanin divine sect. Such an ancient formation actually fell into the hands of such a small sect. However, they won't be able to hold on for long. The lion's roar demon venerable spoke with a dignified voice. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Patian demon monarch nodded and said with a smile, as long as we capture Xianxia, we will have made a great contribution. The two demons looked at each other and smiled happily. The surrounding demons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to interrupt. On the city walls, the cultivators of the Hanin divine sect watched nervously. Most of them were female cultivators. The majority of the Hanin divine sect were women, and even the sect leader was a woman. Su Xianxian and her master Zhang Lanya were also standing on the city wall. Sigh, are we really going to die here? Zhang Lanya sighed, her face showing unwillingness. Currently, all the human organizations were in a difficult situation. The Holy Lands had their attention on dynasty, so how could they care about second-rate organizations like theirs? Master, should we hand over Xianxia? A female cultivator asked, her eyes flashing. Su Xianxian subconsciously frowned. Zhang Lanya glared at the female cultivator and scolded, do you have a brain? Hand over Xianxia, and we will die even more miserably. With Xianxia around, they could still count on the Tanhua sect and Zhou Xuanji for help. If not for Xianxia, the demonic beast army would not have let the matter rest, and they would not have any helpers. The female cultivator felt awkward and quickly lowered her head. At the same time, in the city. Inside a palace. Xianxia sat on a chair with a teacup in her hand. A dignified and noble lady sat on the main seat. She wore a black dress and had a cold and elegant face. She was the sect lord of the Hanin divine sect, Nan Ruyun. Senior Xian, the demons don't seem to want to kill you and only want to capture you? Nan Ruyun asked curiously. Otherwise, with Shurho demon sovereign and Patian demon monarch's abilities, they could have razed this city to the ground by force. However, they were evidently afraid of accidentally killing Xianxia, so they had been waiting for the formation to be deactivated. Don't worry. We will be saved. Xianxia lightly lifted her veil and began drinking tea. She did not sense any danger at all. Seeing this, Nan Ruyun calmed down. Other than trusting Xianxia, she had no other choice. On the peak of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped. The female cultivator pointed ahead and said, our divine sect is just ahead. In front of them was a boundless grassland. At the end of the horizon, they could vaguely see the silhouettes of some giant birds circling in the air. Zhou Xuanji said, all of you wait here. Everyone nodded. They all knew their limits. Su Yang waved his fist and said, "Grand Teacher, destroy them." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Daoist. Old man, will the heavenly tribulation move with the person undergoing the tribulation? Facing his question, Daoist. Old man narrowed his eyes and said, for most people, it's impossible. However, you have great fate and monarchical violet qi. The heavenly tribulation will not let you off so easily. Simply put, you can do it. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before raising his right hand. Zhang Quanglan was sucked over. He grabbed Zhang Quanglan's neck and began to absorb his spirit energy. Zhang Quanglan, who had become a bag of bones, was convulsing all over, making the others tremble in fear. Soon, Zhou Xuanji put him down before leaping up and rushing towards the end of the grassland. There are 2 9th-rank great demons over there. They're even more powerful than Finyu Dragon King, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. He also wanted to participate in the battle, but Zhou Xuanji had orders, so he could only hold it in. The Wind-Cutter sword appeared beneath Zhou Xuanji's feet, and numerous legendary swords appeared behind him. He held the right, wrong, and justice sword in his left hand and the sky-extinguishing sword in his right. Dozens of legendary swords followed closely behind him. The scene was majestic, and the 65 second-generation disciples felt their blood boiling. So many swords. The rumors are true. Grand Teacher is going to get serious. I'm looking forward to it. So many swords, how do we control them? Did you hear that? There are 2 9th-rank great demons ahead. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 247. Swish. Swish. Swish, dozens of legendary swords flew together, and the sound of the air being torn continuously sounded out, causing the demons on the grassy plains to look over. Shurho Demon Sovereign and Padian Demon Monarch also looked over. What powerful sword qi! Padian Demon Monarch said in surprise. He did not feel any fear and instead looked quite interested. Who would dare to come at such a crucial time? No matter who it was, if they ran into them, they would die. The cultivators on the massive city also noticed Zhou Xuanji's arrival. Seeing so many swords flying over, they quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. It's Zhou Xuanji. The number 1 genius on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji. It's definitely him. His wife Wuxia Xianxia is in our sect. Looks like we're saved. The enemy has 2 9th-rank great demons. Can Zhou Xuanji deal with them? When has Zhou Xuanji ever lost? The Hanin Divine Sect's cultivators all felt incredibly excited. Su Xianxian felt quite startled. She had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would really come. She had only sent her female disciples to search for Zhou Xuanji because she held onto a trace of hope. After all, the world was so big, and it would be too difficult to find Zhou Xuanji. As for Wuxia Xianxia, she said that she did not know where Zhou Xuanji was. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to either retreat or die. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded out, and a wave of killing intent swept through the grassy plains like an icy gale, causing the millions of demons to shiver. Padian Demon Monarch said mockingly, unparalleled way of the sword in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperors, you're Zhou Xuanji? The number 1 genius of the human race. He was on the demon race's must-kill list. The sovereign of the demon race had personally said that if he met this boy, he would immediately kill him. The 2 9th-rank great demons slowly got up, and 2 heaven-soaring killing intent exploded out. The 10 million demon army looked incredibly savage as they stared at Zhou Xuanji. He's Zhou Xuanji? His meat must be very delicious. I want to eat his leg. Be careful, he's very powerful. This boy is the youngest person to enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Perhaps eating his meat can increase our bloodline talents. Replenish wherever we eat. The demons laughed wantonly and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. After all, there were 2 9th-rank great demons, so there was no reason for them to be afraid. Facing such a scene, most people would feel despair and feel fear. Instead, Zhou Xuanji smiled. If that was the case, then we'll kill them all. Heavens! Help me! With a loud cry, Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded out. He charged toward the demon army with his sword without hesitation. There was a loud bang. Sword Qi soared into the sky as he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered and rolled over. The entire grassland darkened. Seeing the 5-clawed golden dragon, everyone was in an uproar, their eyes wide open. What is this? The 5-clawed golden dragon charged into the demon army with dozens of divine swords. Rumble, one demon after another was overturned by the 5-clawed golden dragon. The ground collapsed, sending grass and mud flying in an unstoppable manner. Impossible. How can he transform into a dragon? He's not human. Dragon God. Oh my God. Run. What are you running for? Attack together. Kill him. So what if it's a dragon? Tear him to shreds just the same. After a short moment of terror, the demons all leapt at Zhou Xuanji, looking like a swarm of ants climbing onto an elephant. The scene was incredibly majestic. Zhou Xuanji's body could reach the point where sword qi soared into the sky. Every pore on his body gave off sword qi, turning the demons on his body into mincemeat. Blood sprayed into the sky. Shurho Demon Sovereign and Patian Demon Monarch were stunned. Could Zhou Xuanji be the reincarnation of a true dragon? The Hanin divine sects cultivators were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Xianxuan's beautiful eyes widened, unable to believe her eyes. Even Zhang Quanglan and the others in the distance were given a big fright. The second-generation disciples all cried out, especially Su Yang, who was so excited that it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was simply too domineering. The instant Zhou Xuanji had turned into a dragon, he had given them a massive visual impact, shaking their hearts. Although it's not the first time I've seen him, he's really handsome. Jiang Shui said with an infatuated look on her face. Charging into millions of enemies alone, arrogant and unbridled, this was her man. At the same time, the 2 9th-rank great demons took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, hitting the 5-clawed golden dragon and turning hundreds of demons into dust. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Lightning madly descended, causing Zhou Xuanji to continuously howl in pain. Dragon roars continuously sounded out, causing the Hanin divine sects cultivators to feel as if they were deaf. Heavenly tribulation. This boy is using us for his tribulation. Shurho Demon Sovereign furiously roared. He did not retreat and instead advanced, slashing out with his saber. Saber Qi shot out. It was hundreds of meters long and killed many demons along the way. It slammed into the 5-clawed golden dragon and slashed it in half at the waist. There was no dragon blood, and only the sword Qi dissipated. Zhou Xuanji held his 2 swords and stood on the wind-cutter sword as he used the 8-step sword lunge. He traveled 1,000 meters with each step and came before Shurho Demon Sovereign. Trisource Vein-severing sword. The sky-extinguishing sword slashed out, and countless traces of sword qi locked onto Shurho Demon Sovereign. This fellow did not dodge and used his arms to block, using his body to take the sword qi head-on. He was not injured at all. He grinned, giving a terrifying smile as he said, "Stinking brat, do you think that with the help of the heavenly tribulation, you can do whatever you want? You want to save your wife? Keep dreaming." He stretched out his arms and his demonic qi erupted like a volcano, rushing into the sky and turning into intense flames that covered his body. The grassy plains below could not withstand the might and directly collapsed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. He raised his saber and slashed out, using brute force to defeat everything. The God Emperor Sword, White Dragonbone Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, and Holy Light Redemption Sword crisscrossed and blocked, but they were sent flying by his saber. However, his saber hilt also trembled. He slightly frowned but did not say anything and continued to attack Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smirked. The power of these two legendary swords allowed him to fight against great realization experts. His body blurred and he once again used the ancestral dragon sword, turning into a five-clawed golden dragon and slammed out. Bang! Shurho Demon Sovereign used his saber to block the dragon's mouth, but the five-clawed golden dragon's power was simply too terrifying, and it forced him to the ground. He slid backwards and sent up two waves of dust. Demons were sent flying, and some were instantly crushed, dying incredibly pitiful deaths. Boom! Padian Demon Monarch suddenly rushed over from the side, sending the five-clawed golden dragon flying. Shurho Demon Sovereign stumbled and stabbed his saber into the ground, stabilizing himself. Aren't you crazy? Padian Demon Monarch's fists were wrapped in blood-colored iron rings as he rained blows on the five-clawed golden dragon's body. Although the five-clawed golden dragon was an ancestral dragon, its cultivation level was too low, so it was unable to retaliate. The Padian Demon Monarch was not affected even though the heavenly lightning struck him continuously. Zhou Xuanji dispelled the ancestor dragon form, and the instant he landed, he twisted his right leg and used 10,000 ultimate steps, his body shooting like an arrow. Puchi! The Padian Demon Monarch's right arm was directly chopped off, and blood splattered all over the ground. He didn't even frown as he turned around and threw a punch. This punch was absolutely domineering. Zhou Xuanji could only feel the wind from the punch coming at him. He instinctively blocked with his swords, but he was still sent flying. This fellow is so strong. It's even stronger than the lion from before. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart, and his eyes turned fierce. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 248. Padian Demon Monarch's right shoulder trembled and his right arm grew back, as if he had never lost an arm. He savagely laughed as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, as if he was looking at prey. Shurho Demon Sovereign also came behind Zhou Xuanji, and the two demons surrounded him from the front and back. The other demons flooded over, and there were even many flying demons circling in the air. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning continuously blasted down, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body. His rui purple cloud robe continuously trembled, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck as the lightning tempered his body. The pain was indescribable. However, he had to endure it. Once he broke through to the spirit refinement stage, the demons around him would not be much of a threat. Stinking brat, just who are you? Challenging us with astral projection cultivation is not something that can be explained by talent. Padian Demon Monarch looked at Zhou Xuanji as he asked. All of the demons looked at him like tigers watching their prey, their eyes filled with wariness. This fellow was simply too terrifying. True dragons were existences that countered all demons in the world. A long time ago, all creatures revered the dragon race as gods, and the suppression of their bloodlines caused their souls to tremble. Who am I? Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and smiled as he asked, his expression incredibly cold. Divine lightning continuously blasted down on his body, but he did not move at all. However, all of the Hanin divine sects cultivators felt incredibly worried for him. Could Zhou Xuanji win in such a situation? It seemed that he could not even deal with a 9th-rank great demon. Revered teacher, let's act. Su Xianxian lightly bit her lip as she said to Zhang Lanya. Zhang Lanya shook her head and said, with the heavenly tribulation here, if we rashly join in, we will only suffer more casualties. Moreover, we don't know if there are other great demons lurking around. She did not dare to take the risk. Let him fight by himself. Xian Xianghua's voice suddenly sounded out as she and Nan Ruyun appeared behind them. Su Xianxian and Zhang Lanya hurriedly half-knelt and paid their respects to the two of them. Xian Xianghua's gaze turned towards the battlefield. She only had Zhou Xuanji in her eyes. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Shurho Demon Venerable cursed. His roar resounded throughout the world, causing the rubble in the ruins to tremble. Padian Demon Monarch raised his fists and prepared to attack. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was already a dead man, so they wanted to find out who this fellow was. If Zhou Xuanji's identity was special and would attract a lot of trouble, they had to make preparations in advance. The lightning became more and more ferocious, as if it would not stop until Zhou Xuanji was smashed into smithereens. Zhou Xuanji looked up at Padian Demon Monarch and smirked. I am the Sword Emperor of this era. He laughed loudly. All of the divine swords descended from the sky like torrential rain, piercing into the earth and surrounding him in several circles. Bang! A terrifying impact swept across the ground, forcing Padian Demon Monarch and Shurho Demon Lord to slide backwards, while the other demons were sent flying. Screams filled the air, interweaving with the sound of thunder. Zhou Xuanji directly used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and all of his legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. 10,000 everlasting steps. He held the two swords in his hands and turned into a streak of rainbow light that pierced through the Padian Demonic Monarch. Padian Demon Monarch's eyes widened, and he subconsciously looked at his chest. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and one could vaguely see his white bones. My demonic energy, he mumbled to himself, his tone filled with shock. That sword had absorbed a lot of his demonic energy, which made his hairs stand on end. At that moment, Shurho Demon Lord leaped over his head and slashed down with his saber. Zhou Xuanji bent his legs and used the 8-step sword lunge, dodging this strike. Rumble, as this saber slashed down, saber chi swept out for thousands of meters, creating a massive canyon that was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Padian Demon Monarch came back to his senses and continued to charge at Zhou Xuanji. This time, he was much more cautious to avoid having his demonic energy absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. With 2 9th-rank demonic energies, Zhou Xuanji's strength was not enough, so he could only rely on his speed. He continuously used the 8-step sword lunge and 10,000 ultimate steps, and with the help of dozens of legendary swords, he was evenly matched with the two demons. The other demons surrounded them and did not dare to rush up, but they did not dare to retreat either. In the distance, Jiang Shui's heart was burning with anxiety, and Xiao Jinghong and the others were also extremely anxious. Daoist Old Man's expression was serious as he said softly, "They've become stronger." Shurho Demon Lord and Padian Demon Monarch were both in the Northern Wilderness top 100. It was more than twice as powerful as what he had seen before. Ning Zifen gripped his sword and asked in a deep voice, "Do you need my support?" The second-generation disciples didn't dare to make a sound. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Although they couldn't see the battle in the distance, the sounds of explosions and thunder were shocking to their eyes. It was hard to imagine how Zhou Xuanji withstood such an attack. Trust him. Daoist Old Man raised his hand and said. He also had Zhang Lanya's concerns. What if there were still great demons hiding? He could only wait for Zhou Xuanji to break through. He believed that as long as Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through, he would be able to turn the situation around. A look of anticipation appeared on Zhang Quanglan's face. He hoped that the demon race could kill Zhou Xuanji. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, faster and faster. Towards the end, 3 bolts of lightning would strike down in 1 second. Countless demons were turned into ashes, and Zhou Xuanji weaved through the demon army with his legendary sword. Padian Demon Monarch and Shurho Demon Monarch chased after him relentlessly. Unfortunately, Padian Demon Monarch's movement technique was mysterious, making it difficult to catch him. Get out of the way! Shurho Demon Monarch furiously cursed. These dogs could not do anything at all, were they not afraid of death? The demons were so frightened that they all retreated. In actuality, they had long since wanted to retreat, but without the two demons' orders, who dared to do so? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji felt the spirit energy in his body rapidly increase. His astral spirit was going through a transformation. He was about to break through to the spirit refinement stage. Heaven's jealousy must be killed. At that moment, a majestic roar sounded out from the sky, causing all humans and demons to look up in shock. Thunderclouds parted, and a majestic divine figure formed from lightning appeared. Looking at its silhouette, it was a war god holding a halberd. He looked down at the world, and his eyes gave off two powerful rays of light that were as dazzling as the sun. War god evil-slaying tribulation. Padian demon monarch cried out and hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. Shurho demon monarch was also given a big fright and also retreated. Zhou Xuanji looked up and tightly frowned. Facing the lightning war god, he could sense the aura of death. War god evil-slaying tribulation. This boy, Xian Xianxia frowned, a look of worry in her eyes. Zhang Lanya and Nan Ruyun were dumbfounded, looking shocked. Far away. How can it be? Daoya old man cried out in shock. Oh no! The others were shocked. The lightning war god looked like an invincible being. The mighty heavenly might made everyone want to kneel and worship him. War god evil-slaying tribulation. This is an ascension tribulation. Ning Zifeng stared fixedly at the lightning war god and mumbled with gritted teeth. His words made Jiang Shui's face pale. Ascension tribulation. Since ancient times, many powerhouses had died during the ascension tribulation. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji only had astral projection cultivation. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 249. Heaven's Jealousy. He must be killed. The lightning war god said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. After speaking, two bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. It was as powerful as a gale. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to dodge, he was struck by two bolts of lightning, and his body stiffened instantly. The rui-purple cloud robe was torn apart and charred blood oozed out from the hole, splattering all over the ground. Ouch! The pain was like having one's body torn to pieces. It was as if thousands of insects were biting his body. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. Along the way, he had experienced a lot of pain, and his heart was like a boulder. He gritted his teeth and endured. His shoulders shook, and his entire body turned into a dazzling golden color. Invincible Vajra body. He rarely entered this state. Firstly, there was no need to do so. Secondly, it consumed too much energy. Now, he had no choice but to use the invincible Vajra body to withstand the lightning strikes. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out and descended from the clouds. All the humans and demons were extremely nervous. Could it be that he was really an immortal god? The Padian demon monarch and the Shurho demon venerable were so frightened that they fled in panic. The other demons also scattered like the tide. Xian Xianxia flew out of the spell formation and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Upon seeing her, the eyes of the two ninth-rank great demons lit up. However, they didn't dare to advance rashly because the lightning war god had already descended. Don't come any closer. Zhou Xuanji roared as he stared at the lightning war god walking towards him. He wanted to transcend his heavenly tribulation by himself. Xian Xianxia stopped in her tracks and looked at him with a frown, her eyes filled with worry. Given how fearsome the ascension ordeal was, how could a mere leaving aperture realm cultivator like him possibly overcome it? Heaven's envy? Very good, I like this word very much. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he mumbled to himself. His existence had already made the heavenly Tao jealous. One by one, the divine swords rushed toward the war god of lightning, surrounding him and getting into formation. 100-star sky obscuring formation. Countless sword chi whizzed out of the divine swords and attacked the thunder war god in a frenzy. Soon, the Thunder War God's figure was engulfed by the sword aura. The scene was spectacular, and countless humans and demons were dumbfounded. This is sword array. How could a single person create such a powerful sword formation? This guy, Shurho Demon Venerable, gritted his teeth, his face full of fear. If Zhou Xuanji was allowed to live, he would become a great threat to the demon race. Cries of surprise sounded out from within the Hanin divine sect. Sword formation. What a domineering sword formation. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji is already the number one in the way of the sword, right? That's only natural. I reckon that only the hegemon sword sect master can compare to him. It's too strong. If I was in this formation, I would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, that is the tribulation of ascension. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to overcome. The cultivators discussed nervously. After all, this concerned their life and death. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not live either. At this moment, the Thunder War God suddenly stepped out of the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Countless sword chi surrounded him, unable to stop him at all. There was a loud bang. The 100-star sky-obscuring sword formation was broken. Dozens of divine swords were shaken off and flew out. The Lightning War God continued to walk towards Zhou Xuanji. He took a deep breath and looked down at the sky-extinguishing sword and the right, wrong and justice sword in his hands. Looks like we can only fight. He muttered to himself as the spiritual energy in his body burst out. The Xianxia map provided him with an endless supply of spiritual power, allowing him to fight with all his might. The heavenly lightning continued to strike down on his body, making him stronger and stronger. He bent his right leg and leaped up. The ruins that he was in before collapsed, causing the grassland to tremble. With the support of the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew tremendously. He activated the sword will of the sky-dominating divine sword straightaway and turned into a ray of sword light as he charged forward. Clang! The Lightning War God slashed with his halberd, which collided with the sky-extinguishing sword. The two extremely powerful forces clashed, and the impact numbed Zhou Xuanji's right arm. On the other hand, the Lightning War God did not even tremble at all. Heaven is jealous. Must die. The Lightning War God spoke again. His voice was majestic, like a god warning the world. After that, he pressed down with his arms and sent Zhou Xuanji flying down. Numerous swords gathered and stacked together, forming a sword net that stopped Zhou Xuanji's falling body. Just when he steadied himself, the Lightning War God swooped down and stepped on his body. Boom! The Lightning War God crashed into the ground like a meteor, and Zhou Xuanji, who was beneath him, was covered in dust. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, cold sweat covered Xian Xianghua's forehead. With how powerful the Lightning War God was, Zhou Xuanji had almost no hope of winning. However, she was heavily injured. Even if she helped, she could not save Zhou Xuanji. In the distance, Jianghu anxiously asked Daoist Old Man, Grandmaster, is there really no other way? She did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die and suffer so much pain. Her heart was about to break. There's nothing we can do. Even if we all attack together, we won't be able to save him. The heavenly tribulation arose because of him. The war god evil-slaying tribulation has already locked onto him. Daoist Old Man shook his head and sighed. But what was the use of being anxious? Hearing this, Jianghu immediately wanted to rush over, but Huang Lianxin hurriedly pulled her back. Believe in Master, he will definitely succeed. That was all Huang Lianxin could do to comfort her. Ha ha ha. He's dead meat. The Patian demon monarch was extremely excited. As expected of the Ascension tribulation, it was too domineering. The Lion's Roar demon sovereign was equally excited. This kid was going to die a premature death. Right at this moment. Countless bolts of lightning appeared under the lightning war god's feet, writhing like millions of venomous snakes. A horrifying aura exploded from the lightning war god's feet. Heavenly lightning? Very good. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth. Following this, the lightning war god slowly got up. Zhou Xuanji lifted the lightning war god's feet with his left hand. At this moment, his right hand was no longer holding the sky-extinguishing sword. It was the thunderclap sword. This sword contained the power of heavenly lightning, and it could also absorb heavenly lightning to strengthen itself. Not only this, but Zhou Xuanji was also using world internalization to absorb the lightning war god's power. Both he and the thunderclap sword were quickly becoming more powerful. Heaven's jealousy, the lightning war god spoke again, but before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly shrunk and entered Zhou Xuanji's left hand. Although the Tianxia map was in his right palm, it could absorb spirit energy from all parts of his body. He directly absorbed the lightning war god. Boom! A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye exploded out from his body. It expanded in a circular manner and swept out in all directions, sweeping up clouds of dust. Padian demon monarch and Shurho demon sovereign were so frightened that they leaped up immediately. Countless demons were turned into ashes by this shockwave. Spirit refinement stage. Zhou Xuanji had forcefully broken through. Lightning wrapped around his body, and his golden body was covered with flashes of lightning. His eyes became a silver lightning color, and his pupils could no longer be seen. At that moment, the extreme pain almost caused Zhou Xuanji to collapse, but his willpower was still hanging on. As long as he could endure this, he would soar into the sky. Buzz, the thunderclap sword violently trembled, and the blade lit up with lightning. At a glance, it looked like a sword of light. It was helping Zhou Xuanji absorb the power of heavenly lightning. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. His voice was even louder than thunder and muffled. He began to circulate the world Buddha art. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 250. Spirit Refinement Realm. Tempering the Essence Soul. Heavenly lightning surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body, and he fell into a mysterious state. With the lightning golden body, he was like an indomitable god of thunder, standing proudly on the battlefield and allowing the heavenly lightning to continuously strike him. Dozens of divine swords circled around him, creating a gust of wind. The thunderclouds were still surging, and there was an oppressive feeling that the sky was about to collapse. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's comprehension of world reincarnation increased greatly. Lightning entered his body, turned into his power, and was then struck out by him, dissipating into the world and returning to nature. Wasn't this a type of reincarnation? Detected that the sword owner has reached the spirit refinement realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Heavenly Soul, Ancient God Sword, Gold, Evil Green Sword, Tyrant the Arch Ring. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Heavenly Soul Divine Sword. This was the second Heavenly Soul Divine Sword he had obtained. However, he could not care about the Divine Sword for the time being. He focused on the tribulation. His aura rose steadily, causing all the demons and cultivators to be moved. Xian Xianghua's furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes smiled beautifully. In the distance. Ha ha ha. I knew Grandmaster could do it. Su Yang was so excited that he jumped on the spot, as if he was the one who passed the tribulation and not Zhou Xuanji. Jianghu cried tears of joy. She put her palms together in front of her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Daoist Old Man and Ning Zifeng were in disbelief. That was the tribulation of ascension. The others cheered excitedly. On the Hanin divine sect side, cheers shook the heavens, everyone was shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At that moment, in their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was the sword emperor of the present age. The way he transcended the tribulation was simply too domineering. He directly absorbed the Thunder War god. Ridiculous. Su Xianxian stood on the city wall, smiling like a flower. Nan Ruoyun and Zhang Lanya exchanged a glance. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This kid had even passed the tribulation of ascension, so wouldn't he definitely be able to ascend in the future? Too strong. From today onwards, Zhou Xuanji is my target. I suddenly want to learn swordsmanship, too domineering. This is the heroic spirit of a man, daring to go against the heavens. I have a premonition that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, or even surpass them. 1,000 years later, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. The cultivators discussed animatedly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the difference between sects and expressed their excitement. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedentedly powerful, as if everything in the world had become so insignificant. He was like a god, looking down on the common people. Gradually, he discovered that he could actually control the power of heavenly lightning. Once he activated the invincible Vajra body, the lightning would follow. At that time, who would dare to approach him? He subconsciously looked at the thunderclap sword and asked in his heart, after absorbing so much lightning, is it time for it to level up? That's right. When the heavenly tribulation dissipates, the supreme legendary sword system will level it up. The sword spirit replied quickly, causing him to narrow his eyes. Does this mean that I can rely on the thunderclap sword every time I undergo a tribulation in the future? In theory, as long as the power of the heavenly lightning doesn't exceed the limits of the thunderclap sword, it's fine. Zhou Xuanji heard him and burst out laughing. It felt so good. From now on, wouldn't he be unafraid of heavenly tribulations? He could even help his teammates transcend their tribulations. By helping others transcend their tribulations, he could also let the thunderclap sword absorb the power of heavenly lightning to level up. It was the best of both worlds. At the thought of this, he felt even more exhilarated. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. A massive saber came charging at him with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji moved instantly. His body turned into countless afterimages, and he slashed with his sword in a dazzling manner. Clang! The sky-extinguishing sword cut the massive saber in half, and sparks flew everywhere. Shurho Demon Sovereign's expression changed drastically. That was his treasured saber. It broke just like that? Zhou Xuanji charged toward him suddenly. His speed was much faster than before. 10,000 ultimate steps. Psh. Before Shurho Demon Sovereign could react, he was decapitated, and blood spurted into the sky. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and stabbed the thunderclap sword into his back. At the same time, he activated world internalization to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Shurho Demon Sovereign's body went limp and fell to the ground. His astral spirit floated out of his body and looked at Zhou Xuanji in terror. He immediately turned to flee. He knew that he could no longer stand up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the thunderclap sword. Ranged sword propelling. He quickly raised his right hand and the Xianxia map exploded out with a suction force, sucking Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit into his palm. He did not hesitate. With a thought, the Xianxia map destroyed Shurho Demon Sovereign's astral spirit. In front of him, a 9th-rank great demon had died without being able to retaliate at all. The heavens and earth fell silent. He bent down and took off Shurho Demon Sovereign's storage ring, and the divine lightning descended on his body. However, the divine lightning could no longer harm him. Padian Demon Monarch and all of the demons were dumbfounded. The Hanin divine sects people were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too absurd? Zhou Xuanji's performance before and after the tribulation was like a completely different person. He slowly turned and looked at Padian Demon Monarch as he said, "Tell Jihuang Demon Lord that he harmed my woman, I will personally deal with him. Oh, you won't have the chance to tell him. After saying this, he turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Padian Demon Monarch. Roar. Ancestral Dragon Sword. He turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and his body was surrounded by divine lightning, giving off an unstoppable aura. Padian Demon Monarch's expression fell and he immediately turned to flee. It was a pity that he was much slower than Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The 5-clawed golden dragon slammed into Padian Demon Monarch's back, and the terrifying power and the divine lightning caused his body to explode. He charged forwards and crashed into the massive city's barrier of light, shattering it. Just as he was about to crash into the city walls, the 5-clawed golden dragon turned into his original form. Starlight filled the sky as it descended and fell on his body. The cultivators on the city walls all looked at him in shock. They would never forget this scene. He looked up and saw that the thunderclouds were starting to dissipate. Traces of sunlight shone down from the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the ground. In the distance, the demon army hurriedly ran in fear, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would find them. Thus, the battle ended. Zhou Xuanji had turned the tide of the battle by himself. He waited where he was and had the sword spirit release the information about the two swords. Sword name, Ancient God Sword Grade, Heavenly Soul Description, contains the remnant souls of 9 ancient powerhouses. Every 3 years, 1 soul's power will be released. When all 9 souls are released, this sword's might will be completely awakened. Sword name, Evil Green Sword Grade, Gold Description, legends say that there are 7 colored swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and green represents sorrow. If all 7 colored swords are gathered, they will fuse into an ancient demonic sword. 9 ancient powerhouses? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Were they the 9 ancient powerhouses of the northern wilderness, or were they created by the supreme legendary sword system? And the evil green sword. There were other colors? 7 colors fused together to form an ancient demonic sword? Green represented sorrow. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts ran wild. Just as he was thinking, Xian Xianghua walked in front of him and smiled as she said, "Little husband, you're quite awe-inspiring. After today, you'll most likely be able to rank in the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Calm. Wonderful book house.